Chapter 301, Pursuit. Pursuit. Under the bright, flickering torchlight, there were traces of the chaos that had occurred, such as blood and remnant flesh. It was obvious that before having its meal, the goat-horned earth dragon had toyed with its food. At this sight, the faces of the adventurers around darkened. Outside of this sight, there was a long line of bloodstains, causing it to appear as a bloody trail. Follow it. With Jenny's command, the group lifted their torches and did as asked. Twilight Zone was underground and was shrouded in darkness all year around. However, the surviving humans had yet to evolve and have night vision, thus, torches were one of the essential items when exploring in the Twilight Zone. The footprints are more concentrated here. Balin lifted his torch with one hand, the other tightly grasping the handle of his steel sword. His joints had turned a little white from using too much strength. A piercing stench was beginning to pervade the air, to the point that Balin associated it with the time he had worked at a horse stable when he was younger. Next, with the illumination by everyone, a small hill made of black rocks appeared. At the foot of the hill was a large cave that extended deeply into the side, hollowing it out. We can't fight it in its lair. We need to lure it out. Jenny decided after looking. With this dim lighting, it was bound to affect the dragon-blooded flower bud if they were to fight in the small lair. If the bud was damaged, there would be no point even if Jenny and the rest killed the dragon. Don't worry, the goat-horned earth dragon has very low intelligence and is very sensitive to the smell of blood. We can use that and set up a trap. James stood out at this moment, and under his command, the adventurers set up a simple trap outside the cave. As resources were limited and they couldn't alert the earth dragon inside, James chose the simplest trap: poison. A black being that looked like a goat was forced to drink an entire bottle of a red potion, and was laid across the cave. Its 4 legs were tied together, and its main artery was slashed open, causing fresh blood to spurt out. A small puddle of blood was quickly formed on the ground. The adventurers beside it had long since put out their torches and patiently waited aside, not even daring to breathe loudly at this point. Balin's hands were on his sword, glancing at Jenny, who was extremely nervous, and James, who looked grim. He himself looked determined. Asterisk thud thud. Thud thud, asterisk. Only 10 or so minutes passed, but in the hearts of everyone present, it felt like centuries had passed. Finally, just when the adventurers were beginning to get impatient, dull footsteps and slight tremors of the ground could be felt. It's here. Get ready. The adventurers who were lying in wait outside ducked their heads, retrieving their weapons and bow and arrows, aiming them at the mouth of the cave. Ha! The sounds of heavy breathing resounded, followed by an increase of the concentration of the strange smell by more than 10 times. The goat that was bait could only give a miserable shriek. Asterisk crunch. Crunch, asterisk. Along with the sounds of chewing, the bleeding of the goat stopped. Is this the goat-horned earth dragon? As he was now a knight, Balin's eyesight was very good. With just the faint light, he could somewhat see the figure of this monster. This monster was about 15 to 16 meters long, and its 4 thick limbs supported its large body, its sharp claws scratching out a long straight line on the ground. Above its yellow eyes, 2 curved black horns were grown, like the symbol of a demon. With the opening and closing of its mouth, sharp teeth constantly meshed together and chewed the goat into bits, flesh and blood flying. On my command. Go. James swung his arm, and a rock the size of a fist was thrown to the side of the dragon. Rumble. Next, large amounts of light and warmth were produced from the stone, like a sun that had fallen to the earth. Radiance dispelled the darkness and descended upon this piece of land. Roar, roar. Under the intense glare of the sunlight, the adventurers present closed their eyes, tears on the verge of falling. The goat-horned earth dragon that was used to a life in darkness roared instantly became enraged. Quick! It has now been temporarily blinded. Move! Balin was clear that when these beings used to the darkness suddenly came into contact with light, they would definitely be blinded for a period of time due to not being used to it, and this was the best time for them to make their move. Besides, the function of the sun stone was to fill the area with light, which made it more helpful in allowing the group of them to exhibit their abilities. To create this chance, Potter Town gave out a year's supply of sun stones. What a waste! There were definitely many adventurers who thought the same way as Bailin, but this thought passed through their minds for a brief moment. Then they roared, brandishing the weapons in their hands, and charged towards the huge monster in the middle of the site. Under the illumination of the light, even the brown scales and veins on the muscles on the back of the goat-horned earth dragon could be seen very clearly. Shio shio. The first to attack was a group of mercenaries with bows and arrows. They were obviously a team, wearing a set of uniform with ice-cold glints of their iron arrows being emitted. The sharp arrowheads brought with them tremendous force as they pierced into the back of the goat-horned earth dragon. Ka-cha, the earth dragon constantly snarled, and most of the arrows were flung away. However, there were a few that obstinately stayed on its back. Kill. By this point, the adventurers had also charged to the front. Roar, roar. The dragon thundered, suddenly turning back and flicking its tail. The tail was like a large mace sweeping across the area, and the mercenaries that charged up flew away. A few were struck by the tail, and their blood dyed the sky. What an astute sense of hearing and smell! Bailin exclaimed in admiration. The eyes of the goat-horned earth dragon were very small and had almost completely degenerated. With the sudden piercing bright light, it couldn't see anything at all, but all beings that lived in the darkness naturally had their unique ways of distinguishing other objects. Bailin stepped away, dodging the sweeping motion of the steel tail, and raised his sword, a thin ring of light produced around him. Cross blade. In a moment, he used Leyland's secret killing technique for cross blades. The immense light formed a cross, slashing towards the goat-horned earth dragon that was still snarling. The fierce, immense air pressure attracted the attention of the earth dragon, and it lifted its right forelimb, mercilessly clawing in Balin's direction. Large black claws clashed with the cross-shaped light, and the sound of glass shattering could be heard in the air. Roar, the earth dragon kept snarling, its large black claws disintegrating the move and smacking towards Bailin. How powerful and quick! Bailin exclaimed in admiration and used his sword as a shield in front of him. Dang! The large claw and steel sword clashed, producing a loud sound and shock wave. Bailin felt an immense force transmitting from the sword, and the sword was almost sent flying. Ah! He gritted his teeth, holding onto the sword for dear life, using the force from the dragon to fall back. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the earth dragon was clearly enraged, once again brandishing its steel tail and chopping two mercenaries that had charged forward in two. The two mercenaries howled, their halved bodies still squirming on the ground, intestines spilling out onto the ground. This gory scene immediately intimidated the rest of the mercenaries and adventurers, and they retreated, not daring to take a step forward. What should we do? James, that goat-horned earth dragon is almost about to return to its cave. We need to think of a way. Soon. Soon. James now had his eyes fixed on the dragon, constantly chanting. Roar. At that moment, the body of the earth dragon that had almost halfway returned suddenly changed. Bubbles of pus began to swell and burst, revealing yellow pus. Woo woo, the earth dragon's voice became low and it began to wail in anguish. This is a high-energy bacteria solution especially brewed for the goat-horned earth dragon. It can lower the defense of its epidermis. James briefly explained to Jenny, quickly chanting some incantations. A powerful undulation from energy particles was constantly produced from the old man, who had only seemed to be a butler. This is a mysterious expert. So, Lord James is actually an esteemed Magus. The adventurers around exclaimed. In the subterranean world, magi were widely known and worshipped. Most are corrosive ball. As the incantations ended, James waved his right arm. A large blue ball arced in the sky, precisely landing on the back of the dragon. The blue ball spread out, turning into large amounts of sky blue liquid that mixed with the yellow pus. Immediately, it produced a large amount of heat and began to corrode downwards. Roar! The earth dragon's pitiful shrieks increased in pitch, and large amounts of steamed flesh fell from its back. What are you waiting for? This is the moment where its defense is at its weakest. James placed his hands behind him, looking like an expert. The adventurers seemed to have just awoken from a dream and charged forward once again. This time, with James' work, the earth dragon's speed dropped, and the skin and scaly defensive layer had mostly disappeared. The mercenaries could easily slash and create a gaping wound with their weapons. In just a moment, the entire situation was reversed. Chapter 302, Breakthrough. Breakthrough. Woo woo. Under this attack, the goat-horned earth dragon kept howling and suddenly turned. Uncaring of the serious injuries it had sustained and the people who were pursuing and attacking it, it crawled back into the cave. This is bad. It wants to escape. Jenny cried out in alarm, and she immediately brought out the bow and arrows which seemed handmade, that had been on her back. She took out a green arrow from her quiver, resting it on the bow. Asterisk whine. Whine. Whine, asterisk. One after another, the various rings she had on her hand began to light up. Precise aim. Keen edge. Gale technique. All sorts of buffs were applied to Jenny. Miss Jenny is also a Magus. Balin, who was not far away, gaped, thinking he might be in a dream. Shio. Jenny released the arrow in her hand, and a streak of green flew from the bow. Asterisk poo. Asterisk the green arrow of light struck an eye of the goat-horned earth dragon, resulting in a large amount of red, greenish blood spurting out. Roar. The earth dragon turned back sharply, charging in Jenny's direction. Good. This is it. Jenny's expression revealed her excitement. No, leave. On the other hand, James at the side had paled. Roar. The goat-horned earth dragon thundered, spitting out a black ball of light. The large ball of light exploded mid-air, black droplets of flame sprinkling everywhere. Ah! My eyes! The black droplets landed on the mercenaries' bodies, instantly causing serious injuries. The many adventurers began to howl, and the circle which surrounded the dragon immediately had a hole. Asterisk ha. Ha, asterisk the goat-horned earth dragon stimulated its energy to every part of its body and it swelled, and its skin turned red. Its speed rapidly increased and it charged in front of Jenny. Protect the miss. The one surviving guard brandished his sword with his left arm and dashed forward. Ka-cha, the earth dragon opened its mouth full of sharp fangs and biting down, it had the night in its mouth, constantly chewing. Blood and flesh fell from the gaps between its teeth. Ah, Jenny was so shocked that her legs buckled, and she fell to the ground. She was but a level 1 acolyte. That attack with the bow was only effective with the bonus from all the rings she had. After that attack, the pitiful amount of spiritual force she had was almost exhausted, and it was not possible to pull off another attack. Jenny was now a fragile, helpless girl of the nobility as she was paralyzed on the ground, awaiting her unknown future. Awoo! The goat-horned earth dragon did not have any thoughts of taking pity on her, opening its mouth wide. With its sharp teeth filled with flesh and blood, it snapped its jaws and made to bite her. Am I going to die? I'm sorry, father. Jenny's mouth was half open, a teardrop rolling from her right eye. Dang! The acute pain she had been expecting did not appear, and Jenny opened her eyes, stunned. All she saw was a strong figure in front of her. Hey! In knight stories, there will always be a knight appearing whenever the princess is in trouble, right? Balin laughed, ruthlessly chopping forward with the sword in his hands. The large steel sword hacked at the surface of the dragon's head, producing some sparks. Balin bellowed, life essence bursting out. On the surface of the armor, there seemed to be a protective layer formed of light. Roar! The earth dragon retreated a few steps, snarling at Balin. Oh my! This is the real-life version of a brave knight fighting against the evil dragon. Balin shot a glance at Jenny behind him, and then took a look at how much life essence he had left, a helpless smile about his lips. Whoosh! A black figure constantly attacked the earth dragon, and everyone else could only see the dust flying at the center of the sight, as well as the constant howls from the dragon. Under the immense pressure from the earth dragon, Balin felt all that Lord Leyland had forced him to learn suddenly bursting out as he became more proficient at some techniques. At this moment, he suddenly felt empty, as if he had lost all of the power he just had. The burst of power from the secret technique is used up, and my life essence has been exhausted. Balin's heart sank, and a black shadow like a steel mace pierced through the armor of light, mercilessly slamming on his chest. Ka-cha, the steel armor caved in, and Balin flew backwards, a large amount of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. No! At the moment he was about to die, he seemed to see the gigantic shadow of the earth dragon, as well as heard a sorrowful wail. What a short life! However, I have no more regrets. With a gentle smile, he froze into his image of Jenny crying hard while on the ground into his memory. How can my student die in such a pointless way? Just as Balin was about to fall unconscious, time seemed to stop, and his surroundings turned black and white. His body seemed to be stuck in mid-air. It's Lord Leyland's voice. He's finally acknowledged me as his student. Balin was overjoyed, his thoughts on this while he was on the verge of death. Next, he felt the steel sword on his right hand constantly becoming warmer till it became burning hot as if he was holding a soldering iron. Wang wang, the sword constantly shook, and a crimson rune appeared on its own accord on the blade. Ah! Balin felt a stream of heat being transmitted from the steel sword, rushing to his lower abdomen where his life essence was congregated. Bang, like the sound of a bottle exploding, the bottleneck to becoming a grand knight, the issue which had been bothering Balin for a long period of time, was crossed. Life energy that was at least 10 times more powerful than before congregated from the life essence at his lower abdomen, and flowed through Balin's limbs. Shah! Balin held his sword and slashed forward. On the surface of the steel sword, red rays from the rune suddenly brightened, and the sheen from a sword streaked through the sky, appearing in front of the earth dragon. Under the black and white rays that had frozen time, the earth dragon was motionless, allowing Balin to aim a slash at its neck. Whoosh! A cold wind blew, and the black and white faded, returning to the usual colorful world. Asterisk Ka-cha. Asterisk. A fine red line appeared at the earth dragon's neck. This line began to spread till it covered the entire neck, and then reddish-green blood constantly flowed out. The gigantic head of the beast fell to the ground. Rumble, after losing its head, the huge body of the goat-horned earth dragon crashed to the ground, like a little earthquake, causing a large amount of dust to fly. What happened to him? Jenny felt a little dizzy. He broke through. He broke through the bottleneck of a grand knight. James mumbled to himself, and then helped Jenny up. Huh, I knew I was a genius. How could I just die like this? Balin, who had escaped death, patted his chest and began to laugh. Seeing him in this state, Jenny felt there was a fire in her chest, almost causing it to explode. You idiot! Jenny threw a white handkerchief at Balin's face. Leaving him alone, she entered the cave with James. Why is she being like this? Balin held the handkerchief in a daze, bewildered. The surviving mercenaries and adventurers silently cleaned the area. They had lost a lot of people, and many of them were their friends or even family. It was very quiet on the battlefield, and not one animal came to disturb the silence. The sun's rays were extremely annoying for the beings that were used to the darkness. Potter Town of Twilight Zone had made use of this aversion and used the sun stones to disperse the creatures of darkness, and could thus develop. James had considered this at the beginning when he threw out the sun stones. 10 minutes later, Jenny and James came out with excitement. Is this the dragon-blooded flower bud? Baylin noticed the plant that seemed like a flower in Jenny's hands. This red flower was the size of a bowl, and there were webs that seemed like blood vessels and veins on the petals. It looked very bizarre. Jenny carefully held the flower bud, as if she were holding some treasure that was as valuable as a city. Yes. With this, my father can be saved, Jenny finally relaxed. Ever since her father had been poisoned, immense pressure had been put on the shoulders of this young girl. Now, she could finally heave a sigh of relief. Thank you. Jenny was so emotional that she hugged Baylin, leaving him stunned at the spot. And all of you. Jenny turned back to the adventurers and mercenaries. Your loyalty and devotion to your role has earned you your rewards. I will give out twice the amount promised, and 5 times that for those who have died. Thank you so much, my lady. A kind and generous person. May the Lord of Darkness protect you. As expected, Jenny's declaration made everyone present cheer. They packed up and began their journey back. On the way back, Baylin kept swinging the steel sword in his hand, wanting to find any strange marks on it. However, after that one burst, this sword had used up all its energy, and no matter how much Baylin prodded it, it did not exhibit any strange features. What a fool! However, only a person with a one-track mind like him is suitable for my cross-blade breathing technique. Baylin's actions were all seen by Lei Lin, who was in Potter Town, through a transparent crystal, and he shook his head. Beside him, a test tube full of reddish-green liquid was thrown aside like rubbish. There's not even a sliver of a powerful bloodline in there. To think it even had the word dragon in its name. Lei Lin sighed. Chapter 303, Farewell. Farewell. Not all myths and folklore were true. On the contrary, many myths have been altered, some even to the extent of the subjective thoughts of the storyteller, hence they were unusually laid with errors. Only Lei Lin's AI chip could analyze and sieve out the most accurate version of the myth from the myriad of mythological information available. As for now, after the blood analysis of the goat-horned earth dragon, Lei Lin discovered that there wasn't a single trace of an ancient bloodline in its blood. Evidently, the myth of the goat-horned earth dragon being born from a giant dragon and another demonic creature was false. However, Lei Lin did not harbor much hope from the start. Even if the goat-horned earth dragon were to contain traces of an ancient bloodline, this strength that did not even reach the stage of an official Magus did not fit his requirements at all. Back in Nightless City, he was clear that even if he could obtain and purify the blood from creatures that contained an ancient bloodline, the creature had to be of a certain level to be of use. As for this standard, after the analysis from the AI chip, the conclusion was that these creatures needed to have the strength to at least rival a rank 3 Magus. In other words, even if the goat-horned earth dragon were to contain traces of an ancient bloodline, Lei Lin had to find one that was the equivalent of a rank 3 Magus. Then, with the help of the AI chip, the purification of the ancient bloodline would be achieved. Ah, a rank 3 Magus. Lei Lin smiled wryly. He had only recently advanced to a rank 2 Magus and the spiritual force he received from his meditation technique were extremely little. Most of the increase in spiritual force came from the giant Kamoyan serpent's bloodline. Although there was nothing wrong with a warlock relying on the strength of his bloodline, Lei Lin did not want his foundations to be unstable. Furthermore, he had advanced to a rank 2 Magus by the age of 40. This speed was extremely astounding on the south coast. Even back in the ancient times, it was considered remarkable. Hence, spending more time for a better foundation was something that he had to do. As he was now, it was unlikely that he could win against a creature with strength equivalent to a rank 3 Magus, even with the help of his ancient bloodline. Those kinds of creatures were terrifying existences, to the point where most rank 3 magi would not dare to face off against such creatures directly. After a brief sigh, Lei Lin let go of the notion of collecting ancient bloodlines. After all, the giant Kamoyan serpent's bloodline was enough for him right now. Moreover, even if he lucked upon another ancient creature's bloodline, it would only be a very valuable research material for him. Once a warlock has chosen an ancient bloodline, there isn't any way to change it. However, things do not seem to stop here. Lei Lin, who was observing Jenny through the crystal ball, frowned as if discovering something. Under the control of his spiritual force, the images in the crystal ball began to change from Jenny's party to the top of a different hill. At this moment, under the shroud of darkness, there were two black figures conversing on the hill. Can't you do your job properly? You actually let them get the dragon-blooded flower bud? The man who spoke had a gruffy voice and his silhouette was extremely fuzzy. He even wore a mask to hide his features. However, Leyland's gaze pierced through the darkness and the mask to see the countenance of the man. The face belonged to a sinister-looking old geezer that had a black skull branded on his forehead. It seemed to have been branded using a hot piece of metal. There were also writhing burn marks that filled the surroundings of the skull. Moreover, there was an energy wave that was not weaker than James. He was a level 3 acolyte and apart from having no magic artifact, his strength was not below that of James. I did not want that to happen to. The youth beside him shuddered, and even he started to stutter. The earlier explosive flaming wolves were already extremely risky. If we were to strike again, they would most likely discover us. Moreover, the goat-horned earth dragon was extremely difficult to lure. Your subordinate, I, thought that the goat-horned earth dragon alone would be enough to stop those people. Although the goat-horned earth dragon was still in its adolescent stages, the might it had far exceeded that of a level 3 acolyte. Only an official Magus would be able to take it down. The old geezer acknowledged the young man's deduction. So then, how did they manage to kill the goat-horned earth dragon? The youth was puzzled. Even if a knight manages to break through, he would at the very most be a grand knight, which wouldn't be enough to change the outcome. I can sense that the air was filled with extremely strong energy waves. It's definitely a powerful existence aiding them secretly. The old geezer looked miserable. The strength revealed was only the corner of an iceberg, yet it could make his hairs stand on end. It felt as he had returned back to his life as a helpless child. He had this premonition that if this force wanted to kill him, it would not have any trouble at all. As for the ability to be able to do that, the person behind this force must have reached the might of a rank 1 Magus. What should we do? Should we continue? The frightened youth went into shock. He knew the identity of this old geezer, but this was an existence that could make even the old man tremble in fear. That existence ought to be an even more powerful magician. Once he thought of this, cold sweat began to drip down his body. He had an urge to turn around and run, never to participate in such a mission again. However, very soon he mocked himself for this thought. Being a covert member of this large organization, how can one leave that easily? Just from the information he held at his fingertips, he was already familiar with the nature of the big boss. If one wants to run or retire, the only way to do it was to lie in a grave. No matter what, we cannot allow that girl to bring the dragon-blooded flower bud back to the eastern region. This is the command of the big boss. The old geezer was extremely stern. Let's go. His cloak swiveled as he vanished into the darkness with the young man. Interesting. How very interesting. Lei Lin smiled wryly after seeing this scene. He had no interest in the petty struggles of these mortals but felt rather intrigued by the one pulling the strings from behind. Power determines everything. In this subterranean world, for the Argus family to be this powerful, there must definitely be an official Magus supporting it from behind the scenes. Perhaps, this is an opportunity to interact with the Magi in the subterranean world. Lei Lin rubbed his chin and entered into a deep thought. Teacher. Teacher. I have returned. Bei Lin dashed in quickly into the little shop with forge and anvils, smiling triumphantly. I have also advanced into a grand knight and plucked the dragon-blooded flower bud for Jenny. As for Lei Lin, he sat at the counter concentrating on brewing his tea filled with yellow fellow petals and green buds, all this while not lifting his head. After cultivating in the breathing technique I've taught you, you managed to advance into a grand knight only now. What a big idiot you are. Also, when have I ever accepted you as my disciple? Bei Lin's smile turned stiff. So. So when I slain that goat-horned earth dragon I heard your voice. The youth began to mutter to himself, back then you have admitted that I was your student, and even helped me to defeat, Arg. Pack, Lei Lin used a vine to lash at Balin's head. This is your imagination, kiddo. Want to be my student? Cultivate for another 10,000 years first. Under the relentless verbal abuse, Balin's head drooped. He was extremely embarrassed now and had the urge to find a hole and hide in it. After slaying the goat-horned earth dragon, he knew that he had hallucinated, but he still wished to make use of this opportunity to make Lei Lin his master. These were also incited by Jenny and James. Evidently, this shameless plan of his failed. Lei Lin would never acknowledge him as his student, which left Balin standing there, not knowing what to say. Ha! Mr. Lei Lin is really a strict teacher. At this moment, Jenny walked in and reduced the awkwardness for Balin. I am just educating this silly little chap. Lei Lin smiled humbly. As for Balin, he heaved a sigh of relief and stood at the side. Actually, for Balin to be able to advance to a grand knight at his age, he is considered to have a remarkable talent. Even in the aspects of the more mysterious arts, I believe he will have exceptionally great talent. Jenny deliberated, Mister, why don't you give him a chance? Although Balin did not quite understand what Jenny meant, he still looked gratefully at Jenny. I am rather strict when it comes to the selection of my students. Lei Lin shook his head and expressed his rejection on the matter. Hearing that, Balin lowered his head again. As for Jenny, she could only give a comforting gaze to him. Your purpose of coming here wouldn't only be to speak about this, would it? Lei Lin sipped on his tea, with no intention to brewing a cup for Jenny as he asked. Actually, picking the dragon-blooded flower bud was only made possible with the help of Mr. Lei Lin. Also, regarding the explosive flaming wolves, I have come here to express my heartfelt appreciation. Jenny curtsied and smiled wryly, with your capabilities, mister, I don't think I can offer you anything that you'll need. However, in the future should you require the assistance of the Argus family, please send along your requests. I, Jenny Argus, solemnly swear by the name of the sun vines, that I will not refuse your bidding. Jenny's face turned solemn as she made an oath. Also, I have come here to bid farewell to you, mister. Wait. Before Lei Lin could speak, Balin opened his mouth in shocked, Jenny, you're leaving. Chapter 304, The Resolution of a Youth. The Resolution of a Youth. Yes. Jenny nodded. The dragon-blooded flower bud will perish soon, and my father will not be able to hold on much longer with his illness. All right then. I wish you a safe journey back to your home. Balin smiled with reluctance. Thank you. Jenny did not speak further. All right. The eastern capital is where the Argus family is, I will pay a visit in the future. Lei Lin sipped on his tea and stretched his right hand, gesturing as a gentleman. If Mr. can come, then it would be the happiest thing that happened to Jenny. Jenny smiled, how about returning home with me? My father would definitely be excited to be your acquaintance. She looked at Balin, of course, big brother Balin, can come too. Hearing this, Balin grew nervous as he looked eagerly at Lei Lin. My apologies. I have no desires to travel right now. Lei Lin declined without hesitation, once again making Balin look down in dismay. Hearing this, Jenny turned silent for a moment, before she curtsied and took her leave. What's wrong? If you have nothing else to do then get to work. Lei Lin roared at Balin. Yes, boss. Balin replied dispiritedly. Hee. Youths. Lei Lin grinned silently. This eastern region was one he would definitely pay a visit to. It was not only the center of the mortals' government, but it was also a gathering place for the magi. It was rumored to have large-scale magic bazaars too. However, going there of his own choice and being invited were two entirely different concepts. With Lei Lin's strength right now, he could do whatever he liked, but it would often attract some unwanted problems. Furthermore, his injuries had not healed completely. Before finding enough methods to curb the emotional instabilities of warlocks, he did not wish to have a high profile. Hence, entering the area inhabited by Magi in the eastern region through the Argus family, was a wise choice. Through the earlier spying done, Lei Lin had guessed that Jenny's road back home would not be smooth sailing. Evidently, Jenny had the same feeling, hence she invited Lei Lin to travel back with her. Lei Lin understood that the most precious things were often unobtainable. Hence he would let Jenny encounter setbacks and beg him before he would help her, creating a false impression in front of her. Moreover, there was an even better reason now. Lei Lin glanced at Bei Lin, who was nurturing his sorrow at the side before his lips curled up at one corner of his mouth. A Magus who was fed up with the dangerous Magus world and was starting to live in seclusion under his apprentice's involvement with a girl, would once again enter the fray of the Magus world. Yes, it seemed like a pretty good excuse to return. As for the age, Magi never bothered with appearances nor age. As for Lei Lin, he could also use his bloodline to change his aura, eyes, body shape and appearances in minute proportions, allowing him to look much older than he was. This was enough to fool many Magi. Jenny journeyed with haste. Once she left the town after bidding Lei Lin farewell, she continued her journey hurriedly. Why? You wish to go after her? Looking at the horse carriage that was gradually turning smaller in the horizon, Bei Lin stood rooted to the spot. Lei Lin could not help himself but mock him. Provoking this youth daily was part of Lei Lin's amusement outside of his cultivation and research. I'll definitely go to the eastern capital. Definitely, but not now. A flame of hope seemed to start burning in Bei Lin's eyes. Boss. No, my lord. Please train me more rigorously. I want to be a man whose name will shake the eastern region, and then look for Jenny there with these achievements. Bei Lin half knelt on the ground, a great ambition, and thirst for power burning in his eyes. Huh, that's good. I like that look in your eyes. Don't worry, I'll give you an even more rigorous training. Lei Lin seemed to be harboring some evil designs. Originally, in such situations, perhaps a young man from a small town would train himself for many years and would then enter the eastern capital, and then take the marquis daughter as his wife. It would be just another common occurrence. But it was unfortunate, or perhaps one could call it inspiring, that, contrary to Bei Lin's own expectations, he would soon be reunited with Jenny. The night that Jenny left, Bei Lin, who had been tortured by Lei Lin for an entire day and was about to crawl into his pitiful bed and get some sleep, was woken up by the sound of a fierce banging on the door. Bei Lin. Lord Lei Lin. This was a woman's voice, filled with fear, and it also belonged to the voice of someone Bei Lin would never forget. It's Jenny. He quickly got up at lightning speed and opened the entrance to the shop. Jenny was standing covered in blood, with James lying on the ground. However, there was a large hole on this poor old man's chest, with some arrows on his back. By the looks of it, he would not be able to live past tonight. Bei Lin, get Lord Lei Lin. Save. Upon seeing Bei Lin, Jenny relaxed and immediately collapsed in a dead faint. Hey! Who's going to tell me what's going on here? Seeing the soft female body in his arms, Bei Lin looked ready to break down. Wait! Wasn't this how it usually went in tales involving knights? Where was the counterattack? Where was the wait? Where was the whole thing about meeting in the capital? Bei Lin hugged Jenny tightly, his mind unable to work. However, at this point, a warm blood gushed out and spilled into Bei Lin's hands, causing him to come back to himself. Lord Lei Lin, we have a problem. The fearful, hoarse voice of the young man seemed to resound throughout Potter Town. Blood and flames. The glinting from a knife, and then the dazzling rays from rank 0 spells. This was the last thing James had seen. Though he had long since known of the malicious ways of Jenny's two uncles, he had never imagined that they would be so gutsy as to ambush them right in the open, that too on the main street. Under the sudden attack, Jenny's temporary guards could not even withstand a single blow. If not for them relying on the marquee magic artifact that the madam had secretly left behind for their use before they left, he and Jenny would not even be able to flee. After that, they returned to Potter Town, escaping and fighting back on the way. James had simply fainted after telling Jenny to obtain Sir Leyland's help. This is. James opened his eyes, bewildered as he stared at the yellow light and the ceiling that he did not recognize. Sir James, you're awake. Balin, who was at the side, quickly came over and tipped a bowl of green liquid into his mouth. Ugh, within the green liquid, there were numerous roots and suspicious things that looked like bugs floating on top. It looked extremely disgusting, and the smell that seemed to come from a sewer assaulted his nostrils, almost causing this old man to black out. What's this? After being forced to drink 2 large gulps, James finally got the chance to push away the large bowl in Balin's hands. He swore that even if he were to die, he would not want to smell this thing again. It's some herbal medicine that Lord Leyland instructed me to boil. It's very helpful towards your injuries. Balin pushed the bowl towards him, looking helpful. No, thank you so much for your help. Does this mean that I'm in Mr. Leyland's shop? How is the young miss? James immediately asked. Don't worry, Jenny is very safe. Balin was a little confused. Do you think you could tell me what happened? He was extremely curious towards the events that had befallen on them, but he felt sorry if he were to call Jenny awake, which was why he was still rather confused about the situation. What else could have happened? James forced out a smile, and then gave a short summary of how Jenny's 2 uncles had arranged an ambush. That's vile. Balin felt aggrieved as he mumbled and then pounded on the table. Pack! The sudden force that exploded caused the wooden table to fall apart. This loud sound also attracted the attention of another person. Sir Leyland, it's all thanks to you this time. After seeing Leyland enter, James struggled to get up and bowed. James himself knew how severely injured he was. After all, it was caused by another level 3 acolyte. However, being able to treat such injuries, Leyland's identity had even become more mysterious. James, you are still sustaining injuries, so no need for such formalities. Leyland smiled gently before tapping on Balin's head. Let us step out and let James have some more rest. Oh. Okay. Balin, who seemed to be dreaming, got up, and as he stepped through the door, he comforted James. Sir James, you should recuperate here quietly, we're safe here. Of course. I have no doubts about that. James replied. How can a place that had an official Magus not be safe? If so, are there any safer places out there? Apart from that, if Leyland wished to help them, Jenny and those 2 uncles of hers caught in the internal strife were only as significant as specks of dust. But what should we do to get Mr. Leyland to help us? James pondered. Through some discreet inquiries made during this period, he had a little more understanding of Leyland. Amongst the people that James knew, this Lord Leyland was aloof, proud, and disliked troublesome matters, hence he seldom appeared in public places. The mortal items were just like floating clouds to him. Apart from training Balin each day, there was no other recreation that Leyland would partake in. Balin. Right, Balin. James clapped his hands, an indescribable light in his eyes. Speak. What's the matter? Leyland looked at Balin, who seemed to be struggling within during the journey to the training grounds, and smiled. My lord, I'd like to take your leave for a period of time and escort Miss Jenny to the eastern capital. Chapter 305, Hitchhike. Hitchhike. The young man's voice was resolute, his fists were clenched and his face flushed. Faint rays of light radiated from his body. So stubborn. Are you sure you won't go back on your words? The moment you go to the eastern capital, I probably will no longer teach you. Leyland had a toying expression on his face. A grand knight isn't anything much. There are probably a whole dozen in Jenny's family. Let's not even talk about the dangers on the way that will probably cause you to lose your life. What are you planning to do after you send her back? Be a captain of some guards at the Argus family? Or perhaps, even worse, become a mercenary? Have you thought of all these? Lei-Lin asked. Bei-Lin had turned pale, but his voice was steady. I know all that. But if I don't send Jenny home safely, my heart will never be at ease. I know this for sure. Fine. You can leave, but you are to never return. Lei-Lin looked at this toy of his that was full of righteousness and gave an ultimatum before returning to his room. Boom. The door slammed shut, leaving Bei-Lin standing outside, silently. Thank you, Bei-Lin. At this moment, a small, cold hand covered Bei-Lin's calloused palm. Jenny, you, Bei-Lin began to stutter as he spoke. A finger that was equally icy, and was rather fragrant, was placed upon Bei-Lin's lips. You don't need to say anything else. Jenny mumbled, and then rested her head on Bei-Lin's shoulders. When I was younger, what I liked the most was leaning against my father's body and resting my head on his chest. Now, can you lend me your shoulders to rest on for a while? Of course. It'll be my pleasure to. Bei-Lin stood there in a daze, his nostrils breathing in the fragrance from Jenny's hair. He did not dare move even a muscle. A night passed and Bei-Lin looked at his crush who had left his side, and also the trace of dampness on his shoulders, before smiling wryly. Let us set off. On a mini horse carriage carrying goods, Bei-Lin wore rugged cloth and dressed as a horse-keeper. As for Jenny and James, they were hiding inside a compartment of the horse carriage. On the four sides of the horse carriage, large torches were lit, dispelling the darkness in the surroundings. Don't worry. They won't be able to discover you. Bei-Lin tried his best to console them. As for Jenny and James, they could only look at each other and smile wryly. As the Lord Marquis's condition was worsening, Jenny and James only had a short respite to nurture their wounds before continuing on the journey. Their employed adventurers and mercenaries were slain in the earlier journey, which made it obvious to everyone that someone was obstructing Jenny and her party. There were no more fools stepping forward to be their valiant protectors. Furthermore, even the Baron who had lost a knight and most of his elite troops felt a deep remorse. The way he looked at Jenny now was as if he was seeing the god of plague. To him, the sooner Jenna, who was like a magnet for bad fortune, left, the better it was. In any case, it would be best that none of the incidents were to happen in the area he oversaw so that he can be acquitted of the blame. This attitude was even more apparent after he received an anonymous letter from the eastern capital. It was to the extent of rejecting to grant Jenny an audience with him. In this feudalistic area, it was like many small kingdoms which were independent. After seeing the Baron act this way, all of the Potter Town citizens did not offer any help to Jenny thereafter. For this small horse carriage, Bei-Lin had to fork out 3 times of the market price to purchase it. The seller even stressed that he would only sell to Bei-Lin, he did not want to even have a buyer-seller relation with Jenny. They simply had no confidence that Bei-Lin could complete this simple purchase. However, what else could they have done to ensure their safety? Looking at the shops selling torches and the weaponry shop which were closed, Jenny and James were in dismay. As for Bei-Lin, he looked even sadder. However, he clenched his teeth and looked at Jenny sitting behind him, before cracking his whip. Pa! The horse carriage began to move, taking the 3 passengers out of this town. Wait a minute, can I hitch a ride? Just when the town behind Bei-Lin gradually grew smaller and when his indecisiveness was at its peak, he heard a voice that sounded heavenly to the ears. Boss. Bei-Lin rubbed his eyes and looked at Lei-Lin wearing black robes with a small knapsack. Immediately, his eyes were filled with guilt and excitement, relief and many other expressions. Lord Lei-Lin. We're extremely grateful for you coming with us. At this moment, Jenny and James popped out from the narrow compartment of the horse carriage and smiled, as if relieved of a heavy burden. From the looks of it, if this mysterious Mr. Lei-Lin was to join them, what more did they need to worry about? It was evident that Jenny and James had joy on their faces no matter how hard they tried to conceal it. Through Bei-Lin, they have successfully made Lei-Lin, this mysterious person who was most likely a Magus, come with them. Even after returning to the eastern region, involving Lei Lin in their scheme was extremely beneficial. As for these petty schemes, Lei Lin had not even needed to guess before he knew their train of thoughts. However, he did not express it explicitly and allowed Bei Lin to escort him up the carriage. With this powerful expert Lei Lin holding the fort, the other three felt much better in an instant. They threw away all that was used to conceal themselves, and also changed the interior of the horse carriage to make it seem like it was carrying passengers instead of goods. They no longer had to squeeze into that small space throughout the journey. Asterisk da da da. Asterisk. The wheels of the horse carriage spun as the two old horses galloped with all their might to travel forth. Master Lei Lin, why are you willing to give up on your shop and come with me to the eastern capital? Bei Lin glanced at Lei Lin, who was resting at a side, restraining himself as much as he could before he asked. Of course it's for you, you fool. How can I be reassured if I let you go alone? Lei Lin opened his eyes and spoke indifferently. Boss, I'm so touched, Bei Lin choked with emotion, sparkling tears gathering in his eyes. If you thought I'd say something like that, you're gravely mistaken. Immediately after, Lei Lin's next words caused Bei Lin to be stunned. Business at Blazing Hammers is not doing well. I've been wanting to go to the eastern capital and find a suitable place to do some business or open a branch. Since you're going, I'll go too since you're already going there. No, you must be lying to me. You must be here because you're worried about me, right boss? Bei Lin looked ready to break down, while Jenny and James looked like they wanted to laugh, but did not dare do so. Just think whatever you want to think. Lei Lin stared, speechless, at this fellow who was a bit too egotistical. He spoke indifferently and snuggled into his clothes, seemingly entering a deep sleep. However, in his heart, he thought, AI chip, show me my current stats. Beep. Lei Lin Farlier. Rank 2 Warlock, Bloodline, Giant Kamoyan Serpent. Strength, 21.1, Agility, 14.4, Vitality, 27.9, Spiritual Force, 77, 104.3, Magic Power, 77. Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Status, Sea of Consciousness is fragmented. Part of Spiritual Force is solidified. Over these 2 years, Lei Lin constantly used potions to heal his injuries. At this point, the injuries on his body had mostly recovered. However, healing the damage done to his Sea of Consciousness and his Spiritual Force was a very slow process, causing Lei Lin to start feeling impatient. Hence, after his emotions due to his warlock bloodline had erupted, he had decided to go to the eastern capital and find a way to increase the rate of this process. After expelling the mark from the rank 3 Magus Alric, he could now release part of his spiritual force and return his strength to that of a peak rank 1 Magus. Whether in the South Coast or in Twilight Zone, Magi with this power could go on a rampage. As long as one did not meet with a Magus above rank 2, they were basically tyrants. Though the Twilight Zone had a lot of high-grade meditation techniques, there were still some differences in the overall strength as compared to the South Coast. Lei Lin, who also trained in a high-grade meditation technique, was very clear about these differences. The high-grade meditation techniques passed down from ancient Magi could help a Magus get stronger at every rank with all sorts of amazing powers along the way, but there were still a few obvious disadvantages. After training up to a certain point, regular mortal resources were of no use to them, and only bizarre or even items from another world would be able to help one progress in one's meditation technique. If not, one would get stuck at some point. In ancient times, Magi took over world after world and amassed vast amounts of resources. Also, the connection between Twilight Zone and the external world still existed, so this wasn't a problem. However, the troublesome matter was, not only had Twilight Zone lost its supply of resources from other worlds, it had even lost contact with the subterranean world itself. Certain high-grade meditation techniques were extremely harsh when it came to the materials needed, and they also could not be substituted. Hence, though the percentage of Magi here was a lot higher than in the South Coast, there was probably the same number of rank 2 magi on both sides. As for rank 3 magi, Leyland guessed they would be even lesser in number here than in the south coast. After all, the higher the rank of a magus, the rarer the materials they needed. This was even more so for magi who used high-grade meditation techniques. Without the help from these precious resources, magi could only use time and make the occasional tiny amount of progress in these techniques. Such a speed would be enough to make a magus have a nervous breakdown. Most magi used most of their lifetime and still could not break through the first level of their meditation technique, and were filled with unwillingness to accept their fate and were full of regrets at the time of their deaths. Chapter 306, Station Troops. Station Troops. But Leyland's advanced meditation technique, Kamoyan's pupil, also required specific resources. If it wasn't for the fact that he got his hands on the meat of the ancient thousandite starfish by pure luck, then even Leyland had no clue how long it would have taken him to completely remodel his heart, and thereby become a rank 2 magus. Besides, compared to other advanced meditation techniques, the criteria for warlocks were much harsher. One mustn't forget, to train in Kamoyan's pupil, one must first possess the ancient bloodline of the giant Kamoyan serpent. Just this one prerequisite was enough to stump most acolytes. Whether it was the South Coast or Twilight Zone, there were very few beings with ancient bloodlines. They were practically extinct. Any acolyte that wanted to obtain a bit of the essence from an ancient bloodline would find this task even more difficult than advancing to become an official magus. Take Kamoyan's pupil for example. If one does not try to obtain the bloodline of the giant Kamoyan snake or the black coral snake and instead settled for the next best thing, even getting blood from the matured Manchester snake, which had the strength of an official magus, was an impossible task for level 3 acolytes. High-grade meditation techniques had very harsh requirements, and they were not something that magi from remote areas, such as the Twilight Zone, could fulfill. Hence, though there were more ancient inheritances left behind here than in the South Coast, the power on both sides was about the same, or perhaps the Twilight Zone's power was inferior to the South Coast's. With the passage of time, everything is advancing. Having thought this through, Leyland couldn't help but sigh. Though the South Coast had not been able to gain the full inheritance, the magi of the younger generations were just as talented and as good as the ancient magi were at researching. In a situation where they lacked specific resources, they had independently come up with another way for magi to advance, using grime water and breaking through by way of stimulation through a rank 1 spell model. Though this took a toll on a magus life force and even hindered their future, the price to rise to rank 1 and 2 was still affordable. At least compared to high-grade meditation techniques which required precious materials, though there were many needs for resources using this simplified version, these could be satisfied using materials from the South Coast itself. This had thus allowed for the prosperity of the South Coast. The top-grade materials were all gathered and collectively provided to magi with high-grade meditation techniques, guaranteeing that they could develop their top-notch battle power and maintain their governance. Things are improving over time. Though the choice of the magi in the South Coast in using the simplified version was not the best choice, it was likely the most suitable for the land of the South Coast. Leyland sighed. Although the amount of ancient inheritances on the South Coast were not incomparable with those in Twilight Zone, he had never seen so many magi who were so fixated on the power of the ancient magi. They would kill each other in order to receive even a part of a broken inheritance. But the magi of the Twilight Zone have a lot of magi training in high-grade meditation techniques, which proves that there must be even more resources from ancient times here than in the South Coast. This might be a chance for me. Leyland brightened up. For him, gathering high-grade meditation techniques, filling up his database, completing Sacred Flame, and simulating the content of the 4th level of Kamoyan's pupil were some of his goals. His other purpose was to gain precious materials from the subterranean world, as well as items that might be helpful in progressing in high-grade meditation techniques. Be careful now, the hills which we were ambushed previously are ahead. At this moment, James spoke and broke the silence. Balin immediately gripped his longsword. As for Leyland, he did not even budge an inch. To him, an ambush from a level 3 acolyte was just a joke. The horse carriage continued forward, and very soon, hills surrounded them on both sides. The large trees which grew to the skies projected sinister-looking shadows on the ground, which was also the perfect place for an ambush. On the ground, there were large amounts of footprints and traces of blood, even the surrounding rocks and trees were covered with numerous arrows and scars made from sword slashes. Although the ambush happened some time ago, even with people covering up the tracks, it was not too difficult to imagine the gruesome scene that had happened. Upon seeing all of this, Jenny's body quivered and she immediately went back to the horse carriage. As for James, he heaved a sigh. Miss Jenny is but a 15-year-old girl. All of this is too grim and too early for her. Since she was born and raised in a noble family, she has enjoyed the elegant lifestyle and glory of being a noble. However, she also must undertake the responsibilities of one, regardless of her age or gender. This is her calling. At this moment, Lei Lin, who had been simulating the high-grade meditation technique Sacred Flame, spoke with wisdom. Lord Leyland's words possess a philosophical element to them. James smiled and praised, but Lei Lin's eyes lit up. Just then, he had tried a different simulation of the Sacred Flame. After hearing James speak, he replied with his own feelings. However, when he did so, there was no doubt behind his words. Is this the power of Lady Fate? I seem to have glimpsed part of her silhouette. Lei Lin grinned. He already had some understanding that Sacred Flame was linked with the powers of destiny. The way to advance was also extremely bizarre. One had to absorb a mysterious item at the peak of where destinies clash before advancing. As for fate, it revolved around the world. It is no surprise then that in legends many heroes were always supported by one or two magi who could read prophecies. It was all for mutual benefits. Only by being with these main characters who were destined for great things would the powerful strength of destinies converge. Every time they were to make a huge decision, it was when the convergence of fate was at its peak. For magi cultivating in this high-grade meditation technique, they first had to appreciate this great power and even be swept by it. To these children of destinies, the magi had to attempt and adapt to change the outcome. During this progress, they often had to obtain mysterious, yet specific, items in order to advance and level up their meditation technique. Fate and foretelling. What wondrous might! Leyland's gaze swept past Baylin, Jenny, and James. It seemed like, amongst these three, there was someone who would be able to change the entire history of the Twilight Zone. However, as Leylin had merely simulated Sacred Flame and did not actually train in this meditation technique, as well as it being incomplete, he could not tell who would be the person to change history. Even so, Leylin knew for sure that the methods of the Botelli family in using their ancestors' spirits by force was a very malicious practice. Sacred Flame. What a wondrous meditation technique. Leylin could tell that even in ancient times, high-grade meditation techniques that could foretell the future were very, very rare. However, he had no intentions of changing his meditation technique. Not taking into consideration the incompleteness of the meditation technique itself, Jenna's strange demise was still vivid in his mind. He did not want to become the next Jenna. Besides, he did not trust this ability that could tell the future. In Leyland's eyes, the future constantly changed and could not be fathomed. Even if he could occasionally catch hold of a few scenes, it did not necessarily mean that he could control the future. This was a difference in philosophy, and one where Magi had the most varied opinions. For this reason, even if Leylin changed his meditation technique to train in Sacred Flame, he would definitely not be enlightened and might even cause significant damage to his sea of consciousness due to the technique itself. However, Leylin was still drooling at the mouth within his heart about this ability. Even though the prophecies might be false, under many circumstances they were important references and supplementary information sources. Perhaps after completing the Sacred Flame technique and propagating it, I can strip off some of the power from the people who have cultivated in it and create some item with magical properties. Leylin suddenly came up with an idea, and the moment it was formed, it took root deep in his mind. Exactly. If I do this, while training, I can still see the situation and obtain information firsthand and constantly perfect the technique. Even if I fail, I'll only lose some spiritual force and a bunch of resources, but I won't suffer much damage. If I succeed, I'll be the envy of even rank 3 magi. The carriage passed a hill with no troubles and then came to a field. James and Baylin, who had been extremely nervous and on edge the entire time, heaved sighs of relief. It was impossible for them to be ambushed on flat ground, which was why they could relax. Lulu. Just as Leylin was pondering about his thoughts, the sounds of horses galloping from a far distance could be heard. A bright ray of light appeared on the horizon far away, and it quickly turned into a black cloud. Many knights wearing black leather armor on dark horses charged swiftly like a hurricane. They held on to the reins with their right hands and in their left hands they held on to blazing torches. Very soon, many knights surrounded the small horse carriage that Balin's party was in. Garrison troops from the Leylon castle. Madmen. Crazy. They actually deployed troops to surround us. There was incomparable fear on James' face before it quickly turned into despair. Magi were extremely powerful and could regard regular humans as ants. However, this scenario of surrounding regular people using troops was different. To high-level magi, no matter how many regular humans there were, it was but one more death word for them. Just the radiation emitted from magi's bodies would leave the regular humans to die in anguish. However, James, who was an acolyte, did not have such terrifying strength. He had once thought of a scenario: if he were faced with 100 or less troops, he could deploy guerrilla warfare and kill them all. However, if there were more, he would not be able to do that. Chapter 307, Earthquake. Chapter 307 Earthquake. A Magus' spiritual force and magic power were not infinite. Even if they had extraordinary strength, they would still suffer from natural limitations. Even if James was a level 3 acolyte, when faced with a troop of 100 elite soldiers, he could only retreat. The opponent's side had too many people, and even if they lined up for him to kill them, his pitiful amount of spiritual force and magic power would not be sufficient to kill them all. And if these soldiers were all replaced with cavalrymen? Hopelessness had already started invading James' heart. Being surrounded by that many cavalrymen, the most he could do was to escape by himself with that magic artifact of his, leaving behind Jenny. But, we have Lord Leylin with us now. There shouldn't be any problem. James glanced at Leylin and forced himself to calm down. A situation where a squadron composed of magicians and civilian troops fighting each other has never before occurred in the history of Twilight Zone. After all, no lord would stupidly provoke an official magus. Moreover, as far as magi were concerned, they could use stealth and cast spells and could easily end the life of the perpetrator, so why should he unnecessarily waste his time? If Lord Leylin really was an official magus, then they need not be worried about this danger. James inwardly comforted himself with these encouraging thoughts, and then he heard Balin's nervous, almost filled with fear voice asking, "Who are you all?" Although he had advanced and become a Grand Knight, but it was evident that his attitude had not adjusted to this fact. After looking at the expressionless and dense army, the small city resident's heart welled up with fear. With the horses neighing in the background, a small path opened up among the ranks of the cavalry. An old fellow wearing a black Chinese suit, and with the mark of a human skull on his forehead, walked out. "Rhodes, it really is you. You went as far as to dare station some troops here, are you not worried about being punished?" The expression on James' face was an odd mixture of fury and regret. "My beloved older brother, it is me." Rhodes sneered. "Older brother?" The stunned Baylin had only now discovered that if that sinister mark branded on Rhodes' face was removed, he would closely resemble James. "We are all employed by the Argus family. Thus, there is no need for the soldiers to face off against each other with swords." James tried one last compromise. "Brother James. It's because I want to prove that I'm better than you. Even in the aspect of choosing my leader. It will definitely be the next head of the Argus family." Rhodes' expression seemed to express a deep-rooted hatred. If it is about the matter that happened during our childhood years, I will apologize to you for that. I can even kneel before you. Nevertheless, Rhodes, one must not enter this vortex, as it can kill you. He, saying these things now, what's the use? Rhodes gave an eerie smile and came over. All of you. Annoying. Lei Lin, who was in front of the carriage, frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. Just as he had thought over and improved his plan, it was suddenly disrupted by this Rhodes, and soon, an evil fire approached Rhodes. Is this Lord Lei Lin? Rhodes gave a deep bow. In front of this person who had a high certainty of being an official Magus, he did not dare to be disrespectful. This is an internal affair of the Argus family. Moreover, our family's Lord Siegfried is also a respected Lord Magus. He also wishes he can meet you. No. You lie. Grandpa Siegfried has been deceived by you. Lei Lin still did not respond. Jenny jumped up, in a straight sudden manner like the tail of a kitten when it was frightened or angry. The official Magus of the Argus family is known as Siegfried, eh? It seems he is the common ancestor for both these troops. Lei Lin felt some pity for this Magus. His own descendants, for the sake of gaining power, were beating up each other. Maybe all of this gives him a headache. Or maybe he doesn't care about such things. After all, a Magus' lifespan was very long. By the time a few generations have passed by, whatever affection and such emotions that said Magus had towards his family would have become very diluted. I do not care who has Siegfried's backing, but, I believe you are blocking my way. Now, step aside at once. Lei Lin frankly chided him. The one Rhodes mentioned was just a level 1 Magus, who certainly couldn't induce fear in him, but he was extremely disgusted with Rhodes' attitude. This kind of scolding, clearly made Rhodes feel deflated, and he stood there looking foolishly around him. His face also turned red. His every effort and achievements were like jokes in the eyes of his family. This is unfair. Again I hear such a tone. And again I am being subjected to such an expression. And in my childhood, my older brother was also the same. Why is he stronger than me in everything? Why do all the good things happen to him and not me? Rhodes's eyes turned redder. Moreover, it isn't clear whether that Lei Lin is an official Magus or not. There exists a probability that he is just someone that slut Jenny hired to scare me. Rhodes firmly waved his hand, charge. The multitude soldiers received the order and immediately charged forth. Even if you are an official Magus, so what? Facing so many knights, your spiritual force wouldn't last long. After this mission is done with, if worst comes to worst, I will just hide myself within the Argus family and live comfortably. Anyways, with me under Lord Siegfried's protection, what can you do? Rhodes eyed Lei Lin resolutely, his face turning the shade of an abnormally faint red. My lord. Jenny. You both please go ahead. Lei Lin then pulled out his long sword and his whole body swelled up like a balloon. He resembled a small giant as he blocked the carriage from harm. After the enemy made their charge, he made his battle preparations and roused the secret night techniques that Lei Lin had instructed him in. Also, the reason behind Rhodes's unusual facial change was immediately accurately revealed within Lei Lin's eyes. His pupils are unusually dilated. The blood flow in his brain has accelerated by 34%, a clear symptom of damage to his spirit. Seeing the deranged-looking Rhodes, Lei Lin was somewhat clear on why the opponent was acting so unbridled. The studies of Magi were extremely dangerous. Any forms of expression could very well sacrifice the Magus life into it. Furthermore, once there was a slight mistake in important matters that concern the consciousness, meditation, and spiritual force, many detrimental outcomes could be created. This Rhodes clearly received some harm to his sea of consciousness when he advanced to become a level 3 acolyte. He cannot completely control his spirit and his emotions, and so he appears rather nervous. However, the reason why Rhodes went mad is only a small matter. Lei Lin only gave him a slight gaze before he focused his attention on the charging cavalry, his mouth displaying a slight sneer. The charging troops had approximately 200 people. It seems as if the entirety of the Lilan castle had come to battle. All of them had donned excellent quality armor, and the pikes and huge battle axes they wielded carried a sharp, cold glint. 200 mounts charged forth, and the ground started to quake, and under this mighty launch, Bei Lin only resembled a small, bemused ant. This kind of battle formation would even cause a Magus to frown, but Lei Lin stood calmly as if nothing of importance was happening. Why do you all always use a common man's way of thinking against a Magus? He lightly sighed, and a faint khaki-colored light fell to the ground from his hands. Hisses, this light was as tiny as a firefly, and it looked as if a puff of breath blown on it would extinguish it. After the khaki-colored light appeared on the ground, it promptly vanished from sight, as if it had fused into the soil, and immediately ripples of tremors began to disperse out from the place where the light blended into the soil. Asterisk bang. Boom. Boom. Bang. Bang, asterisk. The tremors began to extend in all directions as if several dominoes had been struck down, and the tremors gained and dispersed more and more power. Finally, there even occurred an earthquake. Asterisk krararak. Asterisk, the ground began to split open. The huge shockwaves made the knights feel as if they were caught in the crossfire of bullets. The surroundings quickly looked like as if there were waves from the sea surging forth, causing continuous tremors. Arg! Earthquake! My horse, save me, my legs are broken. The rifts began to open from the night at the forefront before they soon covered the ground of where the whole cavalry was. Along with the tremors, many horses stumbled and even threw their knights atop them down. The ear-splitting bone cracks, the neighing of the horses were all covered by the tremors that the earthquake caused. Only Bei Lin and James with a certain level of physical ability could barely make out the noise. Rumble. The shock wave swept away all the soldiers and still continued on further till they dissipated. As for the consumption of this spell, it was barely 5 spiritual force points. Magi wielded intelligence, not brute strength. What Lei Lin did earlier was to calculate the conditions of the surroundings, before using very little force to cause a devastating earthquake using the butterfly effect. Just one strike. A crushing defeat. More than 200 cavalrymen were now dead. The wails of the injured and broken bits of limbs left Rhodes in utter shock. How can he be this powerful? Rhodes roared within his heart before he frantically turned away to escape. Bei Lin. Go capture him. Lei Lin pointed at Rhodes. However, Bei Lin stood there stupefied, not moving an inch. Aren't you going? Lei Lin flicked his finger, only to have a translucent palm slap the back of Bei Lin's head. Oh. Okay. Only then did Bei Lin regain his senses, running towards the direction Rhodes had escaped in. Mr. Lei Lin. No, Lord Lei Lin. Pardon my presumptuous question. But what is your rank as an official Magus? Just then, James paid his respects to Lei Lin using the most revered formality, with Jenny following suit behind. Me? Lei Lin grinned, I'm just a rank 1 Magus who is shuffling his feet in front of the door of truth. So you are indeed an official Magus. Please pardon our disrespect to you earlier. After hearing the words from Lei Lin's own mouth, Jenny and James sighed in relief. They once again bowed to Lei Lin before an uncontrollable glee filled their eyes. Chapter 308, Weeping Ghost Grounds. Weeping Ghost Grounds. My lord. I've captured that old man. Along with Bei Lin's voice, there was a low thud as if someone was being tossed to the ground. All right. Let's go see your little brother. Lei Lin laughed and left first, with James and Jenny trailing behind him. Outside the carriage, Bei Lin was holding a large steel sword, his clothes tattered, thus revealing his firm muscles, and his skin also seemed to be glistening. He was staring at the old man in black clothing. The old man still had the brand of a black skull on his face. This was naturally Rhodes, who had just escaped. If one talked about strength, this level 3 acolyte wouldn't be so easily taken down by Balin, a grand knight. However, Leyland had first done something to Rhodes' body, and Rhodes himself had lost confidence after seeing how terrifying Leyland was. This was how he had been able to be captured by Balin and brought here. "My lord, how should we deal with him?" Balin swung his large sword at Rhodes, an evil grin on his face. However, knowing Balin, he was simply intimidating Rhodes. Seeing his brother who had chosen to embark on the wrong path, James' expression was complicated. A few times he opened his mouth to say something but quickly shut up. After all, Leyland was the one in charge here. Besides, Rhodes had been caught by Leyland's disciple, so he did not have the authority to deal with his brother. You can't kill me." Rhodes gasped, body seemingly tied up by an invisible rope. Blood rushed up to his face, leaving him flushed. "Oh. And why is that?" Leyland asked with a smile. I'm part of the Argus family. If you kill me, Master Siegfried won't let you off," Rhodes answered while struggling. "Dream on." Before he even finished speaking, he was interrupted by Jenny. The young girl's face was filled with contempt. "You're just the conferred title of a subject in the family. Even if you're a level 3 acolyte, who do you think Master Siegfried would choose to listen to, an official magus or an acolyte?" These words were like a sharp arrow, directly piercing into Rhodes' heart and causing him to turn pale. As long as these conferred subjects did not possess any land, to put things nicely, they could be said to be subjects of the family. In reality, they were high-grade servants of the Argus family, and this was also Rhodes' position. In addition, even Siegfried would not offend a magus of the same ranking over an acolyte. "I'm afraid in Grandpa Siegfried's heart, even if my uncles or even father were to offend a Lord Magus, he would send them over to the magus as an apology." The girl looked at Rhodes, who seemed to have lost his spine and had no intentions of taking revenge, and instead took pity on him. Siegfried was a very distant relative of theirs. His family tree had probably branched away 7 to 8 generations ago. Whether it was Jenny's father, her uncles, or anybody in the family who would take control of the Argus family, it didn't matter who it was as long as they had the blood of the Argus family. Losing one of the families, who was a hindrance, would not really be a large issue for Siegfried. Only after gaining enough strength is it possible for magi to make connections with each other. Jenny clenched her fists tightly, her desire for power intensifying. "One day, I will advance to become an official magus." In that moment, Balin seemed to see boundless starlight shining from Jenny's eyes. "How about him? What should we do?" Balin scratched his head. Seeing James, who seemed to want to say something, he was getting a headache. "Let him go," Leyland suddenly exclaimed. "My lord." James was evidently pleasantly surprised and half knelt. "I thank my lord for his benevolence on behalf of my useless brother." It was obvious that he still thought highly of his biological younger brother. However, the one calling the shots here was Leyland. Without fully understanding Leyland's intentions, he did not dare say a word for fear it would cause Miss Jenny trouble. Now that Leyland was letting Rhodes go, gratefulness could be seen in his eyes. "Since Lord Leyland has spoken, I have no objections," Jenny spoke up, though James smiled wryly in his heart. This tone meant she was furious with him. However, for his brother, he persevered. Shio. An invisible rope was pulled on by Leyland, and Rhodes was made to stand up. "Leave. Don't let me see you again." Balin pushed Rhodes and pretended to be threatening him by gesturing with his sword. Rhodes totally ignored Balin's threats and glanced at his brother James, a complication expression on his face, and quickly left. All this time, he did not dare to take a glance in Leyland's direction. Leyland laughed. This was just a level 3 acolyte who was basically like an ant in his eyes. It didn't matter to him whether Rhodes was killed or released. However, since this could earn him a good impression, why not? He believed that he needed to return to the side of people who abide the law and were kind. Even if he didn't feel this way at all in his heart, it was necessary to display that image on the outside. When associating with a Magus who was a stranger to them, a good reputation would lower many people's guards. For instance, right now, James and Jenny's eyes no longer showed the prudence and cautiousness they originally had. Now, there was more admiration and respect towards him. Rhodes was extremely intelligent. After knowing Leyland's status as an official Magus, he wisely chose not to bother them with their journey any longer. Just like this, the undisturbed journey went past many towns, allowing Leylin and Baylin to learn more about this place. Twilight Zone was not a peaceful area, and places, where the sun, stone and light were not able to reach, were filled with many darkness-type creatures. Moreover, apart from humans, there were many other intelligent species which inhabited such areas. Along the way, Leylin met several handsome-looking mice-men the size of human kids that rode large spiders as their steeds. They seemed to be a type of elf. According to Jenny, these were dark elves that even had a kingdom in the areas where light did not reach. The might of their species was about the same as humans. Of course, the creatures which were the greatest threat to Leylin and their party were those lurking in the shadows. Without flames or the sun stone to dispel the darkness, these creatures would swarm forward like mosquitoes, devouring unaware travelers to bits. Hence, to travel in Twilight Zone, apart from having enough fire starter items or sunstones, power was a necessity. Otherwise, the only outcome was having regrets after becoming feces in the desolate field. Of course, all of these proved no threat in front of Leylin, an official Magus. Even if it was a horde of the most brutal creatures, they were just cute little pets in front of him, which could be broken apart easily. Reverence filled Jenny and James' eyes as they looked at Leylin, who had closed his eyes for meditation. Leylin had lent a hand several times along the journey. But just this power was the corner of the iceberg that Leylin possessed. It was enough to leave Jenny and James in utter shock and reverence. All those times when he struck might exceed the guardian of the Argus family, Siegfried. However, just at this moment, the horse carriage which had been moving stopped. Lord Leylin. Jenny and Sir James. In front of us is the Weeping Ghost grounds, should we make a detour? Baylin opened the door and in one of his hand, he held a broken piece of the map. On the map, the area that they were about to reach was the Weeping Ghost grounds. It was circled in red, with several splatters of red ink that made it seem like spilled blood. We're going to the eastern capital, and the fastest way is through the Weeping Ghost grounds. This will save us a good half of the total time. If we're making a detour, we must head north to the Jerry Basin, and then through the Sicily Valley. This will cost us a lot of time. James explained to Leylin. So then, what special dangers are there in the Weeping Ghost grounds? Leylin asked as his interest was piqued. From James' speech, it seemed like he had also approved of this route. Of course, all this was only possible if Leylin was with them. The Weeping Ghost grounds is a very famous forbidden area in the whole of the Twilight Zone. It is said that two powerful magi had a battle here, hence causing many mysterious types of phenomenon and power lurking within, which are still present up till now. James was extremely solemn. History has it that the Weeping Ghost grounds has gobbled up many adventurers who doubted the myth. Mercenaries, knights, acolytes and once even an army of 10,000. According to myths, one official Magus had once managed to pass through the Weeping Ghost grounds. According to his description, there seemed to be many spirit bodies within the area. These spirit bodies were filled with malicious intents. Once someone were to enter the area, they would be relentlessly chased after. Spirit bodies, huh? That really brings back memories. Leylin grinned. He had dived deeper into his research of spirit bodies. There were not many magi who were more competent than him in this field. It could be said that the least of his fears was a spirit body. Furthermore, since a Magus had already successfully passed through this area, then it would most likely not be very dangerous. We'll head through the Weeping Ghost grounds then. I wish to see the traces of previous generation magi. Leylin laughed as he spoke. As for James and Jenny, glee was written all over their faces. Chapter 309, Lost. Lost. The Argus family's marquee illness demanded immediate attention, and time was running short. If they were unable to send the dragon-blooded flower bud back to the marquis on time, he would very likely be poisoned to death. By then, Jenny's two uncles would have most likely seized control of the internal powers within the Argus family. This was a scene that Jenny was not willing to witness. However, to let her and James pass through the Weeping Ghost grounds? That would only be courting death. Hence, after hearing that Leylin agreed to it, Jenny and James were exhilarated. "Oh, I got this. So, we'll pass through the Weeping Ghost grounds, right? This name is really distasteful." Balin spoke casually and returned to the driver's seat, before cracking his whip. As a local, the only knowledge he knew of his world was Potter Town and the nearby woody wastelands. Due to the limited traffic and deficiency of information that Potter Town received, he had no knowledge of other places. In fact, this was his first time traveling. Along with the horse neighing and the creaking made from the spokes of the wheels of the horse carriage, they gradually entered the area of the Weeping Ghost grounds. As the Weeping Ghost grounds was labeled a forbidden area, very few travelers dared to tread through it. The roads had long since been abandoned, with many weeds and shrubs growing on the sides. Balin could barely recognize the tracks that were once used as they traveled on uneven ground. As the horse carriage went deeper into the Weeping Ghost grounds, a layer of thin mist veiled the area, slowly engulfing their surroundings. At first the mist was rather mild, but as it got denser, their vision was reduced to only a distance of 5 meters from the horse carriage. Lord Leylin. The mist is too dense now. Balin slowed the pace of the horse carriage. To be going quickly under such poor conditions was simply seeking death. "I got this." Leylin waved his right arm, and a thread of grey mist swirled in his palm. It was dispersed in one moment, yet they converged immediately after. "There's a bit of chilliness in this aura. Also, it's not purely made from water vapors." He then ordered, "AI chip, analyze components." Beep. Mission establishing, gathering source material, analysis beginning, the AI chip's voice intoned. Very soon, a composition image appeared in front of Leylin's eyes. The main component of this mist is water at 98.2%. There are also mixed amounts of salt, protein and other digestive enzymes. Through comparison with the database, it is determined to be the tears of a human. Accuracy, 99.99%. The AI chip's reply shocked Leylin a bit. After a moment had passed, the corners of his lips curled upwards. "Using tears as mist. Interesting. I have even caught a whiff of some spirit bodies in this. Lord Leylin, is there anything wrong?" Jenny and James looked at Leylin, their eyes filled with worry. During the AI chip's analysis, outsiders could only perceive Leylin staring blankly for a second before grinning to himself. Weeping Ghost grounds was a forbidden area established atop countless skeletons. If not for this official Magus, Leylin, standing guard this time, Jenny and James would not have dared to approach this area. Furthermore, even with Leylin around, Jenny and James were still wary after entering the Weeping Ghost grounds and did not let their guard down for a single moment. "Lord Leylin. The mist is too much, I've lost my way." At this moment, Balin stopped the horse carriage and turned back with an apologetic expression. How can this happen?" Jenny and James looked at each other before stepping out of the horse carriage. Very soon, they were stupefied by the amount of mist there was. In front of the horse carriage were 3 forked paths. They seemed to be like branches of an ancient tree, winding and crooked, heading towards different directions. There stood a badly damaged, rotten wooden signpost with countless vines creeping on it. On the sign, the black words which had almost faded away were the names of the different paths and even had arrowheads pointing to their locations. Hut of the Weeping Woman, Paradise of Wailing Creatures, Jones Pastry Shop. What strange names are these? Jenny was bewildered. "I haven't been here before, but according to the map there should only be one path, nothing like forked paths of any sort. It seems like we've met with some trouble." James sighed exasperatedly, but deep down he felt a little more relieved. Previously, he did not know what terrors were hidden inside the Weeping Ghost grounds, which made him be on guard all the time. However, now that trouble had presented itself, he felt a little better. At the very least, now that some troubles had appeared, their party had to solve them. HNG. Petty tricks. At this moment, Lei Lin walked out too. As he saw the sign, his expression showed distaste. Very soon, a layer of red light flashed past Lei Lin's pupils, and the surroundings underwent a tremendous change. The gray mist immediately thinned, revealing many bizarrely shaped trees. As for the signpost, many tiny three-headed snakes and toads now covered the words which were previously there. These are only the effects of poltergeists, affecting the mental soundness of regular humans and even acolytes. If it's only up to this extent, it would be such a disappointment. Now I will lead the way, and you will just follow my movements. Lei Lin let Jenny and James sat in the horse carriage as he took up the role of assistant driver. Yes, my lord. After Lei Lin sat beside him, Balin inhaled a deep breath, feeling much more relieved than before. Which way do we go? None of those paths, head to the extreme right. Lei Lin sneered at the originally pitched forks. At this moment, in Lei Lin's vision, the three paths had all disappeared, turning into three huge caves that were covered by trees. If the horse carriage entered those areas, they would definitely meet with a dead end. Once they had deviated from the main path, they would be trapped in there. But, those are granite rocks. How are we going to travel through that? Balin scratched his head. The direction that Lei Lin had pointed in was where a large granite rock sturdily stood, with algae growing on it. Pack, before Balin could finish talking, he was smacked on the head by Lei Lin. Just go where I tell you to, why do you have so much rubbish to say? Balin wailed, but his experiences and training with Lei Lin allowed him to quickly follow the instructions given. The horse carriage moved forward, charging towards the 10-meter-tall granite rock. Hey. There are only 5 more meters, should we stop now? Balin questioned Lei Lin as he rode forward. However, as no reply was given, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and urge the horses forward. 3 meters. 1 meter now. Balin cried in alarm, but at the very end he gave up and shut his eyes. Pop! As the head of the horses crashed into the granite rock, the expected impact and cries did not happen. Balin widened his eyes in shock, and very soon a strange sight occurred. The heads of the 2 horses had already extended into the huge granite rock. Looking at this scene, it seemed like the huge rock had swallowed them. The huge rock continuously engulfed the horses from their head to their necks, to their back and tails, and finally towards Balin. Yikes! Balin unconsciously extended his right hand to block the impact, but very soon a flash appeared in his vision. Pop. A feeling like walking past a wall of water came onto him, as Balin looked at the surroundings in awe. After passing through the granite rock, the mist thinned by a considerable amount. With the torches carried by the horses and the frightening physical abilities as a Grand Knight, Balin's vision had already extended to over a dozen meters. On both sides of the road were black birch trees, growing in an orderly fashion. In the middle was a small path, which was where the horse carriage was traveling on. As for the original 3 forked pitches, they had completely vanished by now. Did we stumble upon some strange illusory spell earlier? As a level 3 acolyte, James was the quickest to understand what had happened. However, Lei Lin did not answer his question. On the contrary, he turned even more solemn, much more than when he looked at the pitched forks. The direction is wrong. This isn't the scene that I saw earlier. In his earlier observation, the correct path that Lei Lin saw should have been a small road laid with brambles, but not such a neat and orderly-looking road like this. Don't tell me that I have also been influenced by the illusion earlier. Lei Lin's face turned dark. However, the astonishment deep within his heart far surpassed what his face revealed. He was already a rank 2 warlock. Although he was injured, a simple spirit body could no longer affect his senses. AI chip. Scan the surroundings. Leyland rubbed his temples and ordered as a flash of blue light glowed in his eyes. Beep. Mission establishing, beginning scan. Alert. Alert. Due to unknown interference, the scan is unable to be accomplished. We'll try again in 1 second, BZZT. BZZT. The AI chip responded. However, very soon the feedback received was like a broken tape mixed with a radio with no signals, giving off a buzzy feedback noise. This piercing noise grew louder and louder, finally turning into the ear-piercing wail of a woman. Woo, woo. This noise filled Leyland's head, making him dizzy. Have you guys heard anything? I think I hear a woman crying. In reality, Baylin muttered. He soon received the responses of Jenny and James, us too. Over there. James suddenly pointed. Leyland also looked in the direction James had indicated, and under a rotten birch tree, a woman wearing a long black dress was crouching and weeping. This voice. This voice. It's Marcia's. I won't ever forget it. An incredulous look was on James' face. He quickly hopped off the horse carriage and rushed to the woman. Chapter 310, Dreamland's Creature. Dreamland's Creature. Marcia. My beloved Marcia, is that you? Agitation filled James' voice as he skipped lightly towards the woman in the black dress, reaching out his hands to pull her shoulders back. Leyland stood on the horse carriage while observing, yet he did not stop James. The situation right now was extremely strange, and he needed a guinea pig to test the waters. James used some force to turn the woman in black dress around. Suddenly, all he saw was a face with no orifices, but only a black swirl on it. Asterisk show. Asterisk horror filled James' face as he seemed to be pulled into a long black string and was continuously swirled as he was absorbed into the woman's face. The whole process was extremely quick, ending just as Leyland was about to lend a hand. However, through a replay, he could clearly see how James was stretched and distorted bit by bit into more than a dozen meters and eventually absorbed into the woman's swirling face. This time disorder left Leyland feeling so disgusted that he wanted to puke. At the same time, his heart sank. This is definitely not any sort of spirit body, but a more terrifying existence that I am still unable to comprehend. In an instant, Leyland recalled from the AI chip's database that back in ancient times, battles between two high-ranking magi would often devastate the earth and seas around them. At the same time, they could separate the dimensions of space and time, causing others to perceive things incorrectly. Especially in such places, there would often be strange beings with terrifying powers. Some of these existences were extremely weak, such that even a level 3 acolyte could easily eradicate them. However, some others were so terrifying that they could even surpass the powers of the morning star magi, directly causing the stars in the sky to fall. This black-clothed woman is but an apparition. Once certain conditions are fulfilled, the swirl on her face activates, swallowing any objects that come close to it. Leyland made his conclusion in an instant. Right now, my power is still lacking. Against such an apparition, which obviously isn't weak, choosing to engage without any further information is simply a foolish act. Run. His body instantly turned into black mist and vanished into the thin air. With the flicker of black light, Leyland's body appeared several hundred meters away with a black arc that followed behind. Woo! However, the ear-piercing scream still sounded in Leyland's ears, the pitch of which was even higher than before. Leyland was stupefied as he found himself changing directions and flying towards the woman in the black dress. Ka-cha! The woman stood up and her skull split open into two halves. From that gaping hole, rows of razor-sharp fangs were revealed, as though her face had turned into the jaws of a creature. Bang! The giant jaw snapped shut, and darkness enveloped Leyland. Leyland felt as if he had fallen from an extremely high place and hit the ground before his body shuddered as he regained consciousness. I seem to have been swallowed by that woman earlier. Where is this? Lei Lin rubbed his head as he looked at his surroundings. The room was dark and small, with many spiderwebs at the corners. There was not a single piece of furniture, nor even windows or a door. It seemed to be a small, sealed basement of the sorts. Besides Lei Lin, there also lay Beilin and Jenny. Their eyes were shut tight as they were unconscious. It seemed like they would need a long while before regaining consciousness. An even deeper illusion. Lei Lin was extremely solemn. If the three pitched forks of the road were the superficial layer of this illusion, the women in the black dress was the second layer, and this, the third. An illusion. Also, Lei Lin did not have much interaction with the dreamland, but in ancient times, the Magi had once conquered another large world, in which the inhabitants had wielded dream and illusory powers. Through the powers of the dream realm, they could easily accomplish anything, and were even revered as gods by the ignorant inhabitants of the other planes and dimensions. Also, through a short paragraph recorded in antique books, Lei Lin knew that the further one threaded into an illusion, the more difficult it was to escape. I've got to get out. The third level of an illusion is dangerous enough. Black flames ignited in Lei Lin's palm, latent fireball. The black fireball struck a corner of the basement, creating a deep hole. First I must understand the constructs of this illusion. Lei Lin rubbed his chin. He had no better solution against such a power, so he could only test things out before searching for other methods. Lei Lin jumped into the dark hole he created. It's the 193rd time, yet I'm back at this place. Lei Lin looked at Jenny and Beilin who were still unconscious, his expression looking extremely severe. Through my experiments, I have already understood the three-dimensional constructs in here. As expected, the deeper the level of illusion, the less sturdy the dimensions within are, which will finally turn into chaos. If the dimensions here were to collapse, there were only two possibilities. Either one would enter a deeper-leveled illusion, or if their spirit was unable to bear the brunt of it, they would directly be swallowed by the caster of this illusion. I've tried all other places, so I am only left with this now. Lei Lin kicked the unconscious bodies of Beilin and Jenny away, revealing the dusty gray floor beneath them. With a fireball, the ground was shattered. Pop, the floor of the basement cracked open, and Lei Lin jumped into it. It's still the same basement as before, but Jenny and Beilin have already disappeared. Good. Very good. There is finally some change. Lei Lin's eyes swept over the surroundings. It was still the same cramped basement. However, what was different than before was that Jenny and Beilin's bodies were no longer here. Signs of repair that cannot keep up with the damage done, huh? Next, I'll have to, as if plucking the strings of a zither, both of Lei Lin's hands streaked across the void, creating circles of ripples. Under the movements of his fingers, the texture of the underground basement resembled water with light ripples. The greater the area the ripples covered, the more the void contorted, until finally, a pop sound was heard. The space of the underground basement shattered, and Lei Lin's body dropped downwards once again. Mirrors. Bright mirrors were everywhere, reflecting the appearance of a black-haired, noble youth. This should be the interval between the two levels of the illusion. Lei Lin touched the ice-cold mirror and made a deduction. Right now, he had momentarily escaped from the illusion. This would definitely draw the attention of the caster. However, this was the effect he desired. Woo, woo. At this moment, the weeping voice of an adorable girl traveled over. Lei Lin abruptly turned his head, and in one corner of a mirror, he saw a little purple-haired girl wearing a red dress with white socks who was crying. Woo! Alice has lost her little bear. Big brother, can you accompany me to search for it? The little girl stopped her crying and looked at Lei Lin with imploring eyes. My apologies, but I cannot. Lei Lin shook his head. But why? The little girl was puzzled. Alice is extremely obedient. Don't you like Alice? As she spoke, more mirror images appeared in the surroundings. I want to, but let us speak first. Lei Lin tried his best to speak calmly. He did not have much experience dealing with such strange entities. Furthermore, the other party was a higher dimensional creature. Their trains of thought and level of thinking would be different than humans. Lei Lin himself did not know if he could convince it to let him go. "Won't you accompany Alice to find her little bear?" "No." Lei Lin shook his head resolutely. It was rumored in legends that similar things had happened before. Once one agreed to such a request, it would be treated as them having signed some sort of bizarre contract, and they would fall under the manipulation of others. Some were even indefinitely sucked into other dimensions. Although there were a few lucky ones who had obtained mysterious strength through such encounters, Lei Lin was never one who relied on gambling, especially when his life would be at stake. Crash! Just as Lei Lin rejected her, countless beetles poured from the mirrors and engulfed him like a tide. "I'll still have to attack." Lei Lin's brows furrowed. He knew that he had to demonstrate his strength before the other party would acknowledge him. Latent fireball. Eyes of petrification. In an instant, his whole body was covered in scales, and black flames continuously billowed from his hands. Even his eyes had a mysterious light that shot outwards. Pack. Pack, asterisk. Many of the black beetles were petrified as they fell to the ground, turning into a pile of dust. As for most of them, they were burnt into nothingness by the black flames. However, the beetles still poured out continuously from the mirrors, and what Lei Lin had managed to get rid of was but one hair from 9 oxen. The strength of my opponent has far exceeded my imagination. Lei Lin smiled wryly as he tossed a red powder out, scorching touch. 2 scorching rays of light were released, clearing the path in 2 directions. However, Lei Lin's face turned pale immediately, and his consciousness wavered. The crystallized spiritual force had even more cracks opened, almost shattered. Scorching touch was a rank 2 spell, and right now Lei Lin only had a portion of his spiritual force solidified. With the strength of a rank 1 Magus, he would naturally receive backlash from recklessly using a rank 2 spell. This backlash was considered relatively light. If he were to use the innate talent of a rank 2 Magus, it was very likely that his sea of consciousness would undergo drastic changes. Chi. The sea of beetles cried incessantly, once again pouring towards Lei Lin. Lei Lin, whose spiritual force was already depleted, could only watch as layer after layer of beetles engulfed his body. Chapter 311, Eastern Region's Capital City. Eastern Region's Capital City. The black beetles completely covered Lei Lin's body. It was as if he was wearing a very thick, black coat. Numerous beetles tried to gnaw on Lei Lin's body, their teeth struck upon his black scales, resulting in crinkling noises. Lei Lin's body emitted a black light and a layer of beetles trembled and fell off, but right after they just extended their exoskeletons and crawled back up. These beetles eventually even advanced to the only exposed part of Lei Lin's body, his eyes. They wanted to completely submerge him in the sea of their bodies. "I underestimated them," Lei Lin muttered. He had not expected that these black beetles would be so troublesome. There was not enough time for him to execute toxic bile. "Ah! How can I die in this place?" Lei Lin roared, and at this exact moment, the giant Kamoyan serpent's bloodline within his body began to violently circulate. Soon, Lei Lin's pupils became amber-colored vertical slits, and while facing the sky, he let out a loud hiss. Hisses. It sounded fierce, and appeared very sinister. A tremendous, devilish aura was cleanly emitted from Lei Lin's body. It was as if a predator from ancient times had been resurrected. Black energy spewed out of his body and congealed behind his back, taking the form of the giant Kamoyan serpent, which hissed into the sky. Rumble. Rumble, asterisk. Along with this huge shockwave, the beetles, which had forcefully crawled all over Lei Lin, turned to dust in midair, as if they had all been struck by bullets. Lei Lin's roars still echoed, and the power and emotions in his blood vessels recklessly surged. Ka-cha. Snap. Asterisk. The surface of the surrounding mirrors covered with cracks and then exploded with a loud bang, exposing an opening of hollow space. Fu, Fu, Lei Lin stopped his roaring and started panting heavily. Just now, at the critical moment, the blood essence of the giant Chamoyan serpent within his body had exploded, which had also placed a very strong burden on his body. Currently, Lei Lin was surrounded by pitch-black nothingness. Spread about on the ground were the butchered limbs of the black beetles. Who? Who, asterisk. The mutilated corpses of the black beetles hovered in midair and formed the black face of a woman, which said, a warlock with the bloodline of the ancient giant Chamoyan serpent. I also get a whiff of the nauseous odor of spirits from your body. Her lips squirmed as she spoke in the ancient Byron language. It seems like it only likes the pure spirits of humans. As for the bodies of warlocks, not only do they have a distinct bloodline, their spirits are different from normal spirits as well. Hence it doesn't like this scent. Although he put on a calm expression, Lei Lin was inwardly excited. Using the ancient Byron language, he said, I accidentally intruded upon your territory. I request that you let me leave, I will also pay a ransom for it. This existence wasn't human, so Lei Lin bluntly stated his conditions. Not bad. However, I do not like the spirit of a warlock. The huge human face responded, as for the price for redeeming your spirit and those of the other two civilians, I ask that you give me those green spirit crystals in your pouch. The green spirit crystals. Lei Lin was startled. Immediately, upon his hand, were some beautiful crystals that emitted a green radiance and luster like that of a green diamond. Yes, precisely. The huge human face spoke. Those are the ancient, pure spirit crystals that I got by killing the loathsome evil in the ancient spirit-slaying sect's secret realm. There are rumors that these crystals are valued equally highly by all existences in the different worlds. A flash of understanding went through Lei Lin's mind. So that will be the ransom for releasing me and the other two. Lei Lin nodded, expressing his agreement. Then he asked, what happened to that old man in the beginning? He is deeply immersed in the illusion, he has already lost himself within my body. The huge human face replied. Lei Lin had already guessed that to be so. He sighed, send me out. Who? Lei Lin opened his eyes and found himself lying on one side within the carriage. Bailin and Jenny were on the other side, and James' body had silently vanished. In the same way, the soul crystals also disappeared from Lei Lin's hands. Here it is, the original location of the three-forked paths. By now, the grey mist had settled down for the most part. The three-forked paths and the huge granite rock had all faded, and in their place was the original road. Lei Lin could clearly recognize the direction, and he quickly drove the horse carriage and left this place. This time, it was really dangerous. While Lei Lin kept driving, some traces of fear still lingered. If not for the enemy having disliked the idea of having her spirit contaminated by Lei Lin's bloodline, or perhaps even having feared the power of Lei Lin's bloodline, Lei Lin would have also ended up like James, being forever trapped in the body of that huge face made of beetles. The further he went, the more the mist began to clear up, until eventually, it completely vanished, exposing the view of overgrown fields on both sides of the road up ahead. The Weeping Ghost grounds are truly a dangerous place. The traumatic experience that Lei Lin had just gone through caused him to keep turning around and check behind his back as he continued to drive, up until he completely lost sight of the Weeping Ghost grounds. Behind him, the fading grey mist congealed again to form a wall that blocked his view. I also wonder about the two magi who had once fought there, what rank were they, and what was the result of their battle? Lei Lin thought, and then he sighed. Just the aftermath of a fight had disturbed time and space and had created such a strange place. Lei Lin knew from this that these magi's powers exceeded his own imagination. They were probably existences that surpassed morning star magi. There will inevitably be a day when I, too, will reach such a level. This time's incidents only reinforced Lei Lin's resolution to become stronger. Oh! Where am I? After leaving the Weeping Ghost grounds, Bailin woke up, holding his head with his hands. How do you feel? Do you remember anything from before you lost consciousness? Without turning around, Lei-Lin asked while he brandished his horsewhip. My memories are not very clear. I think that we encountered a woman as we passed through the grey mist. Bei-Lin looked as perplexed as he sounded. Very soon, the horse's reins were placed in his hands. You woke up just in time. You can drive the carriage instead of me. Lei-Lin pushed the whip into Bei-Lin's hands and sat back to enjoy this free manpower of his. Bei-Lin's physique was that of a grand knight, and thus, he woke up before Jenny. However, Jenny was still a level 1 acolyte, so she woke up soon after Bei-Lin. Very good reaction. Lei-Lin looked at Jenny, who was still pretending to be unconscious, as he touched Jenny's hand and complimented her indifferently. So it's Mr. Lei-Lin. Jenny shuddered and opened her eyes. I thought it was the bad guys. Afterwards, she opened the carriage window and looked out of it to see that there was no grey mist. Have we already left the Weeping Ghost grounds? Where is James? Yes, we are now in Olive Fields. We will be seeing the capital city of the eastern region of the Twilight Zone in 2 days at most. Lei-Lin slowly nodded. As for James, you had best prepare yourself mentally. A short while later, Bei-Lin, who was driving outside of the carriage, heard Jenny cry out in alarm, No, it cannot be so. You are telling a lie. Bang, the carriage door opened, from which a tearful Jenny could be seen. Jenny, you. Seeing Jenny look so broken-hearted, Bei-Lin was bewildered. Sob. Sob, Jenny threw herself into Bei-Lin's embrace and began to cry loudly. The Twilight Zone was divided into 5 regions, the East, West, North, South, and Central regions. The capital city of the Eastern region was the most flourishing city in all the Twilight Zone and was also the center of politics and business. Many aristocratic families had set up their headquarters here, forming the Aristocrats' Alliance, which held a major influence in the entire Eastern region. There were also many magi conducting research and establishing academies in secret locations there, which caused this place to be a meeting point for magicians. In the center of the city, there was a sun stone that was the size of a small mountain, which brought eternal light and heat to this entire region. The city's walls are very tall. On this day, in the eastern region's capital city, a country bumpkin could be seen gaping at this tall and sturdy castle wall. Enough. Lei-Lin used the sheath of his sword to hit Bei-Lin on the head, stopping him from continuing to behave like this. Although the eastern region's capital city looked huge, as he looked around, it seemed to Lei-Lin that it was the same as Nightless City. As a result, the way Bei-Lin behaved made Lei-Lin feel ashamed. You really are causing me to lose face, he reprimanded Bei-Lin. Hearing this, Bei-Lin rubbed his head and looked at the surroundings, only pointing at the citizens from time to time. Only after a while did he smile in embarrassment as he said, Lord. From the day I was born, I have never set eyes upon such tall city walls. I'm really sorry. Lei-Lin was rather speechless. If not for the number of people around, he may have even harbored thoughts of killing Bei-Lin right there and then. Tee-hee. Lord Lei-Lin, Bei-Lin has only seen Potter Town until now. This degree of astonishment is quite a reasonable reaction. At this moment, Jenny, who was nursing her sorrow, was amused by Bei-Lin's behavior. She sniggered as she helped Bei-Lin out of his predicament. However, after seeing Jenny answer for him, Bei-Lin drooped his head in embarrassment, not doing any other potential things that could be unbearable to look at. After all, in front of the girl he loved, Bei-Lin still had to put up some poise. All right. Since we have sent Miss Jenny back safely, we should bid our farewells now. The atmosphere in the horse carriage turned silent, yet Lei-Lin still smiled and faced Jenny. What? What? 2 shocked gasps were uttered by the 2 youths. Why? This is too sudden. Bei-Lin felt that something was amiss, yet he could not put his thoughts into words. Lord Lei-Lin. I still request that you visit my Argus family. My father will definitely wish to have your acquaintance, and Balin's as well. Jenny bit her lips. From the start, I mentioned that we were only traveling together out of convenience. Leyland's expression turned resolute. As for you, Bailin, you can return with Jenny. Furthermore, there are already people coming to receive you, Jenny. He smiled. Thud thud. Right after Leyland spoke, the continuous thuds of hooves of horses sounded out. The approaching party was a group of white knights sitting upon handsome steeds. On the tops of their helmets was a white feathered ornament. Their armor had not even a single speck of dust, and even their horses were fully white in color. Chapter 312, Settling Down. Settling down. There was a shiny insignia on the flags held by this group of white knights. Lush sun vines formed the border of the insignia, and in the middle were a giant sword and shield. On the top lay a crown, which represented the profound origins and illustrious history of the household. It's the Sun Vine Argus family. That well-known family where the Marquis is. That is their Silver-White Knight Squadron. Could it be that some important figure of the Argus family is setting out on a journey? The citizens and passers-by fervently discussed amongst themselves, and Bailin put on an extremely complex expression. I'll get going. Jenny looked at Bailin and spoke. Oh. All right. Bailin replied sluggishly. Only now did he realize how great a distance he was from Jenny. Let us leave too, my lord. Bailin sucked in a cold breath of air and spoke with resolve. We will remain in the city for a period. As for the location, I'm sure you don't need to know. You'll definitely be able to find us, won't you? Leyland spoke to Jenny, before disappearing into the crowd along with Bailin. As for Jenny, she inhaled deeply as she clutched onto the pouch that contained the dragon-blooded flower bud. Miss. Our men have immediately reported your arrival upon receiving the news. We are here to escort you home. The leader of the Silver-White Knight Squadron looked at Jenny as he took out a badge with a red jewel embedded in it. All right. Let us quickly enter the city. This time, I have completed the mission of bringing back the dragon-blooded flower bud for my father. Jenny muttered. Very soon, she was escorted by the squadron leader to a lavish horse-drawn carriage. This young lady of nobility shed a tear, as she could no longer hold her emotions in. Twilight Zone's eastern capital was extremely large. The permanent residents amounted to over 100,000 people. Of course, most of them were just regular folks. Even so, it brought about an extremely wealthy economy in the area. As they were in the subterranean world, the architecture of the buildings and the items sold here were different from those on the south coast. From Leyland's observations, everything was engineered with defense in mind. The whole capital was like a massive fortress. Even the buildings themselves within were built with their defensive capabilities in mind. It seems like the environment for the humans in the subterranean world isn't that great. It might even be inferior to that on the south coast, Leyland pondered as he analyzed his observations. In the south coast, any danger would have long since been driven away or controlled by the Magi. Not one species would engage in a long battle with the humans, hence the living conditions were better there. However, it was a different story here. Apart from humans, several other intelligent beings resided in the Twilight Zone. Some of them even had their own kingdoms. Hence, the horde of darkness beasts that forever lay in the shadows was the greatest nemesis for all intelligent beings. Under such harsh conditions and the struggle for survival, the buildings and houses were not made to pursue aesthetic beauty, but rather, they were built with defense in mind, which was crucial for their survival. My lord. What are we going to do here? Bailin carried a knapsack and a greatsword. He gave off an extremely gallant disposition, yet he wore a vacant expression on his face. Their reason for leaving Potter Town was to send Jenny back. However, now that she had safely returned, Bailin felt that part of his heart was vacant, as if something of importance had gone missing. First of all, find some lodging, and then rent a building. Leyland looked at the bustling crowd and smiled. After all, the inns in the capital aren't cheap. If we want to stay for long, we'll have to buy or rent a flat. Settling down. We're going to stay here instead of returning. Bei-lin could not express his current feelings. However, permanent residence. Thinking that he could be in the same city as Jenny, it immediately turned into a happy thought. Is there anything in Potter Town that is worth being nostalgic over? Lei-lin grinned at Bei-lin until the little chap bowed his head down in embarrassment. This poor fellow thought that it was because of him that Lei-lin had decided to reside here permanently. He thought that it was so that his heart would be filled with gratitude towards Lei-lin. Alas! On the contrary, this was based on Lei-lin's own interests. After recovering part of his strength, Lei-lin could wait no longer to get into contact with the magi of the subterranean world. Although Lei-lin had exercised a mind-searching technique on Eren and the other acolytes, much of the information that he had gleaned was still incomplete. Due to their lack of status, no precious information could be obtained. Furthermore, the circles of official magi and regular acolytes were on two completely different levels. Lei-lin had no desire whatsoever to even take a look at the bizarre area that he got from Eren's memories. As for the eastern capital, it definitely had many magi and academies for Lei-lin to come into contact with. Even the Magus forefather of the Argus family was an excellent choice. Not long later, Lei-lin brought Bei-lin to the upper-class district on the northern side of the capital and rented a two-story villa. The area of the villa was rather vast, and its walls were sturdy and tall. As for its windows, they were both tiny and few in number. Within the tall fences with coiled barbed wire laying on top of it, there was a tiny garden and a training ground. A villa of this standard was considered way above average in the eastern city. Typical merchants and nobility would not even be able to afford it. However, this was just peanuts to him. Even without considering the vast amounts of magic crystals that he carried, just the gold he had gotten from Jenny was enough for them to live extravagantly for a couple of years. Back in Potter Town, Jenny had almost cleanly swept all of Lei-lin's highly priced equipment off the shelves for the use of her employed mercenaries and adventurers. Later on, to thank Lei-lin, who had lent her a hand together with Bei-lin, she sent even more gold and jewels to him. To magi, items such as currency were not essential items. Hence, Lei-lin was extremely generous with his purchases. Finding a villa and preparing the procedural documents was only hastened with the help of this worldly wealth. Ha! He! A steady and loud shout sounded. Lei-lin put down the coffee and newspaper he was carrying as he peered out of the window and towards the training ground. Bei-lin stood on the training ground as he practiced, his bare upper body revealing his chiseled muscles. After settling down, this fellow had turned even more diligent, training like a madman each day. He even sought Lei-lin's permission to join a mercenary group to hone his skills. Still harboring the dreams of a knight being together with a princess. Interesting. Lei-lin looked at the youth with interest. If I had a word in things, and had helped him in reaching his goal, his dreams would most likely be fulfilled. But why would I? The glory of a story lies in the unknown. To him, Bei-lin was just a chap that he picked up on a whim to do odd jobs for him. Occasionally, he would guide him in some night training, but other than that, it was not worth it to spend any more effort on him. On the contrary, as he was very curious about the developments of the story between Bei-lin and Jenny, Lei-lin had adopted the mindset of an audience member watching a show. Ever since he obtained the premonition through the sacred flame by chance, he knew that Bei-lin and Jenny were no regular folks. To be more precise, they were some of the main characters in the Twilight Zone. Such a life would definitely be anything but ordinary. Suddenly, Lei-lin smiled. Finally here. Loud doorbell sounded from the front gate. Who is that? Bei-lin took a white towel from a wooden rack beside him and wiped off his perspiration as he ran to open a small, partitioned box on the door. Just then, Bei-lin saw the girl of his dreams. Jenny, why are you here? Glee was written all over Bei-lin's face. Why? Am I not welcome? Jenny smiled. Welcome. Of course, you're welcome here. Bei-lin immediately opened the door. Jenny walked in wearing the outfit of a noble, her beauty and elegance left Baylin awestruck. It was obvious that Jenny did her makeup delicately. Not only was her attire vibrant with various ornaments, she even wore 2 giant ruby earrings and a sparkling diamond pendant. "What is it? Do you not recognize me anymore?" Jenny chuckled as she spun in a circle. "No. I mean, you're too ravishing today." Baylin's face immediately turned as red as an apple. This helpless reaction left the maidservants behind Jenny snickering. In addition, it was only then that Baylin noticed the several knights standing alongside the maidservants. This discovery left him feeling a little gloomy, but it was very soon concealed. "Jenny, has your father's illness gotten any better?" Baylin asked. "Yes, thank you. It's much better now, but things are getting complicated. The purpose of my visit today was for this, and of course, also to see you." Jenny swept her eyes at the vicinity. "Where is Mr. Leylin? I wish to be granted an audience with him." "The Lord is in the house. I'll report to him." Baylin now had an urge to cry. "No need for that, I've heard it." Pa, the windows were pulled open, revealing half of Leyland's figure. "Do enter, beautiful miss." Jenny did not dare tarry facing this official Magus, so she curtsied and entered after telling her subordinates to stay outside. In the guest chambers, Jenny sat opposite Leylin and between them were 2 coffees. As for Baylin, he stood behind Leylin. There were only these 3 people in the guest chamber. With a wave of Leyland's hand, the room was covered by a layer of black energy particles. Chapter 313, Magus Tower. Magus Tower. The whole drawing room seemed to be covered by a black halo of light, and even the cracks on the window were also completely sealed off as if they had been covered with a layer of black cotton. This kind of strange scene caused Baylin to be amazed. Feeling curious, he tried to touch the black cotton. The light quickly refilled the path that his hand passed through. Baylin enjoyed this very much, and when he looked at Leylin, his expression was much more respectful than in the past. During this journey, Baylin had come to know of Leyland's identity as an official Magus from Jenny and James. For Baylin, who was from Potter Town, a knight was already considered to be an awesome, lordly identity. However, a Magus? This was already something that was only heard of in legends. In fact, Baylin had always fantasized about becoming a Magus and wielding the powers of lightning, fire, and ice. This was also because if he could become a Magus, he would be able to marry Jenny. But unfortunately, all his hopes were easily dashed by Leyland's words, "You don't have any talent in this field." Leylin also noticed that Baylin's aptitude was poor, at only around level 1, which was known as the least suitable aptitude for becoming a Magus. He could only remain as an acolyte during his entire lifetime. However, even if he did not have a suitable aptitude, if he was diligently taught, he might possibly be able to become an acolyte. The identity of an acolyte was much better when compared to a knight. However, the problem was that training an acolyte required a lot more time and energy than training a knight. Now that they were no longer at Potter Town, Leylin did not have any time for leisure, so why would he waste time on Baylin? Thus, Leylin had turned down Baylin's request without the slightest hesitation. Even so, Baylin was very interested in the mysterious power wielded by magicians. "Okay, this place has been sealed by me. If you have something to say, say it. It will remain a secret between us." Leylin spoke out. After hearing Leyland's words, Jenny grimaced as she said, "As expected, nothing can be hidden from Lord Leylin." Jenny, did you not come to visit us?" Now, Baylin finally reacted. He was about to make a fuss, but Leylin quelled him with a warning glance. Baylin quieted down and listened attentively to Jenny's narration. "After having received the dragon-blooded flower bud, my father's condition has greatly improved. He is now able to get up from bed and handle simple tasks, and his spirit has also improved a lot." Jenny looked slightly cheered up for a moment, but in the next, her expression darkened again. "But good things don't last long. Taking advantage of the fact that my father was recuperating, my two uncles once again convened a family meeting. They want to usurp my father's title. I came here today to seek help from you. Jenny stood up and performed an official curtsy to Lei Lin and said, "My lord, if only you can help my father get past this current crisis, we will repay you with anything, including my own self." Jenny. You. Listening to this, Balin became anxious, but he felt helpless, as he could not do anything to help her. He. Hearing what Jenny said, Lei Lin remained composed and began to mutter to himself. When Jenny began to believe that Lei Lin had been possessed, he began to laugh out loud. I have no intentions of participating in the Argus family's matter. However, I will pay your family a visit in 3 days' time. About a quarter of an hour later, Jenny left after having gotten what she wanted. Although Lei Lin hadn't clearly stated which side he would support, a good relationship with an official Magus was something no family would dare to neglect. But what Jenny did not notice was that after she left, Lei Lin's lips curved up in a sneering smile. You hid so many things, yet you are still counting on me to come and help you. Do you people think I am an ignorant person with nothing better to do? The reason why Jenny's uncles dared to openly go against her and be so brazen is likely because they have a powerful backer and a high certainty of succeeding, thus forcing the original successor to seek external help. With such a guarantee, Lei Lin was 70% sure that they had gotten approval from Siegfried. In such a situation, Jenny and her dad placed all their hopes on Lei Lin, even sacrificing Jenny herself as the bait and the gift. Do you really believe that I would involve myself in your matters for the sake of Balin's happiness? Unfortunately, Balin's happiness, and even his life are only like toys to me. With a ruminating smile, Lei Lin glanced at the towering figure of Balin standing near the gate. 3 days later, Lei Lin, dressed in the black ceremonial suit of the nobility, visited the Argus family with Balin in tow. Lord Lei Lin, to be seeing you is an honor in itself. Having been informed by the servant, Jenny and her father, the Marquis Argus, came out and greeted Lei Lin. Lei Lin also sized up Marquis Argus while he acknowledged his greeting with a smile. This Marquis had a full head of hair that was as bright as gold and shared many physical characteristics with Jenny. He currently wore a warm, cordial, and appropriate to this occasion smile on his face. Behind him, 2 servants bowed with bent waists. This was a most sincere and deferential invitation to come in. Lei Lin indifferently grunted and nodded his head, and alongside Marquis Argus, he walked in. Afterwards, Lei Lin walked slightly ahead of the Marquis. A Magus originally possessed a lot of stamina and authority. After seeing Lei Lin walk ahead of him, the Marquis' smile only became more fervent, as if he did not care about these matters. Behind the two were Balin and Jenny. Balin opened his mouth on several occasions, wanting to talk to Jenny, but after he saw the solemn Jenny, who was dressed up as if to attend a royal feast, he was unable to say anything, and just closed his mouth. It went without saying that this serene, well-constructed mansion of a marquis, as well as the respectful and cautious servants that stood on both sides of him as he walked past, all frightened the wits out of this youngster. After welcoming Lei Lin, the Marquis thought to introduce Lei Lin to the other relatives but was interrupted by a sudden voice. Oh ho ho! My dearest older brother, if you invited so many guests, why did you not invite us too? Upon hearing this voice, the Marquis's smile remained, but a trace of wariness appeared in his eyes as he introduced the owner of the voice to Lei Lin. My lord, these are my 2 brothers, Lucas and Kermode. Then he turned to the 2 men who had entered the hall and said, This is Lord Lei Lin, who met Jenny while she was on her journey. These 2 must be the treacherous uncles that Jenny said are trying to usurp her father's position. With just a glance, Lei Lin had, with a lot of interest, sized up these 2 middle-aged lords. Lucas, Kermode, and Marquis Argus all looked alike. After all, they were brothers. However, Lucas' eyes were purple and Kermode's eyes emitted a silvery radiance. It was all very strange. But what caused Lei Lin to feel startled was that these 2 uncles' bodies emitted energy waves that were like those of magicians. These 2 were actually acolytes. We greet Lord Lei-Lin. At this moment, these two lords also respectfully bowed to Lei-Lin. The Marquis found this behavior of theirs very hard to believe. Respected Lord Lei-Lin, my ancestor Lord Siegfried cordially invites you to visit him and look around his laboratory. Also, he expresses his gratitude to you for having given a helping hand to the Argus family. Lucas respectfully conveyed his ancestor's words. This invitation caused sunken expressions to appear on the Marquis and his daughter's faces. In this entire drama, only the foolish youth known as Bei-Lin was unclear on what the significance of this invitation was. The Magus Siegfried held a position of paramount importance within the Argus family. Sending this invitation via Lucas and not via the Marquis clearly indicated whom Siegfried was supporting. I am very honored. Lei-Lin gave a slight nod and then immediately left the place, following Lucas, all the while not glancing at the ashen-faced Marquis and Jenny. In the secular world, Magi all had very headstrong personalities due to the power they all wielded. Before leaving, Lucas and Kermode looked at Marquis Argus in contempt, making the atmosphere awkward all around. What is going on? The rather stunned Bei-Lin asked Jenny, having just come out of the daze caused by the recent happenings. Although Bei-Lin's intuition told him to follow behind Lei-Lin, looking at Jenny caused him to involuntarily remain beside her. It's nothing. My family's ancestor wants to meet Lord Lei-Lin. Jenny was barely able to smile. Ka-ching. A sound of breaking glass was heard as the goblet in Marquis Argus' hands shattered into pieces, crushed by him gripping it too tightly. Lei-Lin, following Lucas and Kermode, arrived at the back half the Argus family's mansion. The further he went in, the tighter the security was, but with these two people leading the way, Lei-Lin traveled unhindered, and reached the middle of the rear courtyard. Finally. Our ancestor, Lord Siegfried is in here. We ask for your forgiveness, as we are not allowed to accompany you in. Lucas and Kermode brought Lei-Lin in front of a huge conical tower, and then bowed and left. Each and every movement of them was executed perfectly, showing the flawless deportment of the nobility. Lei-Lin failed to pay any attention to them, as he was distracted by the white tower in front of him. Stability runes, restriction runes and runes which can transmute mud into stone. This is some very good construction. Moreover, I can sense the aura of energy particles in the air. It looks as if within this building, there is a source of at least 2 elements energy particles. Lei-Lin gently stroked the surface of the white tower with admiration in his eyes and sighed. This white tower, the curves of which were similar to those of a cow's horn, was built by a Magus. Just the expenses of the solidification runes and the cost of building the pond of energy particles left Lei-Lin in astonishment. It is a construction worthy of a Magus that has lived for several hundreds of years. If I wanted to set up a tower like this, I would need to spend at least half of the resources that are currently in my pouch. While thinking this, Lei-Lin sighed. A specialized and private laboratory held many advantages. Not only was it magically concealed, one could carry out covert experiments within it. However, since Lei-Lin had no fixed residence, there was no way that he could construct such a tower for himself. Chapter 314, Gaia's Might. Gaia's Might. An outdated work such as this can also get a sigh of admiration from Magus Lei-Lin. It is indeed my honor. At that moment, the door at the base of the white tower opened, revealing a linen-clothed old guy, who grinned at Lei-Lin. It was evident that he had overheard Lei-Lin's deliberate sigh. This humble self is Siegfried Argus. I greet Lord Lei-Lin. This old guy's expression was respectful, and he slightly bent his waist to bow, as was per the Magus etiquette. This etiquette was passed down from ancient times, and was something Lei-Lin had only seen in ancient books. He remained unfazed and repeated the same bow as he said, I, Lei-Lin, greet Lord Siegfried. After the perfunctory greetings were done with, Lei-Lin was able to size up this Lord Siegfried. Siegfried's style of clothing was very casual, as if it could be torn apart with a single pull. It was more leisurely and comfortable compared to the splendid attire of the lords in the outer hall. The current Siegfried was not someone that Lei Lin would associate as being the trump card of a great family. If it weren't for his right hand, Lei Lin would have assumed Lord Siegfried was just a peasant farmer. That was right. His right hand. This Siegfried's right hand was a robotic limb that gave off an awesome, bright, metallic luster. Even the gears and the welded portions were clearly visible. Asterisk Kacha. Kacha, asterisk. Siegfried extended this right hand as he said, I shall call you Lei Lin. I lost my right hand permanently while experimenting with a spell. I know that a flesh and muscle hand can be transplanted, but I find that a mechanical hand is much more useful. Bang, then, his mechanical hand split open into finger-like parts, which were tools like tweezers, scissors, pliers, etc., and they were wildly swaying in mid-air, looking like silver-colored tassels. How is it? This hand was created especially for me, using my specific measurements, by my old friend, an earth elf called Grandmaster Oak. Very good. Lei Lin nodded. This kind of a very precise machine limb is extremely rare even in the south coast, and thus Lei Lin was also not stingy with his praises. It was clear that this Siegfried was very happy with the admiration from a fellow Magus. He then invited Lei Lin into his lab to look. Siegfried, did you build an energy particle pond in here? Due to Lei Lin's graceful and cultured mannerisms, he soon became friends with Siegfried. They addressed each other directly by their first names. This showed how well their relationship had progressed. While Lei Lin casually walked around Siegfried's lab, he came in front of what looked like a small pond and he asked this question. This small pond was surrounded by stable, ferrous metals. On top of the pool was a strange and complex pattern, and in the middle of the pool was a khaki-colored liquid. A large number of energy waves could be felt fluctuating from the pool. Yes, I have built here an earth element energy particle pond. This task consumed all of the resources that I have accumulated for nearly 100 years. Siegfried's face appeared to experience a muscle spasm, but the next moment, it was replaced with an expression of pride. After building this energy particle pond, the concentration of earth element particles in this place has increased to 55%, and the results of my cultivation have been more remarkable when compared to using just meditation techniques. The element particle pond's ability was not restricted to the one mentioned prior. Magi could use the energy within this pond to replenish themselves in a crucial moment, and the element particles within could be used to attack enemies. Thus, a Magus having such a pond would be stronger within his own territory when compared with his peers. With his strength as a semi-converted elemental Magus, within this white tower, Siegfried's attack power would be roughly equal to that of a 70 to 80% converted elemental Magus. Oh, that's right, I haven't properly introduced myself. I am a reputed instructor at the Earth-Fire Association, and I cultivated using their high-level meditation technique, the Gaia's Might. It is divided into 3 layers, earth, magma, and organisms. I am currently still in the stage of earth. A high-level meditation technique's progress is too slow. Having said this, he looked at Lei Lin with curiosity, very much interested in the background of this Magus. It seems that sharing one's experiences with a high-level meditation technique is a tradition amongst the Magi of the Twilight Zone. As this information flashed through Lei Lin's mind, he smiled very modestly. I come from a very small institute known as Goodlaw. This institute specializes in researching in ancient reptilian creatures. It is very focused in that field. I cultivate with a damaged high-level meditation technique called the Sacred Flame. Currently, I am stagnated in the first level of that meditation technique. After that, he explained, in simple terms, the first level of the Sacred Flame and its difficulties. As expected, he concealed that mystical ability to predict forthcoming events. Who? Lei Lin. This meditation technique of yours is quite badly damaged. Stroking his beard, Siegfried's eyes shone as he looked at Lei Lin. How about you join our Earth-Fire Association? Our high-level meditation techniques are more whole as compared to your Sacred Flame, and moreover, we could continue to share our experiences. No thank you. Lei Lin shook his head, changing meditation techniques is too dangerous. I advanced to a level 1 Magus by depending on my sacred flame technique. I can't get rid of the impact it has on my spiritual force in such a short time. Moreover, I also want to pass on my good law school's inheritance, as it was my teacher's dying wish that I do so. Leyland's tone remained firm and unwavering, it spoke of his resolve. He knew that this invitation of Siegfried's was only small talk, and that it was not actually sincere. Moreover, in a situation where he did not know about the Fire-Earth Association, he did not want to rashly become one of its members. That's right, acolytes can switch meditation techniques, but for a level 1 Magus, after his sea of consciousness is stabilized, it would be extremely troublesome if he decided to switch out his meditation technique. Siegfried also solemnly agreed. It seemed that a while ago, he had spoken out without thinking. As for Leyland's background, he did not have a speck of doubt regarding that. After a memory search on Aaron, and having spent 2 years in Potter Town, Leyland had already grasped the customs, traditions, and manners of speech of humans of the underworld. He gave no indications that he was not from their world. In addition, there were countless acolytes in the subterranean world, and schools that had only 1 or 2 magi to pass on the inheritance were similarly too many to count. And perhaps one day when these magi could not find the right apprentices to inherit meditation techniques, that school would naturally cease existing. As for other lucky magicians who had obtained high-level meditation techniques, they would be considered the pillars of support for passing down inheritances in their small academies. Thus, even if he hadn't heard of any good law, Siegfried believed Leyland to be only a disciple of some small-scale academy, perhaps even a bright shining disciple who was his school's sole Magus. Siegfried even felt some sympathy towards Leyland. Not only are high-grade meditation techniques easy at first and difficult later, the further one advances the more difficult it becomes to keep advancing. For a Magus to train in them, they must meet some very lofty requirements in regards to their physique and spirit. It would be no easy task for an acolyte to find a complete meditation technique that is suited to him. Leyland nodded in agreement with what Siegfried said. With a high-grade meditation technique, a magician at the acolyte or level 1 Magus stage could easily advance, but then onwards, it would become harder. In addition, finding a complete meditation technique that would suit one's own physique depended upon one's character and luck. Even Leyland was initially unsuitable to practice the Kamoyan's pupil technique. Only after transplanting the bloodline did he have the qualifications to study that high-level meditation technique. No matter how difficult it was to advance using a high-level meditation technique, magi who used such techniques were much better off when compared to those magi of the south coast who advanced by depending on resources. Siegfried's magician tower was divided into 5 floors. The lowest floor was where the refined metal puppets stood guard. On the second floor, there were rooms that stored treasures and junk. The third floor consisted of a magician's garden, a room for cultivation, and a room for training. The fourth floor had the lab and the elemental pool. The fifth and final floor contained his bedroom, a room where he received visitors, and other rooms for similar domestic purposes. After Leyland had taken a look around the tower, he was invited by Siegfried to go to the 5th floor. "Now, can you tell me the purpose of your visit, Leyland?" The two of them had enjoyed their afternoon tea along with some light refreshments before they each took a seat on the sofa. The old man, with a wise expression in his eyes, laughed and then asked Leyland that question. "Well, the fact is." Leyland paid attention to how he phrased his next words. "I have been wandering around in the woody wastelands, and do not understand much about the current situation of Magus powers in the capital. After hearing Jenny say that her family had an existence such as yourself, I decided to pay a visit. Another reason is that she and her father had spent a lot of effort in inviting me over." Hee. "You are very frank." Siegfried wore a happy smile. "Regarding these descendants of mine, I have no interest in their matters. In my opinion, they are all a pack of feral wolves, and only an alpha wolf chosen after a bitter competition will have the qualifications to lead the Argus family. He let his descendants cruelly fight it out amongst themselves, and from amongst them, he would choose the one who was capable of wielding power within the family. This kind of speech that was dripping with blood showed the cold and detached outlook of a Magus who had lived a long time. Lei Lin could also understand some of Siegfried's thoughts. It seemed that he had already cut off any feelings he had for his close relatives. These blood-related descendants of his were no better than strangers to him. Because it was like this, Siegfried would be so cold and detached, and consider them as mere beasts or even commodities to be traded. Recently, Lucas had contributed an item that was of some use to me, and because of that, I have started favoring him. Siegfried indifferently talked about the internal disputes in his family. Of course, if Lei Lin is taking Jenny's side, then I shall immediately put an end to Lucas' dreams. As far as Siegfried was concerned, Lucas was but one amongst the younger generation, while Lei Lin's status was on the same level as his own. Thus, to strengthen their relationship, no hesitation was needed if sacrificing a small benefit of Lucas was needed. Chapter 315, Secret Night Technique. Secret Night Technique. Oh. No. I think you've misunderstood me. Lei Lin hurriedly shook his head. While I am acquainted to Jenny, I also have no intentions whatsoever to partake in the Argus family's internal strife. Lei Lin made his stand. With just one sentence, the calamity that was befalling Jenny and her father would be resolved. Even Lucas would not hold any objections anymore. However, what has all this got to do with Lei Lin? Not only that, but after influencing Siegfried's decision, Lei Lin would owe him a favor. Favors are oftentimes the most difficult of things to repay. Moreover, directly interfering with another Magus family matters could be seen as being disrespectful. Whether or not Siegfried chose to mask his emotions, he would definitely be displeased about it. Lei Lin did not concern himself with these issues. On one hand, Jenny's father had some worldly faction supporting him, while on the other hand, Lucas had the backing of Siegfried. There was simply no hesitation when weighing the benefits. After all, with his years of experience, he was already used to making decisions by weighing benefits. This was also the principle that Magi practiced. As expected, after hearing Lei Lin's words, Siegfried smiled even more broadly. Lei Lin, I think you are still unfamiliar with the Magi factions in the capital, right? Don't worry, you can pay me a visit to learn more about it whenever you like. I'll also bring you to some Magi organizational places for networking and to make some new friends. That'll be fantastic. After achieving the goal he came for, Lei Lin revealed his joy. Lei Lin and Siegfried then exchanged some information that they knew about high-grade meditation techniques. Although Siegfried had amassed a bountiful amount of information for 250 years, he was still somewhat amazed by some of the theoretical practices simulated by the AI chip. So much so that he almost wanted to immediately have them undergo practical tests. This was a form of acknowledgement of Lei Lin's scholarly knowledge. As for Lei Lin, he respected the time that Siegfried had placed into his experiments. After their sharing of information, both parties felt that the time spent was extremely short. Hence, only after setting a date for their next meeting did Siegfried reluctantly send Lei Lin off. Now that Lei Lin had neglected to help Jenny's father, the series of events that happened could only be expected. During the Argus family's council, Lucas had amassed enough backing to take on the role of the next family head and to obtain the status of a marquis. During that very same night, the original marquis died a painful death from a poison attack. As for Jenny, she was accused of putting poison inside the dragon-blooded flower bud, thereby murdering her father. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was the lowest kind of setup with a childish ploy. However, Lucas wanted to use this very method to know who stood on his side within the family and at the same time establish his dominance. This deliberate misrepresentation of making a deer out to be a horse was done to punish Jenny, and to set an example for others. After using a few lightning-quick moves to rid himself of the opposing factions within the family, Lucas had a firm grip on the powers within the Argus family. The entire family implicitly allowed this to carry on, and even corroborated the story of Jenny poisoning her own father. Power struggles were often this harsh. Win, and become king. Lose, and become a dog. This was but another example of the bloody battles in this dog-eat-dog world. Hugh. Jenny dashed rapidly through a dark forest. This girl of noble birth had now lost her elegant and haughty appearance. Her skirt had already been torn apart by the shrubberies. Blood streaked her face and she had an extremely miserable appearance, worse than a beggar's. Dearest father. Tears streaked down her face as she continued running. The events had transpired so quickly that they left Jenny thinking that the whole thing was all but a dream. Her backing, which was her very own father, had died just like that through a conspiracy. Worse yet, she was labeled as the murderer. Dear heavens! Jenny did not know how perverted one had to be to brandish her as the murderer. However, what followed next left her speechless. Under the immense political power, such absurdity was validated by the others, and even labeled her as a wanted criminal. In fact, if not for the few loyal servants and kin who had tipped her off and protected her along the way, she would definitely not be able to escape with just her strength as a level 1 acolyte. Of course, after helping her, those close ones encountered terrible fates. Plop, Jenny stumbled on a tree root as she ran. Mud was splashed in the area as this young lady sobbed spasmodically as she knelt on the ground. Even if she managed to escape this time, what good would there be ahead of her? Be it other nobles or even the common folk, she would be seen as a murderer. Her eventual outcome would either to be caught and be sentenced to execution, or to hide her name and honor in dirt, never revealing her identity. Just from thinking about this fact, Jenny adopted a bleak outlook for her future. Woo, why did things turn out this way? Jenny cried. Jijage. Look at the pathetic state you're in. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded behind her back, leaving shudders throughout her body. She turned around and saw a tall knight in armor, who had a malevolent scar across his face. Dagger, Todd, one of my father's personal bodyguards, even you dare to betray me? This man had the terrifying strength of a grand knight, and was even one of her father's own bodyguards, and as such commanded quite a lot of trust. Todd only sniggered towards the lamentations of the young lady. However, his smile made his scarred face look even more horrifying. In fact, I've always been on Lucas' side. So there is no betrayal per se. Jenny's pupils dilated as she suddenly got a bad premonition. And as the reward of being an undercover operative, Lord Lucas has allowed me to seek pleasure with you before killing you. Todd licked his lips and revealed a wanton grin. 5 years. A full 5 years of listening to you call me Uncle Todd. In reality, during my duties I have thought frequently of possessing you, feasting on you, ripping you. You sick pervert. After listening to the man admitting to the desires of wanting her even since she was a 10-year-old girl, Jenny's hair stood on ends. Yes. I'm a pervert, but what can you do about it? Missy of the Argus family. Todd advanced as he peeled off his gloves. Relax, I will give you a great time. Jenny scuttled backwards, as if Todd was some kind of terrifying beast. However, Todd was, in this moment, worse than a monster. Save me. Help, someone please save me. The girl wailed helplessly as tears streamed down her face. Stop. At this moment, an extremely youthful voice sounded. What followed soon after was the wind caused from a blade being swung. Todd jumped back and looked at the lad who had emerged from nowhere. Balin. Jenny snuggled into Balin's arms as she sobbed quietly. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Balin stared coldly at the large knight in front of him. He seethed in fury, for had he arrived a moment later, something bad would have happened to Jenny. It was the first time in his life that Balin wanted to kill someone so badly. Kill me? Are you able to? Todd unsheathed the sword hung at his waist. You must be this Missy's lover. I've decided that I will first chop off your 4 limbs, then take her right in front of you. At the time, your expression will definitely be extremely fascinating to watch. Perhaps, you can even join us. Todd licked his lips and smirked. Arg. Balin swung his cross blade that carried a flash of white light as he could not bear to listen for a moment longer. Grand Knight. Todd turned solemn immediately. His giant sword was swung forward as it clashed with the cross blade, emitting sparks. Clang clang clang, Todd retreated several steps. What power! The vibration sent from Balin's swing left his hand somewhat numb. Kill him, Balin. Kill him. Jenny wailed loudly behind Balin. Under the encouragement of his loved one, Balin advanced and struck, sending Todd staggering backwards by several steps. Ping! Just as the two weapons clashed, Todd suddenly released his giant sword and rushed to Balin's side like a sweeping wind. Ka-cha! A black dagger suddenly appeared in his hand and pierced towards Balin's heart like a venomous snake. Balin struggled to move his body away, and a layer of spiritual life force appeared on his chest. Pack, as if thin leather, the dagger pierced through and left a deep gash on Balin's chest, allowing blood to flow profusely. Shing! Todd suddenly appeared from a distance away as he licked the edge of his dagger. Now you'd know why they call me Dagger, huh? Because I like to cut the flesh of my prey with this dagger, and then watch them die of anguish. Todd's face turned red and he spoke excitedly, your blood is the tastiest I've ever tried. Secret Gale Technique. Todd shouted and spiritual life force wrapped around his calves. Shik shik, he advanced again, this time even faster than before. Damn it. Secret Technique, Cross Star. After suffering from several more wounds, Balin could not bear it any longer and shouted. Wang, his body suddenly doubled in size as a layer of translucent armor protected him. Chapter 316, Chamber of Commerce. Chamber of Commerce. Ka-cha. Todd's black dagger slashed across the translucent armor, but it harmlessly bounced off. It's a defensive secret technique. Todd's eyes gleamed. There were many secret techniques for Grand Knights, but many of them were just a large boost in a single attribute. For example, Todd's secret technique focused on speed, raising it to twice his original speed. From what he could see, Balin had mustered a technique that boosted his defense. Dummy, once your technique wears off, you will still be slain by me. A sinister smile appeared on Todd's face. However, Balin suddenly moved. Speed. Balin was extremely quick. As he moved, his translucent armor created a shrill noise from the wind passing through. Todd could only see the bare afterimages. It's, actually the two attributes buff. Todd cried out hoarsely, yet the greed in his eyes only grew more apparent. Such a technique was of a considerably high grade that existed only in myths. Even the Argus family had not seen anyone wielding such a technique for the longest of times. However, Todd did not have much time to think. Balin had already appeared in front of him as he raised his crossblade, furiously slashing down at Todd. Clang! Todd jumped back and parried with the dagger in his hand. Asterisk pang. As the two weapons clashed, Todd's dagger was sent flying out of his grip. There is even a strength buff. 3 attributes. A secret technique that buffs 3 areas. Todd's mind was blank at this moment. A 2 attributes buff was not unheard of, but this 3 attributes buff of a Grand Knight level was practically unheard of, even in legends. However, Balin had no desire to explain things to him. He charged forward and swung his sword at Todd's neck. Asterisk poo. Asterisk the head that carried a scarred face was sent flying, as a blood fountain gushed to a meter's height from the neck. Jenny, are you alright? Balin dispelled the translucent armor and rushed to Jenny's side. I'm alright. Jenny replied involuntarily, before seeing Balin collapse at her side. Although the cross star was a technique taught to him by Lei Lin, who was not a Grand Knight, the might of it exceeded that of other Grand Knight techniques, but still retained the same properties of a Grand Knight technique. As for Balin, who had activated this technique, he entered a feeble state. Even raising an arm was too difficult for him, only his eyes and mouth could just barely move. Why are you this silly? This does not even concern you, Jenny wept, and tears once again streamed down her face. Kiki, I'm fine. Beilin tried his best to mask his current weakened state, but it was all done in vain. I've thought about it, let's seek asylum from Lord Leylin. He will definitely be able to protect you. Beilin spoke what's on his mind. We can't do that. Jenny Riley smiled and replied. Beilin. Can't you discern the truth from this misfortune? Lord Leylin has already abandoned me. Jenny smiled bitterly, you had better return to Lord Leylin, where he can protect you. Lucas won't be able to cause you any harm. No. Beilin's face flushed red. I won't leave you even if I die. Beilin. Jenny crouched down as both of them engaged in a passionate kiss. After the long and intense tongue fight, Beilin seemed to have changed immediately. Let us go. To the middle region. To where the dark elves' kingdoms are. To the area of darkness. Whatever it is, let us leave here to a place where no one can find us, and live happily ever after. All right. Jenny resolutely replied. The two exchanged gazes and smiled brightly. Ha! It seems as though Beilin has decided to leave. Leylin ruminated in amusement as he saw the extremely tidy and neat room, in which a letter lay on the table. To him, Beilin was only a pet that he was raising while nursing his injury. As for the current Leylin, he had already returned to the right path, and no longer had time to take care of Beilin. Perhaps it was the best choice to allow him to leave. Furthermore, Leylin did not have much use for Beilin. Even if he was turned into a branded swordsman, the strength of a rank 1 Magus was not sufficient to aid Leylin. However, this is my first time having good intentions. I hope you can pass down my cross-blade technique throughout the Twilight Zone and not ruin the name of my Farlier family. A profound light flashed in Leylin's eyes. Through the sense of the sacred flame he already knew that Beilin and Jenny were not regular folks. What's more, they would be taking the stage in Twilight Zone as the main characters. One would expect that in the near future, they would definitely not have any sort of peaceful lives, troubles would come searching for them one after another. But only then are things interesting. My setup can finally be put to good use. Leylin smiled gently, before putting this matter at the back of his head. Today was the day that he had set with Siegfried to meet other official Magus. Leylin had been anticipating this day for quite a while. So it's here. Leylin and Siegfried, dressed in common folk clothes, walked into an extremely lavish shop. Jersey's Chamber of Commerce, the most outstanding conclave in the whole of the Eastern Twilight Zone. Some of the nobility even know that there is a Magi organization supporting this conclave from the shadows. Siegfried smiled as he explained this to Leylin. Although they spoke as if no one was beside them, their voices did not travel far enough for the people in the surroundings to hear. As for us, the other Magi who are in small associations or are wandering around, we like to gather here for a couple of days and exchange some valuable insights gleaned from recent experiments or the experience gained from meditation techniques. Sometimes trades will be conducted too. Of course, all these are only restricted to the official Magus level. Siegfried wore a large black glove, hiding his metal prosthetic limb within it. Welcome. How may I help you? Two beautiful maidservants came over and asked after Siegfried stepped into Jersey's Chamber of Commerce. Take me to the VIP room. Siegfried handed a gold card to the maidservant, whose eyes immediately started to shine. My two lords, please follow me. She bowed deeply, showing off the curves of her chest. As she led the way, she exaggeratedly swayed her hips. How is it? Do you want to play for a while? Siegfried asked Leylin with a smile on his face. I have no such urges now, so maybe after this. Leylin smiled indifferently and replied. As the maidservant in front heard Leylin's words, disappointment streaked across her face. Although she was somewhat disappointed, the maid still quickly brought them to an extremely lavishly decorated room. My apologies. As my level is not high enough, our manager will take over and assist you from here. The girl bowed again and took her leave. Our Magus VIP cards are different from others, so the person who is serving us next will know our requirements and will bring us to the conclave. Siegfried explained the process simply to Lei Lin. The membership registration is extremely simple. You need to first reach the rank of an official Magus, and then have another Magus refer you. I'll set a referral up for you later. I appreciate it. Lei Lin smiled gently. Asterisk boom. Asterisk at this moment, an oil painting in the VIP room swung open, revealing a flight of stairs. Honored guests, please follow me. An upper-class woman with the spiritual force of a level 3 acolyte appeared in the tunnel. Her skin was flawless and white like porcelain, without any traces of pores. All right. Siegfried nodded his head and allowed the lady to lead the way. However, he spoke to Lei Lin without the lady hearing. She is an example of the high-grade goods that Jersey's Chamber of Commerce is offering. If you're interested, you can apply to purchase a few of them later. The chamber is rather generous to the newcomer's needs. A slave at the level of an acolyte? Lei Lin was in shock. This level of a slave was much better than the ones appearing in the Nightless City on the south coast. Back in Nightless City, Lei Lin, who was a rank 1 Magus, had only managed to purchase a level 3, old geezer acolyte who was nearing the end of his life. Evidently, even though both of them were level 3 acolytes, a charming lady would definitely command a higher price than a dying old geezer. The passage was rather short, and after a couple minutes, they soon reached the end. After opening the door, Lei Lin was brought into a great hall. The light of multiple sunstones penetrated through the crystals in the 4 corners of the hall, illuminating every corner of the hall. At this moment, magi were seated in different circles while chatting in soft voices. Upon their tables were several green fruits and drinks. Apart from that, many delicacies that were unknown to Lei Lin were placed there for the magi's taking, yet very few bothered to taste them. Come. I'll bring you to see some of my friends. After looking around, Siegfried's eyes lit up after he noticed a group of red-haired magi sitting in one of the circles, and he promptly dragged Lei Lin over to them. Here. These are the magi from the Earth-Fire Association, and they are also my friends. As for him, this is Mr. Lei Lin, a wandering magus who had recently come to our eastern capital. Siegfried made the introductions on both sides, and Lei Lin smiled and sent his greetings to the group of magi. Together with Lei Lin's disposition as a noble and his increased charisma due to the fact that he was a warlock, he very soon managed to break the ice and began to mingle with them. Chapter 317, Icy Jade Scorpion Breath. Icy Jade Scorpion Breath. Lei Lin looked at the members of the Earth-Fire Association. The magi sitting here were rather few. Including Lei Lin and Siegfried, they only amounted to 5 people. No matter if it was the South Coast or the Twilight Zone, it was not easy to advance to an official Magus. However, once someone advanced, their status and position would undergo massive changes. When I had recently studied Gaia's might, I felt that it was very difficult to attract the earth element energy particles. It was especially so on the topic of gathering Gaia's aura. At this moment, one of the red-haired magi impatiently began to talk. For that, I believe an energy particle pond will help you, Siegfried interrupted with his own opinion. That is not realistic. It consumes too many resources. I suggest using 3 kinds of meditation assisting runes, but then there is the problem of impurities in your spiritual force later on. Lei Lin found that these magi of the Earth-Fire Association discussed quite a bit about their experiences while training using their high-level meditation technique, Gaia's might. Some of the problems discussed had been researched very thoroughly, and it helped Lei Lin a little bit in his cultivation and perfection of his sacred flame and Kamoyan's pupil. The common practice in the Twilight Zone was like this: people would get together and discuss their experiences in meditation techniques, and thus hope to jointly advance. Of course, one was delusional if they thought that just relying on these casually discussed phrases would help in the completion of Gaia's might. Thus, these magi were not worried that their cultivation secrets would be leaked. When it was Lei Lin's turn to share his experience, he talked about his breakthrough through a small bottleneck, which led to some reminiscing among the other magi. Although it had only taken him a short time to advance to a rank 2 Magus, his Kamoyan's pupil had also advanced to the second level, which was considered a high level. Moreover, after obtaining another high-level meditation technique called Sacred Flame, under the constantly inferred data by the AI chip, Leyland's understanding of meditation techniques had far surpassed the knowledge of these old geezers who had immersed themselves in meditation techniques for several hundreds of years. It seems that later on, one must not only bitterly cultivate by themselves but also often exchange experiences with their peers. Just this one discussion had given Leylin new ideas for resolving the complexities and misunderstandings he had with his own meditation techniques. This was despite the fact that this discussion was only pertaining to the Gaia's might, which was not the meditation technique Leylin practiced. Furthermore, relying on the information collected by the AI chip this time, Leylin could derive a deeper understanding of his two meditation techniques. This was only natural, as Magi followed the ancient principle of equal exchange among themselves. Leylin paid attention to the fact that these Magi only talked about general things and the mentioning of the various means of doing something. The genuine, concrete details could only be mutually exchanged between two Magi in a way like a business transaction, and strict confidentiality was expected between these two parties that had made the transaction. Just now, Siegfried had sold some information related to the energy particle pond, and had got a huge remuneration. After the public information exchange session was over, the next session was the transactions between two people. If one was an official Magus, then they could set up a table with items to be sold and await customers. The atmosphere here was completely different from that of the open-air stalls and street vendors. Magi were not very eager to strike a deal, but rather, they loved to showcase and play with their precious resources. It was a common sight to see both buyer and seller chatting and smiling, some even had wine out to toast their successful trades. Unfortunately, although these underground resources were also very valuable, most of them held no interest for Leylin. With the AI chip's knowledge of some ancient information, he could easily identify the items on display and recognize their names and origins. It was a pity that while these resources were useful for a level 1 Magus, they were of no use to Leylin, who had already advanced to a level 2 Magus. However, after all was said and done, the underworld was not the same as the south coast. Leylin did not recognize some of the items on display, and as a result, his curiosity was piqued. What is this? Leylin walked up to a table just ahead and picked up an item that had been placed on a white tablecloth. It was a uniquely shaped bone flute, with one side having some irregular, round holes. This is the Saxon bagpipes, which was inherited from the Mackenzie era's Leighton Archduchy. It is said the tune it produces is very beautiful, even surpassing the songs sung by mermaids. Thus, it can be used as bait to trap mermaids. Unfortunately, ever since the Leighton Archduchy's destruction, there hasn't been anyone who knows how to play this instrument. The seller was a middle-aged fellow who was suitably attired for this occasion. In his hand was a long-stemmed wine glass full of a dark red wine. I am very interested in these kinds of ancient musical instruments. I have currently already acquired 3,912 varieties of musical instruments from different eras, and have housed them in my collection room. However, this item that I'm holding right now will not be able to shine on my hands, so I am in search of a more suitable owner. The middle-aged gentleman's face appeared regretful as if he was saying goodbye to his own lover. If you can use this item to play the ancient requiem, then it is all yours. He raised his glass of wine to toast Leylin. I beg your pardon, but I have only a little understanding in playing a musical instrument. Leylin was somewhat silent, but this was also the norm for Magi. Due to their long lifespans, apart from always doing experiments and cultivating, Magi also took some time to have some extra fun. Preferring to hoard some special kind of collectibles was not a very common or safe hobby. Some dark Magi even experienced a big change in their temperaments, as they got addicted to collecting strange collectibles, some of which even reeked of blood, and finally caused harm to others and themselves. That is truly regrettable. However, one day, I will definitely be able to find its genuine owner. This gentleman seemed to truly feel regret inside. Come. Let us drink to the moment that my precious item will find its owner. Toast. Cheers. Ley-Lin inwardly sneered, but still picked up a glass of orange juice. Then middle-aged gentleman touched his glass to Ley-Lin's, issuing a clear, ding, sound. There were but a few in this trading session like this strange, gentlemanly Magus. Most of the magi were doing their exchanges quietly. There were some who had clearly defined that their items could only be exchanged for items or resources, while the others also accepted magic crystals and completed their transactions. In the Twilight Zone, magic crystals were also a commonly used currency among magi. Ley-Lin exploited those transactions that used magic crystals to buy several resources that could only be found in the Twilight Zone, intending to go back and look over each of them thoroughly. Because he was worried that both parties' magic crystals might have subtle differences, Ley-Lin had purified all the magic crystals he had brought from the south coast and had converted them into magic crystals with the purest essence he could produce. Magic crystals with this kind of purity were just like that magic crystal used by Ley-Lin when he had opened the ancient teleportation formation. This was because after undergoing the purification process many times, it was now impossible to find any characteristics of the south coast in Ley-Lin's magic crystals. It was just like that matter with the gold coins. The decorative design on the gold coins from the south coast was not too similar to those from Twilight Zone, but Ley-Lin had melted down all his gold coins into a lump of gold so that no person would be able to tell that it was from the south coast. While Ley-Lin was walking around, he was occasionally observing the other magi bargaining, trading, and so on, silently watching and learning from them. At this time, however, something on a white table caught his attention. What is this? Ley-Lin picked up an item that looked like a shard of ice from the white table, appearing to be interested in that item. This ice shard was preserved within a green jade box as if it was a very valuable treasure. However, this feature wasn't why it had caught Ley-Lin's eye. While he was walking to this table, he had felt a movement in his blood essence, as if it were reacting to some item, and that item was this ice shard. At this moment, while Ley-Lin was holding onto the ice shard with both his hands, the sensation he had felt before had now intensified. Z. Z*. A white mist appeared out from that ice shard and very quickly condensed into a layer of thick frost that froze Ley-Lin's fingers. This degree of white frost could not do any harm to Ley-Lin, but he still was pleasantly surprised to find that when this cold air invaded him, there was an odd change that had occurred to the Kamoyan's bloodline in his body. This feeling, it is as if a person who was burning with rage suddenly had ice-cold water poured on him. It really is very enjoyable. Ley-Lin heaved a mental sigh. A warlock's emotional instability was a bloodline illness, and it had already caused Ley-Lin trouble for a long time. Although the AI chip, in accordance with the research notes and the original prescription of the tranquility potion left behind by the great Magus home, had allocated more of the high-level tranquility potion, in the end, it could only suppress the illness, and could not completely cure it. Now, this ice shard-like item in his hand caused him to feel some hope. I feel that this item I am holding can suppress the negative effects on my emotions for at least a year. If I find more items like these, then perhaps the emotional instabilities can be completely cured. A joyous sparkle appeared in Ley-Lin's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. He did not want to expose any emotion before he got his hands on the name and origin of the ice shard. This is the icy jade scorpion's breath. Icy jade scorpions live deep within ice caves, and their saliva has the effect of boosting the advancement of plenty of ice element high-level meditation techniques. It is being sold for 500,000 magic crystals, or can be exchanged for an item of similar worth. In front of Ley-Lin was an extremely beautiful female Magus. Her long purple robes could not hide the curves of the body. Instead, it was even more enchanting as the robes failed to conceal them. Her light purple hair was let down like a waterfall, and her exquisite face carried a smile. This woman's looks definitely ranked in the top 10 of all females Ley-Lin had ever seen, and in addition, she looked extremely intelligent and capable. I have an experiment which requires a large amount of this item. Can you bring me to the ice cave? Or perhaps, I can purchase them in bulk. From the smile of the woman, Lei Lin knew that she had seen through his urgent need for the icy jade scorpion's breath, so he just calmly admitted it. Chapter 318, Research and Experiment. Research and Experiment. Meanwhile, a magic crystal was tossed onto the table. Lei Lin kept the icy jade scorpion's breath in his palm with no intentions of returning it. Is it just an experiment? The purple-haired Magus said with a grin. The magic crystal on the table flew into her hands, leaving behind a flickering black afterimage. Lei Lin merely looked at her with a vacant stare, as if what he had said was the truth. All right then. The female Magus elegantly raised her finger, on which her fingernail had been painted with the red sap of a daffodil, and kept the magic crystal. I'm Celine. You can contact me in the future for more information regarding the icy jade scorpion. This is my secret imprint. She then passed her secret imprint, which looked like a purple daffodil, to Lei Lin. Lei Lin nodded and left the area, and right after that, a plump Magus walked up to Celine and began to chat with her earnestly. Lei Lin, my friend. Where are you going? At this moment, Siegfried strolled up to where he was. You came at the right time. Do you know who that purple-haired female Magus is? Lei Lin pointed at the female Magus who occasionally covered her mouth and giggled while conversing animatedly with the plump Magus. Oh. That's Celine, the inheritor of a small guild. Although the guild's strength isn't much, she is a famous beauty of the eastern capital. However, she's extremely crafty, and many magi who have harbored designs on her have suffered. She's not someone you'd want to provoke. Siegfried looked at Lei Lin before grinning. Why? Are you interested in her? No. We just had some dealings previously. After listening to Siegfried's explanation, he was even more sure that Celine was not a simple woman. The grip he had on the box unconsciously tightened. However, the icy jade scorpion's breath was paramount to his path as a warlock, so he absolutely could not miss this chance. It seems like I'll have to play with this vixen for a while. Lei Lin smiled as he glanced at Celine. In the eastern capital, within the villa that Lei Lin bought. After Balin's silent farewell, only Lei Lin was left as the sole occupant of the grand villa. As Lei Lin had not bought any slaves, it felt rather empty in here. At this moment, Lei Lin had separately constructed a concealed tunnel in the underground cellar. At the end of the tunnel was a spacious underground lab, at the center of which was a silver metal experimental desk with test tubes lying on top of it. All of these things were items that Lei Lin had brought along with him. What a strange item. At this moment, Lei Lin used silver tweezers and held the icy jade scorpion's breath as blue light shined in his eyes. With the aid of the microscopic analyzing abilities of the AI chip, the surface on the icy shard continuously enlarged, finally revealing a strange rune with 6 sides. Chilliness churned and emanated from this strange rune. Beep. The analysis of the components of the icy jade scorpion's breath is complete. Creating matrices and images. Beginning simulation of the experiments on bloodline. Soon, the AI chip's voice intoned. Let's begin. Lei Lin inhaled deeply. Authorization received. Beginning the simulation of experiment on bloodline. The AI chip worked on the data. Lei Lin's eyes blurred as he seemed to enter a different dimension. He could vaguely make out a translucent human figure with purple blood running through their veins. Injecting the icy jade scorpion's breath. With the AI chip's voice, 2 thin metal needles pierced the humanoid figure at the shoulders, and images then showed a strange white liquid flowing into the body. Voila! Once the icy jade scorpion's breath had entered the body, it frothed as if hot oil had met with icy water, creating a very strong reaction. The experimented-on body began to shake violently, and the numbers which represented the data of the figure changed wildly, almost turning into a blur. Blood flow and pressure are increased, and burden on the body is multiplied by 5. From time to time, the AI chip would update and interpret the new figures for Lei Lin. Begin the radiation of energy particles. Stabilize the vitality within. Lei Lin ordered once again. Soon, black dark elemental energy particles began to emanate from the experimental body, and under such radiation, the body slowly began to stabilize. Finally, the experimental body returned to its original state, and the purple blood in the body continued to flow, just like wine inside a glass. The main difference was that the blood had dulled a little and become darker. Warlock's bloodline emotional stability experiment was successful. Estimated time for suppressing the core emotional waves, 345 days, 13 hours. The AI chip gave an accurate analysis of the experiment. If the dosage is increased, could it prevent any troubles in the future? Lei Lin asked the AI chip. Data is insufficient. Analyzing the data's probabilities, the AI chip once again went into a computing mode. Only after 5 hours had passed did the AI chip come up with a reply. Success rate is 67%. Requires more high-level icy jade scorpion's breath. As expected. This kind of icy jade scorpion's breath can really cure problems with Warlock's emotions. Lei Lin's eyes shone brightly with happiness. Although the ancient bloodline Warlocks had powerful physiques and magic capabilities, it was very difficult for them to advance. However, this was not the main reason why the Warlock inheritance declined. As a result of their access to powerful ancient bloodlines, a Warlock would also inherit the intact genes, which were deeply imbued with tyrannical and terrifying emotions, of ancient predators. Because of this, a Warlock's personality was often irascible, and they were quick-tempered, which was a fatal flaw in the Magus world. No matter how powerful one was, what was the point in having such power if one could not control their own spirit? Therefore, the calm and rational Magi could pass on their legacies. However, there were no traces of Warlocks on the south coast and Twilight Zone, perhaps only the central continent had some of the legacies left behind by Warlocks. Icy Jade Scorpion. Lei Lin quickly sorted out all the information he had related to this organism. After being told the name of this crystal, Lei Lin began an intensive study on the characteristics, habitats, capabilities, etc. of this organism, and gathered all of the relevant data. Icy Jade Scorpion, a high-energy organism that reaches the might of a rank 1 Magus in its adult stages. In search of fertile lands, they often reside in icy caves. Legend has it that they came from another world back in ancient times, and after entering the Twilight Zone, they underwent some evolutionary changes. Only the special radiation reflected from certain types of topaz are able to sustain their lives and reproduction capabilities. Their crystallized breath is known to have stimulating effects on certain high-grade meditation techniques. This was a brief summary of all the information Lei Lin had gathered. The Icy Cave's resources had already been monopolized by several guilds, and was in the process of being excavated. It would be extremely difficult for Lei Lin to enter on his own. No matter what, I have to obtain the Icy Jade Scorpion's breath. Flames of desire glinted in Lei Lin's eyes. Even if the heavens fall and the earth crumbles, I will not stop under any circumstances. Suppressing a bloodline Warlock's emotional instability proved to be extremely difficult, as even though there were so many ancient Magi, they could only discover ways to suppress it. If not for Lei Lin having the AI chip and bloodline acting as a reminder, he definitely would not have been able to discover the use of the Icy Jade Scorpion's breath this easily. Lei Lin did not feel that he would chance upon such a lucky encounter again. However, using the Icy Jade Scorpion's breath as a suppressant may not work for all Warlocks, and may not even work for others with the giant Chamoyan serpent's bloodline. However, the AI chip managed to find a resource that is able to work specifically for me. Lei Lin's face was extremely solemn. There were no remedies to treat the emotional instability of Warlocks. Also, due to the difference in bloodlines, each Warlock had a unique bodily attribute. Hence, Lei Lin himself was not sure whether the Icy Jade Scorpion's breath would be effective. It was very likely that the Icy Jade Scorpion's breath would aid Lei Lin, but not another Warlock with the giant Chamoyan serpent's bloodline. In other words, the unique characteristics of this resource made it especially effective for Lei Lin. Furthermore, The rise and fall of other warlocks was of no concern to Lei Lin. He only cared that the icy jade scorpion's breath was useful to him, and that he needed more of it. It would be best if he could find another icy jade scorpion's breath of higher quality. I'll have to plan for this. I need a calm and collected mind. Lei Lin looked at the icy shard between the tweezers. Through the experimentation on the AI chip, I now know that although the icy jade scorpion's breath can suppress my mental fluctuations and allow me to be sane for close to a year, there will also be some side effects. I have to concoct some potions to get rid of these side effects. This would not stump Lei Lin at all. After residing in Four Seasons Garden for such a long time, Lei Lin was no longer a potion master who had just advanced. The Four Seasons Garden was a large-scaled power that was formed of potion masters. They had various information on all sorts of potions, as well as ideas on concocting ancient potions, and these experiments were not too difficult. Naturally, Lei Lin had absorbed all of the information stored within the Four Seasons Garden like a sponge, all while practicing his potioneering skills at the same time. Through various trades and experiments, Lei Lin estimated that his skills had far surpassed that of his mentor, Professor Croft, after leaving the Four Seasons Garden, and had even reached the realm of a potion grandmaster. A potions grandmaster. Their success rate for brewing high-grade potions was around 30%, and they could even research and try brewing new types of potions on their own. Chapter 319, Negotiations. Negotiations. There were only a few potion masters in the entire South Coast, and they were all pursued and worshipped by many major powers. Hence, Lei Lin did not dare to expose his attainment in potioneering. Advancing to rank 2 at his age was already heaven-defying, but if he revealed his skill in potioneering, he would be called not a normal genius, but a freak of nature. A potion master's progress was not dependent on his theory research, he had to do a great amount of practical work. Only after wasting lots of resources could he get plenty of experience and thus make progress. Even if Lei Lin was freakishly talented, he simply could not be promoted to a higher level in potioneering without doing anything. If many magi decided to investigate him, the existence of his AI chip might even be exposed. Because of this, Lei Lin had always concealed his genuine realm in potions, choosing to stay silent regarding this. The most important aspect of a potions master was innovation. By relying on their wealth of knowledge and experience, they could improvise formulas and still attain a very high success rate. Thanks to Lei Lin's current attainments in potioneering, he only had to think for a short while before being able to recall several formulas to be used together with icy jade scorpion's breath that would negate its side effects. In order to completely eliminate the side effects of the icy jade scorpion's breath, I'll need arrow frog venom, reddish stony feces, and the egg of the black mountain goat, and then I'll be able to start the neutralization process. Lei Lin eventually selected a formula. Coincidentally, I have one portion of all of these items. Soon after, he was deeply immersed in the brewing process. The usage of this icy jade scorpion's breath concerned the success or failure of eliminating the side effects from his bloodline, and thus, he had to be serious. 2 days passed before Lei Lin emerged from his laboratory. There were slight differences between his condition from 2 days ago and now. His personality had become colder, and he now gave off an unapproachable aura. His skin had turned softer, and it constantly emitted a jade-like luster. A chilliness seemed to emit from his black hair, decreasing the surrounding temperature by a few degrees. After having brewed the potion, Lei Lin was itching to make use of it and see if it would successfully suppress his bloodline. The AI chip had already given Lei Lin definite assurance that while the potion was in effect, even if Lei Lin was to take part in bloody battles every day, the effects of his bloodline wouldn't corrupt his rational thinking. Only now did Lei Lin have the confidence to research on the icy jade scorpion's breath. Siegfried. Previously, I asked you to get some intelligence about Celine's guild. Is there any news on that matter? Celine. I now have some time, so tell me where it is. We can go there directly and talk in person about the matter concerning the icy jade scorpion. The first thing Lei Lin did was send out 2 short messages using secret imprints. A few minutes later, he received an answer. A khaki-colored imprint of a mechanical arm shone upon the contact book. I had previously gathered some intelligence, and coupled with your generous reward, I have already gotten a better understanding of nature's alliance. I'll pass on the information to you later. Siegfried conveyed some good news to Lei Lin. Thank you. I will come and visit you later. Lei Lin smiled. Compared to Siegfried, Celine's answer was much simpler. There was a time and a place, and everything else could only be discussed once they reached the place. What a shrewd woman. Lei Lin evaluated. I just hope you don't go and get yourself ensnared too. This is the place. Lei Lin had arrived in front of an elegant office in the eastern capital. This building was rather different from the usual structures of the subterranean world, which placed an emphasis on defense. Here, it was extremely majestic and sought to be elegant and pleasing to the eye. It was adorned with all sorts of flowers and plants, while its defense was unbelievably weak. This contrasting style, along with the top-class luxurious items inside, had attracted the attention of several aristocrats, causing them to rush madly towards this place. However, it implemented a very strict system for its members, and only a limited number of customers were received. The supporter of this place was also extremely firm, and after rejecting the requests of a few aristocratic families, the demand sharply dropped. Lei Lin entered this office and began to recall the information Siegfried had given him. Nature's Alliance, this was the guild that Celine was in. It was said that this small-sized guild had affinities with various plants from another world, and their greenhouse handling of plants and research of these plants were extremely unique and cutting-edge. Furthermore, although the high-grade meditation technique of the Nature Alliance did not have strong fighting abilities, it was extremely useful in playing the role of support. Furthermore, the training in this technique allowed the practitioner to permanently change their appearance slightly, turning them into handsome men and pretty ladies that would be able to attract pursuit from the opposite sex. Lastly, the magi that graduated from these guilds were completely different from traditional magi with their stubbornness and unwillingness to communicate with others. Most of them were intelligent, capable, and extremely adept at socializing. They had quite a good reputation outside, and even had a good relationship with other small guilds. This was all the information Siegfried had gathered regarding the guild behind Celine. Lei Lin had also found much valuable information from within. Changing their appearance, being good at socializing, having a powerful backing. It looks like the high-grade meditation technique of Nature's Alliance can't directly increase one's strength. It might increase one's charisma or illusory abilities. In addition, they have a good relationship with most small guilds, and a few medium-sized guilds. This means that it's almost impossible for there to be a rank 2 or higher Magus in charge, else it would have long since become a large-scale guild. If Lei Lin was still a rank 2 warlock, he would naturally force his way through. However, as he was still sustaining an injury and could not yet use his full power, he had to remain low-key indefinitely and not attract unwarranted attention from magi who were rank 2 and above. Hence, he had to be patient and enter the game that this wily vixen Celine was playing. "Hello, mister. Do you have an appointment?" As Lei Lin stepped in, he was respectfully stopped by two maidservants. As they greeted him, Lei Lin caught a whiff of an extremely simple yet elegant perfume. The two maidservants were dressed extremely well, and they clearly had training in their poise, which could rival that of women in nobility. However, the few knights that stood behind the maidservants were enough to cause people to dispel their stray thoughts. "I have an appointment with Celine." Lei Lin answered. "Lord Lei Lin, please follow me." After hearing Celine's name, the two maidservants' bodies shuddered slightly and they became more respectful to Lei Lin. "Lord Celine is waiting for you in the Horizon Pavilion." Horizon Pavilion? Isn't that the guest room that is reserved for people of the highest importance? A passing noble youth squealed, attracting the attention of passers-by. "I haven't heard wrongly, it is the Horizon Pavilion." "Exactly what background does this young man have?" "I haven't heard anything about a noble paying a visit." From a secret hall nearby, all sorts of mutters could be heard. Though their voices were extremely low and quiet, they were still able to travel into Leylin's ear. Leylin followed behind the maidservants. Under everyone's astonished gazes, he headed towards the meeting point designated for the people of highest importance. After walking through several corridors that were lined with flowers and plants, Leylin finally reached the Horizon Pavilion. The two maidservants opened the door for Leylin before retreating. Mist. A layer of thin white mist engulfed the entire room, and in certain corners of the room were the glittering of jewels, making the place more magnificent than before, its picturesque beauty like a place of fantasy. This mist seems to have a type of tranquil and relaxing effect, which is rather useful for even a regular human's body. Leylin made his deduction after catching a single whiff of it. He even understood the formula to replicate the mist. It's a pity that it doesn't have much of an effect on an official Magus. Leylin continued to observe the layout of the Horizon Pavilion. Green plants took up a huge portion of the room, but the layout was extremely neat and tidy, giving off a feeling of being one with nature. In the Twilight Zone, green plants were extremely valuable resources, as the light from sunstones was used to grow various fungi and oats. As for vegetables and fruits, they were extremely rare items only for the nobility, much less plants that were only used for aesthetic viewing purposes. Celine rested on a chair made of vines, seemingly unaware of Leylin's arrival. Her long, slender legs were revealed, and with that beauty of hers that could cause wars between kingdoms, it was no small temptation, even for an official Magus. Ahem. Leylin lightly coughed. Following which, the woman lying down was roused in shock, and she proceeded to greet Leylin with a smile, "You're here, Magus Leylin." Each and every movement of hers had elegance in it, and coupled with her voice that was as sweet as a skylark's, it could leave one intoxicated. "Hello, Magus Celine." Leylin gave a perfunctory greeting, the expression on his face neither warm nor cold. The spiritual force of an official Magus was enough to engulf the space within the room, and when Leylin entered, he did not conceal the aura on his body. It would be strange if this woman did not realize his arrival at all. However, even if it was done on purpose, Celine's behavior could not invoke any hatred. It was as if a little girl was playing a prank, which was not annoying. However, after witnessing this scene, Leylin was even more sure of the meditation technique she cultivated in. A superior illusory technique was not only cast on opponents, but also on the user. It would often leave opposing magi finding it unbearable to inflict pain on them. It was extremely obvious that Celine's meditation technique had reached such a level. Chapter 320, Celine. Celine. There is only one effect from such a meditation technique, and that is to increase affinity with others. Natural affinity. Affinity to all things. At its peak, it will even affect intelligent creatures and their unconscious state of mind. Furthermore, it will also attract the illusion elemental energy particles. Leylin quickly deduced Celine's meditation technique. Terrifying. At its later stages, this meditation technique will even affect official magi, where the energy particles will enter the Magus body and influence their spirit's natural inclinations. Of course, Celine's attainment in this meditation technique had not reached such a level yet. Furthermore, Leylin had only conjectured the level higher than her current state, which may not even be true. Evidently, her lustrous appearance could still not enchant Leylin. Hence, Leylin had not completely disregarded Celine's beauty and found another chair made of vines, which was facing her, to sit on. "I'm sure that Miss Celine is extremely clear about my intentions on being here." The attitude that Leylin showed caused Celine to furrow her brows. However, very soon she smiled meaningfully as she stood up and stretched her back. "Since Mr. Leylin had already mentioned it, then I won't beat around the bush any longer." Celine smiled wryly. "The icy cave is not controlled by my guild, Nature's Alliance. As for the icy jade scorpion, its venom poses a problem even for magi. Furthermore, the elite icy jade scorpion has the might of a semi-converted elemental Magus. Legends have it that a peak rank 1 Magus could not even beat their king. Under so many unfavorable circumstances, we have to pay a huge price for every icy jade scorpion's breath that we obtain. What's more troublesome is that this species cannot be tamed, and they will attack any other living thing. To be frank, that material that I put for sale was the very last piece I owned. Celine continuously poured forth her grievances, seemingly pitiful like a weak and helpless damsel. One would often forget her identity as an official Magus. However, Leylin would not fall into such a trap. Furthermore, even if she really had met with such troubles, Leylin had no intentions of helping her. My apologies, but my reason for coming here this time is to amass large amounts of the icy jade scorpion's breath. Also, if you were to meet with difficulties, we could change our negotiations. Bring me the permit to enter the icy cave and a detailed map. In exchange, I'm willing to fork out large amounts of magic crystals, precious resources, and even top-grade research materials. Leylin spoke in a rich and overbearing manner. Of course, to enter the icy cave, he could deal with other organizations or simply choose to infiltrate his way in. However, having an honest identity was always a good thing. Furthermore, Leylin had already inquired about the other factions who were safeguarding the icy cave. They were either a type of intelligent species or those extremely obstinate, conservative humans. As to whether Leylin could obtain anything from them, it remained a mystery. No matter what, if Leylin did not want to cause a huge stir, the best way was to get in through Nature's Alliance. Of course, if he was left with no other choices, Leylin did not mind going into seclusion for a good while before he regained the might of a rank 2 warlock and force his way in and even monopolize the area for himself. Entry permit? Even a map? Celine bowed her head as she pondered, but she very soon declined. My apologies. Mr. Leylin, you aren't from Nature's Alliance, so if I were to let you in, the other factions would not be too pleased about it. However, if you were a member of Nature's Alliance, then there wouldn't be any problems anymore. Celine grinned. Leylin laughed loudly. Just for a mere entry permit and you want me to join as a member, aren't you a little too naive? It definitely will not stop at that level. If you, Mr. Leylin, are willing to join, Celine is willing to give you the honorary title of a professor, with 500,000 magic crystals as a salary each year. Furthermore, the precious resources and experiment lab will be open to you. Mr. Won't you give Celine a hand? Celine sounded extremely sincere as she spoke in an endearing manner which could enchant people. Ripples seemed to emanate from her big, shiny eyes. Leylin was shocked for a while before he smiled and met Celine's eyes with his. Under the detection of the AI chip, an extremely indiscernible spiritual force was revealed to him. Moreover, the direction that it headed towards was Leylin's brain and his sea of consciousness. She actually dared to cast an illusion on me. Leylin did not know whether to laugh or cry. This woman was acting somewhat recklessly. Not to mention the automatic counterattack from his bloodline, as a rank 2 warlock, his massive spiritual force was enough to cause Celine a backlash which could turn her into an idiot. However, he still had uses for her, so naturally, he would not be this vicious. From Leylin's eyes, a large crimson-colored light surged forward and crumbled the incoming spiritual force into pieces. After realizing this had happened, Celine's face turned pale. Leylin, who had adopted a low profile, had always been suppressing his spiritual force and energy waves that he radiated. On the surface, he was just another ordinary rank 1 Magus. For this very reason, Celine was willing to cast an illusion on him. However, from the looks of it, this Magus by the name of Leylin was concealing most of his strength, which had caused her to be on the losing end. In many cases, magic could turn around and backfire on the person who had cast the spell and cause him or her damage. Celine struggled, wanting to shift her eyes away. However, her neck seemed to be stuck in a certain position, unable to move even an inch. Shocked, Celine could only gaze pitifully at Leylin, hoping to gain his understanding. After playing around with her for a while, Leylin gave a faint smile and curbed the crimson rays coming from his eyes. Meanwhile, Celine trembled violently, 2 red lines flowed from her beautiful nose and created a flaw on her attractive face. A peak rank 1 Magus. You're a peak rank 1 Magus. Celine did not even bother sorting out her appearance and exclaimed. Through this spiritual force encounter, Celine could tell that he had a spiritual force that was as deep and profound as an ocean. The icy and terrifying aura it had caused her much fear. She was extremely confident in her abilities in casting illusions. Based on records on meditation techniques, only someone who had the strength of at least a rank 1 peak Magus would be able to forcefully break her illusions. At this point, magi like them had basically completely converted their elemental essence, and their whole body had undergone a slight change. Ordinary illusions were basically useless. And Lei Lin right here was a peak rank 1 Magus. My apologies. Celine did have the slightest clue that Mr. Lei Lin had already been promoted to the peak of rank 1. Please forgive me for that sudden probing just now. Thank you so much for letting me off. Celine looked grim, got up, and bowed towards Lei Lin with an expression of reverence. In this situation where guilds were usually managed by official magi, a peak rank 1 Magus was enough to destroy several small guilds. Celine was extremely familiar with the destructive power of a peak rank 1 Magus. Magi at this level were enough to be the trump cards of medium-scaled guilds. Why would they appear here? While Celine was bowing, she secretly raised her head and took the measure of this young man who was preposterously good-looking. All sorts of thoughts emerged in her mind. It's nothing much. How is it going regarding the trade? Lei Lin shook his head slightly. Just showing a bit of strength was enough for this little vixen to see the disparity between them. When the difference in power was like that between heaven and earth, any scheming would be useless. The trade isn't very urgent. Please wait for a while longer. Celine's attitude had now undergone an 180-degree change. She bowed slightly, and then flitted away into the darkness like a butterfly. She did not make him wait long, appearing in front of him again within a few minutes. However, she now wore a purplish gold gown and had dressed herself up, and did not look as pitiful as she had been. She was also holding onto a round disc. This is the collection at our office. There aren't many produced every year, and we only use it to entertain important guests. Celine smiled daintily, placing the item on the round dish on the table. It was a seed that was in the shape of an olive. There were also patterns that were similar to that on walnuts and was probably the seed of some plant. Celine's pale jade-like hands brushed at the seed. Wang, along with a circle of green rays, the entire seed began to tremble. Pack, a white feeler burst out of the seed, extended itself, and then increased in number. After the feelers were brown branches, followed by green leaves and pink flowers. Under the green rays, this seed rapidly went through its entire brief life, and when all the flower petals fell away, a red fruit that was like an apple appeared on a branch. This is a special local product of ours, the Sicily fruit. As it stays ripe for just a short period of time, it needs to be eaten right after being picked to be able to enjoy its pure, unadulterated taste. Celine explained to Lei Lin while giving a gentle smile. The miracles in life are truly splendid and numerous. Lei Lin praised. Such a miracle was only possible by using magic. He picked the fruit off the plant, and the plant, which had lost its fruit, quickly wilted, and in seconds, turned into a puddle of gray liquid. Chapter 321, A Pact. A Pact. Munch. Lei Lin took a bite of the fruit that had been created by using magic to accelerate its growth. As for any poisons, after having awakened the toxic innate talent of the giant Chamoyan serpent, he was basically immune to most poisons in the world. Perhaps only the terrifying toxins that originated from ancient times might be able to affect him. As the fruit entered his mouth, a fragrant and sweet juice flowed between his teeth. It tastes pretty good, and it also seems to be beneficial towards one's spiritual force. It is still rather effective for official magi who are gathering spiritual force. Lei Lin gave a slightly surprised glance towards Celine. The Sicily fruit is only effective for official magi who are eating it for the first time. If a Magus rank is too high, or if it is eaten multiple times, it is probably only useful for satisfying one's taste buds and stomach. Celine could only force a wry smile, pointing out the flaws in the fruit. Even so, it is still remarkable. Lei Lin shook his head. The effects of this fruit were akin to those of a potion for spiritual force. If this was on the south coast, countless official magi would be looting this everywhere. Here, however, any small power was able to bring it out, and Lei Lin once again learned more about the abundance of resources in the subterranean world. After displaying his strength, Lei Lin was extremely calm and composed, enjoying the top-grade delicacies, wine, and other great things that Celine brought out, while occasionally speaking to her. After that, Celine took the initiative and brought up the trade that Lei Lin had been talking about. Is my lord really not going to even consider Celine's suggestion? Celine stared at Lei Lin with puppy-dog eyes. I don't have any plans to join any powers and be tied down. Lei Lin rejected her straight out. Please don't worry about that at all. Nature's alliance is very small and I, Celine, am the only official Magus. My lord, you wouldn't have to do much. Celine guaranteed. Also, the moment you enter, we will release to you all of Nature's Alliance's high-grade meditation techniques and information regarding the secret spells that have been passed down. After all, it was very rare for a peak rank 1 Magus to be seen traveling alone in the Twilight Zone. One could go so far as to say that they could be seen once in 100 years. If one wanted to walk far on the path of Magi, it was essential that they possess large amounts of resources and knowledge, and these were things that only large powers possessed. Hence, those wandering Magi were usually not that powerful. Anyone who was a semi-converted Magus was considered rather powerful, and as for being a peak rank 1 Magus, that was virtually impossible. Even if there were one or two who were extremely lucky, they would immediately be roped in by large Magi organizations, and would definitely not continue to wander. Now, however, Celine knew there was a tremendous opportunity in front of her. The moment she recruited Lei Lin, Nature's Alliance would automatically become a medium-ranked guild that would not lose out to top powers. Hence, whilst knowing that she did not have much hope in this endeavor, Celine still wanted to give it a try. Though she had previously used her own beauty to seduce a few Magi, most of them were nothing special, and all they wanted was to gain possession of her. It was extremely disgusting, but she had to endure the disgust that rose within her and continue to have dealings with them for her guild to continue to exist. If her guild had a peak rank 1 Magus taking charge, things would definitely be different. My apologies, but, Lei Lin spoke, causing Celine's expression to pale. But it's not as if there isn't a roundabout way of doing this. However, Lei Lin's next words caused Celine's eyes to shine. I can go through the motions of entering the Nature's Alliance Guild to obtain the entry permit to enter the icy cave. Also, I want everything that you promised me, and in return, I can even personally help you to expand the guild to some extent. After this, you and your Nature's Alliance are not allowed to reject any of my requests. Remember, I mean any at all. Lei Lin altered the conditions a little, leaving Celine to sink deeply into thought. Fine. After muttering to herself for some time, this clever woman quickly nodded and accepted Lei Lin's terms. There were few chances to recruit a peak rank 1 Magus. In addition, though Lei Lin would only enter the guild in name, as long as she did her utmost if Nature's Alliance were to get into trouble, wouldn't he help out? I can. Even, Celine raised her head and looked at Lei Lin's handsome features, flushed red, and then ducked her head. However, considering her experience, she knew to rein in her emotions. I'll pass you the high-grade meditation techniques and information regarding spells as soon as possible. May I know when you are planning to enter the icy cave? I can arrange. Celine's head automatically lowered. Such an attitude surprised Lei Lin. Don't I have to sign some contract? I recall that when most guilds recruit new blood, some even get them to leave behind a portion of their soul. I trust Lord Lei Lin. Celine resolutely stated, which left Lei Lin somewhat stupefied. Of course, he would not leave any traces of his spirit to be bound by a contract. However, he was prepared to use the trial's eye to reassure her. After all, he still had many items that could be used to concoct the solution of the nefarious Filthbird's feathers. However, it seemed like Selene was slyer than he thought, and was also willing to take risks. Perhaps, in the future, Nature's Alliance would be able to shine through her leadership and walk the path to glory. Lei Lin looked at Selene, who seemed like a maidservant now, as he smiled in a toying manner. A few days later, on a tall, fertile land, in front of a mighty construction. Selene wore purple robes, seemingly with a bewitching intent. This caused the two acolytes behind her to gulp down their saliva. Between the two acolytes, one of them was female. She herself was intoxicated by Selene's beauty, and her gaze held a trace of adoration. "Lord Selene, are we really waiting for a peak rank 1 Magus here?" As for the other male acolyte, he was somewhat in disbelief. It was a peak rank 1 Magus after all. Such strength was enough to be granted the position of an elder in large guilds. Why would such a Magus lower his status and enter a small guild? Or perhaps, maybe it was for Lord Selene. The male acolyte racked his brains to derive a plausible explanation while tightly clenching his fist. As for the female acolyte, she gritted her teeth. As for what she thought, that peak rank 1 Magus must have used some methods to cause Lord Selene to succumb to him, and intentionally joined the guild to use it to his advantage for a long time. "Obo, Ilya, although this Lord Lei Lin has a relatively good-natured disposition, you cannot be disrespectful. You are the hope of my Nature's Alliance. If you have the chance to be favored by Lord Lei Lin and become his disciple, the chances of advancing to a rank 1 Magus in the future will be extremely high." As for Selene, she did not consider the complicated feelings of her acolytes and even tried to instruct them at this moment. The reason for her bringing the two acolytes who had the highest chances of advancing into an official Magus with her was twofold. First, she wanted everyone in the guild to know that she had recruited a peak rank 1 Magus, and on the other hand, she had hoped for Lei Lin to take them as his disciples, to further strengthen the ties they had. Jijage. Isn't that the guild leader of Nature's Alliance? Who might be this important for the ravishing beauty Miss Selene to personally welcome him? At this moment, a group of magi walked out as the large gates of the construction creaked open. The one walking at the forefront was middle-aged, with a half-naked torso and 8 long legs that propped up his body. At his buttocks was a sack of silk. It seemed to be a half-man half-spider creature. Moreover, a genital tube hung from his lower abdomen in the open. Looking at it, Obo felt it repulsive, and as for Ilya, she lowered her head. However, they could not express their disgust, as this creature had the might of a semi-converted rank 1 Magus, which made it stronger than Selene. Through the sensing of the spiritual force, they could see that the halo of energy particles surrounding the creature's body was mightier than that of their guild leader. "It's been a really long time, Magus Skrill." Selene smiled jubilantly and went forward to greet the creature. The Magus Skrill looked at Obo and Ilya in disdain, before looking at Selene. "Miss Selene, why do you have to safeguard the Nature's Alliance? There are so few acolytes, and much less potential. This will only end with you squandering your youth and your precious lifespan. Why don't you join us at the 8-Claw Spider Guild? I can give you a position which is just beneath mine." Skrill licked his lips as he lustfully looked at Selene. "My apologies, Sir Skrill." Selene smiled with some difficulty, and as Skrill edged closer, she caught a whiff of his repulsive odor, which left her rather pale. On the other side, Obo and Ilya's eyes had already turned red. If not for Skrill being an official Magus with a might that surpassed Selene, they would have already dashed forward. Skrill was a leader of one of the small-scale guilds that had banded together with Nature's Alliance to guard the icy cave. Very long ago, when Nature's Alliance was at its peak, Skrill's guild was still a pathetic, tail-wagging, pity-votes-garnering, tag-along of a guild. However, after Selene took over the leadership position, Nature's Alliance's power started to wane. Only then did Skrill begin to mercilessly reap the benefits that originally belonged to Nature's Alliance, and even express his interests in Selene. Chapter 322, Crystal Mask. Crystal Mask. Selene herself had only just advanced to become an official Magus. Compared to Skrill, she was obviously lacking. In addition, all the Magi that were on good terms with Nature's Alliance were not willing to offend a semi-converted Magus just for this small matter. As with their responsibilities in their respective guilds, they had to consider many more things than most other Magi. Even if Selene were to win over a few Magi by using her body, those she could win over would at most be regular official Magi that would be much weaker than Skrill. This was what had allowed Skrill to be so unreserved with his actions. The smile on Selene's face gradually became more forced as Skrill made things more difficult for her along every step of the way. At the same time, she also sent warnings to Obo and Ilya, telling them not to do anything that might provoke Skrill. Obo and Ilya felt as if their hearts had been slashed, as they were only able to clench their fists at this scene. Selene continued, "The reason I'm here is to welcome a famed professor into my guild. He wishes to enter the icy caves." Famed professor? Skrill's brows furrowed. Is it Wagrin or Noah? With just their measly amount of strength, they'll just be a burden. Skrill sneered. No. The professor we've invited is a traveling Magus from the eastern capital. In fact, I myself was rather surprised that he actually agreed to enter Nature's Alliance. A grin surfaced on Selene's face. Anyways, he's already here. Hee, how powerful can a traveling Magus be? Selene, I hope you didn't get cheated. Skrill's disdainful expression was still on his face. He's here. Where is he? Here. Leyland's cold voice sounded from behind Skrill. Skrill's body stiffened. How powerful was this official Magus to be able to escape his detection and sneak behind his back without any trouble? If not for the greeting, it would have been an easy task for Leyland to kill him with just a spell. He turned around rigidly to the sight of a young Magus in black standing behind him with a gentle smile on his lips. However, the aura he was giving off was terrifyingly strong. The moment he appeared, dense dark elemental particles permeated the area, repelling the elemental particles revolving around Skrill. The aura of an elemental essence conversion. AP, peak rank 1 Magus. Skrill had even begun to stutter. Oh, great Gaia. A peak rank 1 Magus was basically a tyrant in the Twilight Zone. Why would one choose to enter a small guild such as Nature's Alliance to be a professor? Skrill could not make sense of this situation. Looks like you aren't very respectful to the guild master of our Nature's Alliance, huh? Leyland stared at this Magus with interest. Surgical transplants? Or meditation techniques that can alter the body shape? I really want to explore further with that research. Though his words were indirect, Leyland's gaze was enough to cause Skrill to shiver in trepidation. My lord, you're such a joker. We of the Eight-Claw Spider Guild and Nature's Alliance have always been friendly with each other, so why would I be trying to make things difficult for Guild Master Selene? Ha. Skrill bowed towards Leyland, lowering his head and smiling apologetically. Is that so? Leyland shot Selene a glance. Yes, Lord Leyland. Selene glared coldly at Skrill until an imploring look appeared in his eyes, and then spoke. In that case, go back first. I still have some matters that I wish to discuss with Selene. Leyland instructed. Of course. Many thanks, my lord. Skrill immediately ran back to the fort as if he had been granted an official pardon, not daring to overstep his boundaries. Selene. It looks like your Nature's Alliance isn't doing that well. Leyland looked at Selene, and then slightly eyed the two level 3 acolytes, both of whom were gradually flushing red. My apologies. Selene gave a wry smile. Ever since my mentor passed away, we of Nature's Alliance have not seen anyone advance to an official Magus in a long time. All that's left is me working alone, which has caused our situation to go downhill. However, with my lord joining us, I'm sure the situation will improve. A peak rank 1 Magus was the trump card of middle-scaled guilds. With Leyland, Nature's Alliance would obviously be able to develop more. Whatever. However, I hope you remember our arrangement. If not, I won't actually help you if you cause some trouble that's difficult to deal with. Lei Lin reminded Celine. What he had agreed on was that in exchange for her high-grade meditation techniques, accumulation of information regarding Magi as well as easy access to the icy cave, he would be a professor in name. In fact, Lei Lin would only be joining the Nature's Alliance in name. Though he had other plans, he did not wish for Celine to use his name to create trouble outside. Don't worry, Celine guaranteed. She was an intelligent woman and knew not to touch Leyland's bottom line. Obo and Ilya, quick, greet my lord. She called out to the people behind her. Upon hearing her words, Obo and Ilya bowed, looking dazed. We give our greetings to our lord. Their heads were low, and they did not dare to look at Leylin. However, from their voices, their admiration was apparent. A peak rank 1 Magus. Obo and Ilya had never imagined that such a Magus would appear in Nature's Alliance. Now, with a top-notch Magus like Leylin in charge, Nature's Alliance seemed like it would once again emerge as a top power. Obo and Ilya were immeasurably emotional. Ever since they were young, they had been taken in by Nature's Alliance and naturally had developed very deep feelings for the guild, hoping that it would become more powerful. Even their resentment from Celine almost being snatched away had lowered considerably. All right. Celine, where are the things I wanted? Leylin gestured with his hands, getting the level 3 acolytes to leave, and then spoke to Celine. Seeing that Obo and Ilya were not enough to catch Leylin's eye, Celine could only sigh in her heart. She then produced a light gold-colored leaf and a sheet of dark yellow parchment paper. This is a map. In the other hand, recorded on this gold leaf is the only high-grade meditation technique that we have, the original crystal mask. I hope you can take care of it. Celine's expression was very sincere. This attitude was rather surprising to Leylin. He immediately took the map and took a look. Within were numerous potholes and markings. It was obvious that Nature's Alliance had been exploring the icy caves for a long time. Even so, they had not explored the deepest level of the cave, which went to show the immense size of the cave. This was the reason why Leylin had wanted the map. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that he would need to blindly explore the icy caves for months or even years before he could gather enough of the icy jade scorpion breath? Also, this crystal mask. Leylin naturally knew the significance of Celine passing down the original high-grade meditation technique to him. To some extent, this was a symbol of Nature's Alliance. Celine's actions were like she was handing over much of her authority to Leylin. In addition, handing out the original meditation technique allowed Leylin to see that she did not do anything suspicious to the technique. Celine was unafraid as she met Leylin's gaze, her eyes filled with a fervent hope and, pleading. Leylin pursed his lips and extended his hand to take the gold leaf, and a trace of silver spiritual force entered it. Discovery of spiritual force, permission to allow transmission of information. The AI chip prompted. Permission granted. Under Leylin's orders, large amounts of data entered his brain, which also answered the question of why Celine had been so generous as to pass him the original. There are only 2 levels to the crystal mask. Leylin found it hard to believe as he looked at Celine. Shouldn't all high-grade meditation techniques have at least 4 levels? In ancient times, high-grade meditation techniques were not just any simple techniques. They represented a route that could allow one to enter the ranks of the Morning Star Magi. In other words, high-grade meditation techniques had at least 4 levels of information, allowing Magi to train until they became Morning Star Magi. The second half of the technique is lost, my lord. Celine looked bitter. To be honest, most of the high-grade meditation techniques in the Twilight Zone are incomplete. There is no way to advance further. After listening to Celine's narration, Leylin suddenly thought of Siegfried's meditation technique, Gaia's Might. The high-grade technique of the Earth-Fire Association seemed to only have 3 levels, allowing Magi to train until rank 3. There was no another way for them to advance. Even in ancient times, high-grade meditation techniques were not staple goods, and there were a few wars in Twilight Zone. Though the inheritances were successfully passed down, we now lack a lot of the information regarding subtopics and other information. Celine explained to Lei-Lin. In addition, even though we have 2 levels of the crystal mask, none of the Magi in Nature's Alliance have successfully trained in both levels. The contents of the second level need to be supplemented with mirage crystals from the fog world, but unfortunately, these materials have been gone from the Twilight Zone for over 10,000 years. Seemingly afraid that Lei-Lin would think of this meditation technique as having little value, Celine quickly handed out something else. These are the spell models that Nature's Alliance has been accumulating until now, within which are research materials on 4 rank 2 magic spells. She produced a crystal ball and passed it to Lei-Lin. In addition, we can increase our offerings to you to 1,000,000 magic crystals per year. Rank 2 spells. Lei-Lin was inwardly exhilarated, but his expression remained stolid. Don't worry. I've made my promise to you, and I definitely won't go back on my words. Chapter 323, Icy Cave. Icy Cave. As far as Lei-Lin was concerned, he had collected high-level meditation techniques to supplement the AI chip's information bank and to further understand the contents of the Kamoyan's pupil and sacred flame. With the AI chip's formidable computation abilities, even if the data was somewhat incomplete, it did not matter. Difficulties regarding advancement were not the issue here, and in any case, Lei-Lin himself would not be practicing all these techniques. Good. I am already aware of your sincerity. Under Celine's somewhat stunned gaze, Lei-Lin threw a light gold leaf, the surface of which acted like a memory crystal, back to Celine and indifferently told her, I now want to enter the icy cave by myself. My lord. The icy cave's terrain is complex, so even though you have a map, would you allow Obio or Ilya, or even Celine herself to guide you personally? Anxiety was present all over Celine's face, as this was an opportunity for her relationship with Lei-Lin to become better, and she did not want to miss it. No need for that. Lei-Lin immediately rejected her suggestion. In addition to the fact that Lei-Lin had many secrets that were inconvenient for him to reveal in front of others, bringing along people would bring no benefits. According to the AI chip's analysis, the higher the rank of the icy jade scorpion was, the better the quality of the icy jade scorpion breath would be, and therefore, Lei-Lin desired to penetrate deep into the depths of the icy jade scorpion's lair in hopes of finding a higher-ranked beast. For the commonly found, dangerous adult beasts, which were equal to an official Magus in terms of strength, 2 level 3 acolytes would simply be like food delivered on a platter. Even if Celine were to go, it would bring more demerits than benefits. In that case, I request that my lord informs me when he comes out. Celine has not brought my lord to have a look at the guild. Celine bit her lip, and finally issued her invitation. I will. Seeing her wanting to speak more but hesitating, Lei-Lin smiled inwardly, and immediately complied. Then, following behind Celine, Lei-Lin arrived at the entrance to the icy cave. Here the Nature's Alliance, 8-clawed spiders, the teal vine, other guilds and factions guard this place together. They have jointly formed a council of elders to oversee this place. In the past, our Nature's Alliance naturally held a vast influence within this council of elders, but it is very unfortunate that ever since my teacher passed away, Nature's Alliance's power has been reduced, and now, we have been pushed aside to the lowest authority. While Celine brought Lei-Lin inside a huge building, she occasionally enlightened him as to the current situation of the Nature's Alliance. Along the way, Lei-Lin could often see many magi and acolytes, all wearing different kinds of Chinese gowns with different symbols on them, pass by him on their way in and out. This place is known as the Ice Fortress. The 6 guilds jointly vested some funds and built the fortress, and the guild's members defend it. Also, many other guilds have set up their own special laboratories here, and they analyze the various materials obtained from the icy caves. Although our current authority is not much, escorting my lord inside is not a problem. Celine spoke as she led Lei-Lin to the base of the fortress. Within the man-made fortress, Lei-Lin saw a huge white crevice. A cold wind blew out constantly from the crevice, causing the temperature inside the cavern to drop by several degrees, to the point that even the white wind was condensed into cold ice and white snow which formed a thick layer that covered the entire crevice. The icy cave is filled with this type of ice wind all year long. Incidentally, the cold air and sharp ice ridges inside the cave are thorny nuisances even for our official magi. After many years of exploration, we discovered that this crevice here is the least harmful, and is a most suitable entrance. Other places are either a dead end or it requires a long period to withstand the chilling cold air. Even a rank 2 magi cannot necessarily withstand it. Lei Lin nodded. There were also other giant surface cracks outside the icy cave, but by seeing how all the magicians paid no attention to them, he knew that these entrances simply were death traps, and that here lay the safest path. Isn't this Magus Selene? Do you want to enter the icy cave to explore? At this time, the Magus guarding the entrance greeted Selene with a smile, a warm expression in his eyes. When Lei Lin saw that this Magus had a floor-length white beard, he somewhat speechlessly sneered inwardly. No. I am only escorting our guild's honorary instructor to the entrance, Selene replied with a smile. Honorary instructor? Him. The old man was startled first, but then immediately began sizing up Lei Lin, this newly arrived Magus. Although with Selene's ability, she couldn't attract an extremely formidable Magus, some comparatively shallow official magi had willingly become members of Nature's Alliance Guild to get close to this beauty but were ultimately rejected by her. Based on the facts that she had revealed, Selene had tried to find at least a semi-converted elemental Magus to join the guild. It was obvious that among her admirers, only Skrill had met these requirements, but Selene would not agree to that. Hello, young Magus. I am known as Old Madre. The elderly Magus was carefully measuring Lei Lin up, but he nevertheless spoke very politely. I am called Lei Lin. Nice to meet you. Lei Lin smiled but remained very reserved. Because of him frequently being in the habit of compressing his spiritual force, Lei Lin's aura and fluctuation of energy waves were concealed, and thus, Old Madre was unable to discover Lei Lin's true strength. However, even this alone was enough to catch Old Madre's attention and cause dread, as the unknown was often feared and considered dangerous by all, particularly the Magi. Since he is the honorary instructor of your guild, he can certainly go in. After confirming Lei Lin's capabilities, Old Madre reverted to his businesslike appearance. Immediately, he pulled out something that looked like a metal ball, from within which a red light radiated, and submerged into the entrance. Puh! Within the void, there were faint trembles, these invisible distortions blasted out unceasingly, revealing a red-colored network of rays that covered the entire entrance. This network was clearly a previously arranged defense mechanism, but it was unknown how it concealed things so that there was not even a leak of any magic waves. Such an arrangement, Lei Lin hesitated and inwardly muttered. If I did not know what it was beforehand, perhaps my identity would have also been discovered by it. It is dangerous within the icy caves. A cold wind that is comparable to a level 0 magic attack blows everywhere, and there are also many high-energy organisms that gather in some places. Hence, I request that you please not go in too deep. Old Madre exhorted a couple of sentences, and then immediately gestured an invitation to Lei Lin. My lord. The cold air attack of icy jade scorpion is of an extreme nature. I am begging you to be careful. This was the last sentence Selene said to Lei Lin. This scene caused Old Madre, who was standing to one side, to be somewhat envious, but he did not say anything. But he was different compared to Skrill. Old Madre only had warm feelings of admiration for Selene, his attitude did not change to one of terrifying possessiveness. Therefore, when saw that Selene's intention was to cherish Lei Lin, he had only chosen to observe this scene. I will be careful. Lei Lin smiled in agreement, and after that, he signaled to Old Madre with a nod and then submerged himself within that cold wind and snow. Ho. Ho, asterisk. The cold wind howled in Lei Lin's ears as it violently blew about while he hurriedly slid down. Finally, Along with a light sound, Lei Lin steadily stood in a snowy area. How is it so deep? Aren't I already at least 3 kilometers underground? Lei Lin surveyed his surroundings. With the howling icy wind, there was much noise, like 10,000 musical instruments are being played at the same time. The illumination contrasted greatly in here against the fortress, as it was pitch black within the underground icy cave. Illuminate. Lei Lin lifted his right hand, and a ball of light that was like a bright, incandescent light bulb calmly appeared on his palm. Let's go. As Lei Lin lightly shouted, the light ball rapidly rose in mid-air and rotated. The ball of light immediately illuminated this place. Lei Lin took a quick look all around him. He was currently within a semicircular, underground icy cavern, the surroundings of which had countless densely packed holes in the walls. It was as if he was within an anthill. All around on the walls was a thick, translucent layer of ice. The light from his illumination technique fell upon this ice layer and was immediately refracted into multicolored light that made for a magnificent feast for the eyes. Flap. Sounds of wings beating against the air resounded massively, as if tens of thousands of sparrows were trying to free themselves from a bag, waking Lei Lin, who was standing awestruck while observing his surroundings. Immediately, massive black dots welled up from within the underground cavern. Upon taking a closer look, these black dots all had a pair of transparent, fleshy wings, forked tails that were similar to what swallows had, and tiny eyes and sharp ears that brought about an eerie feeling. Sun-chasing bats. There are at least 10,000 of them. Lei Lin quickly estimated the number of these bats. Cheek, chike, the numerous bats cried out, and as if black clouds were blotting out the sun, they revolved around that light ball and projected a shadow upon the ground. Chike. After the colony of bats had surrounded the light ball, as if they had obtained a command, they suddenly started to mindlessly attack that light ball. Their wings continuously smacked that ball of light, and like that, they wrapped up the entire light ball, causing not even a sliver of light to be seen. The entire cavern was once again plunged into darkness. A moment later, the fluttering of wings once again echoed and the numerous sun-chasing bats scattered, but there were no traces of the light ball. Oh, Lei Lin sighed, igniting light in a region shrouded in darkness is clearly dangerous. In the subterranean world, the Twilight Zone's human race made up only a small portion of the living organisms, and most darkness creatures had already been thoroughly exterminated, and because many of them were weak, they had no option but to hide upon seeing light. However, in some desolate places outside of Twilight Zone, such light rays would instead stimulate the terrifying characteristics of these creatures of darkness, leading to a relentless barrage of attacks. The creatures of darkness outside of Twilight Zone and the ones that Lei Lin had just encountered were entirely different matters. The tide formed by the massive amounts of foreign creatures of darkness were also something that even official magi generally avoided. Chapter 324, An Approaching Conspiracy. An approaching conspiracy. If the route that Lei Lin had taken had been filled with hordes of darkness creatures on the way to the eastern capital, the journey would not have been so quiet. Even if Lei Lin were to survive, Bei Lin, Jenny, and James definitely would have died in the mouths of these dark elemental beasts. It was obvious that within the icy caves, in the places that these beasts convened, they hated light. They would attack with all they had the moment that they detected any. Even I would need to spend a lot of time and magic to deal with all of those bats every day. It's not worth it. Lei Lin sighed. While the groups of bats were running amok, he had used a concealment spell. Hence, he had naturally not been pursued or attacked by the bats. After doing some experiments, Lei Lin made up his mind. Night vision. He used this spell on himself. This was an essential spell for many magi in the subterranean world. With this spell, they could see things in the dark as if it were day without giving off any light that would attract aggressive beasts. AI chip, display the map in your records. After he casted the spell, Lei Lin gave an order to the AI chip. Immediately after, a 3D image appeared in front of his eyes. This was the simulated model the AI chip had formed after analyzing the map Celine had given him. Nearby Lei Lin, there were red dots that constantly moved nearby Lei Lin, indicating the activity of high-energy beings. Compared to the previous inflexible map, this was even more detailed and reliable. In a cave like this that was as complicated as a maze, Lei Lin had a definite advantage with his AI chip. At the very least, with the AI chip recording down everything, he would not get lost. The icy cave could easily cause people to get lost. Every year, there were acolytes or even magi in the guild who got completely lost in the cave. According to other magi, if they had been enticed to enter deeper areas, they would have likely died in the mouths of the dark elemental beasts. Show me the best route to where the icy jade scorpions are the most active. Lei Lin ordered once again. Then, on the surface of the 3D map, a red line extended from the marker for Lei Lin's current location. It led to the deeper levels of the icy cave, even marking a few important areas. Let's go. Lei Lin looked around him and then disappeared into the crevasse. Within the fort, in a concealed room, Skrill saw the scene of Celine sending Lei Lin into the icy caves through a crystal ball, a grim expression on his face. Did that bitch Celine think that I wouldn't dare do anything to her if she found a peak rank 1 Magus to depend on? Skrill's facial muscles began to contort as he stared at the shapely body in the image, his expression especially insatiable and passionate. You're mine, and I will get you and make you my most beautiful treasure. Skrill moaned in an abnormal way. How is it? Have you made your decision? Meanwhile, in a corner of the world, black mist rose and constantly changed shape, eventually turning into a human figure with vague features. There's a large issue with your plan. Celine has already recruited a peak rank 1 Magus into her nature's alliance. Our original plan will not work. In front of others, Skrill concealed his previous expression and seemed cold. Peak rank 1. A startled gasp was heard from the mist. Is your information accurate? Why would a peak rank 1 Magus be willing to join a small guild? How would I know? Skrill's face darkened. Being scared away by Lei Lin like that was the ultimate humiliation for him. He could easily repel the elemental particles around me, and his elemental conversion was at a very high level. Even if he's not a peak rank 1 Magus, he can't be too far from that. I wonder if that whore, Celine, tempted him. At the mention of Celine, Skrill's mood worsened again, leaving him feeling frustrated and unresigned, as if a delicacy meant for him had been robbed by someone else. Jeej, a peak rank 1 Magus is a little troublesome, but you should also believe in the guild backing us. A peak rank 1 Magus is definitely not enough to hinder our plan. The person shrouded in the mist was very confident. What do you plan to do? A peak rank 1 Magus isn't so easily dealt with. Besides, 2 peak rank fighting would definitely lead to a huge commotion. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? A curious look appeared on Skrill's face. Jeej. It's not as if we don't have a peak rank 1 Magus in our organization. Did you forget about that good opportunity we have? He will definitely accept. Do you mean? Skrill's eyes brightened. Ha! Lei Lin breathed out white mist. The moment water vapor reached the outside air, it immediately condensed into tiny crystals that fell to the ground and produced slight sounds. AI chip, what's the current temperature? Lei Lin casually asked. The temperature is now minus 75 degrees Celsius. The AI chip immediately answered. This temperature was more than deadly for regular humans, but in Lei Lin's eyes, this was a mere chill. As he advanced deeper, he reached the very borders where Celine's map indicated. It was at this place that he entered the territory where the icy jade scorpions were active. The icy jade scorpion's breath. Fire burned in Lei Lin's eyes. This material was extremely effective in suppressing the issues he had from his bloodline, and so he definitely needed to get his hands on it. As the overall data and gene composition was different between magi, this was as good as hitting the jackpot for Lei Lin. If he missed this opportunity, he really had no clue where he would find this material again. Discovered being that matches host's description. Distance, 621 meters. the AI chip prompted, causing Lei Lin to perk up. He followed in the direction the AI chip indicated, and not long after, he saw the actual body of the being. At the end of the tunnels of the icy caves, there was a huge cave, on the surface of which were mosses and little bushes, forming a rather infertile area where food was produced. Here, two groups of beings were having an intense confrontation. On one end was a large, transparent, green scorpion that looked as if its entire body was made of green ice. The two large pincers in front constantly danced back and forth, and its venomous sting curved behind it, moving erratically and looking ready to strike. Blue, chilly air was produced occasionally, from the mouth of this icy jade scorpion, and spat towards its opponent. With just a look, Lei Lin knew that this large icy jade scorpion was what he was looking for. Facing the icy jade scorpion was a group of blue ants. These ants were the size of a mature adult's finger. Their two large and sharp saw teeth kept opening and closing, producing terrifying, ear-piercing sounds. It was a pity that in the face of the hard shell of the icy jade scorpion, their attacks were futile. Even if they crawled all over the body of the icy jade scorpion, they could not affect its movements. On the contrary, every time the icy jade scorpion raised its large pincers, numerous ants were sent flying. The chilly air puffed out by the icy jade scorpion also froze many of the ants into little crystals, which it then swallowed. This was a battle where the icy jade scorpion was foraging for food. It was the absolute winner here. AI chip, scan the data of the icy jade scorpion in front of me. Lei Lin immediately ordered. After advancing to become a rank 2 warlock, the AI chip that was spiritually bonded to him had also gained many benefits. Besides a power-up in its simulation abilities, beings like this that had force field-related innate skills could have their data taken down as long as they were below rank 2. Of course, for beings above rank 2, the AI chip would be discovered and counterattack. Icy Jade Scorpion Strength, 15.9, Agility, 10.3, Vitality, 25, Spiritual Force, 45, Special Attacks, 1, Icy Breath, an attack where the icy jade scorpion spits out large amounts of extreme icy air. Power, 30 to 45 degrees. 2. Freeze. When heavily injured, the icy jade scorpion can seal itself in ice and lower its bodily needs to the minimum until its body completely heals. 3. Icy Armor. The icy layer on the surface of the icy jade scorpion's body can effectively defend against physical and magical attacks, and also has a slight rebound effect on light magic. The AI chip quickly sent out a row of data, and displayed a projection of that icy jade scorpion in front of him. Even amongst rank 1 magi, this is quite powerful. Lei Lin judged. A Magus's strength could generally be decided based on their spiritual force. Acolytes were definitely below 20, while rank 1 magi, which were otherwise known as official magi, had a spiritual force between 20 and 80. As for rank 2 magi, it was above 80. Based on Lei Lin's conjectures and the simulations from the AI chip, the spiritual force of peak rank 2 magi could reach 200. The strength of most rank 1 magi's spells was between 20 and 80 degrees. Not only were its various stats were extremely high, the strength of its breath could even reach past a degree of 30. With its innate defensive spell like Icy Armor, even a regular rank 1 Magus was not its opponent. This strength is almost that of a semi-converted Magus. I wonder what the elites or even emperors of the Icy Jade Scorpions are like. At this point, the battle had also reached an end. Chapter 325, Experiment and Seizure. Experiment and Seizure. Lei Lin shifted his attention to the battlefield. The icy jade scorpion had now completely won, and after a single hiss, most of the blue ants fled in all directions. The icy jade scorpion did not chase after the defeated army of ants. Instead, it crawled to the top of a mound and used its large pincers to dig at the mound, revealing a nest with numerous holes that made it look like a honeycomb. In it were large numbers of orderly lined-up white eggs. Chi-chi, the icy jade scorpion gave a cry of exultation and began to pig out. My apologies, but I'll need to disturb you for a while. However, its feeding time was interrupted by another being. The tiny red eyes of the icy jade scorpion were fixed on the human figure in front of him, its two large pincers constantly flying in the air and its poisonous stinger flexing behind its back. Chi. The icy jade scorpion was instantly enraged by Lei Lin, who had disturbed its meal. Large amounts of icy mist was produced from its mouth and aimed at Lei Lin. Kacha. The temperature in the cave lowered, and everywhere this icy mist passed by, exposed rocks shattered into countless fragments. Extreme cold. The unique breath of the icy jade scorpion is said to possess an ability from the icy world. Lei Lin muttered to himself while covered in the blue icy mist. Immediately after, the large amounts of blue gas vied to enter through Lei Lin's skin. Beep. Detected absorption of large amounts of icy energy. Extremely effective toward suppressing bloodline issue of emotional instability. Saved. The AI chip intoned. It's not enough. This level of iciness is not enough. Slightly disappointed, Lei Lin shook his head. He then extended his right arm, at which large amounts of icy mist converged, forming a small spiral in the air. This sight caused the opposing icy jade scorpion to pause its actions. Kacha. The blue icy mist shrunk in Lei Lin's hand, and its light blue luster disappeared, revealing a pure hue. Minutes later, the icy jade scorpion's breath had completely disappeared from Lei Lin's hand. Left over in his palm was a thin piece of ice that looked the same as what Celine had traded to him, though this shard was much smaller. The crystal shard of the icy jade scorpion's breath. Lei Lin glanced at the white icy shard in his hand and suddenly sighed. A silver ray of light flashed, and the icy shard suddenly disappeared from Lei Lin's hand. This icy jade scorpion is still too weak, and its breath can only help in suppressing my emotions by a small amount. If I really want to cure myself, I'll need to do tests on an even more powerful icy jade scorpion. Lei Lin looked at the icy jade scorpion in front of him. As it spat out large amounts of chilly air, the surface of this large scorpion looked transparent, and it was looking at Lei Lin from afar, seemingly about to escape. It still has a certain level of intelligence. Seeing its behavior, Lei Lin was even more interested. I need to obtain a complete experimental body, record its data, and gather some materials. Lei Lin looked at this large scorpion that looked to be formed entirely out of green ice and broke out into a smile. Several hours later, in a large icy cave that had just been opened. The entrance to the cave had been sealed by Lei Lin. He had also used some concealment methods to prevent ordinary beings from discovering this place. On a large ice platform in the middle of the cave were tens of black iron pillars standing tall to form a cage. The icy jade scorpion from before was kept inside, occasionally letting out low growls. Lei Lin off to a side, holding a petri dish that held a green shell within. This shell was from the exoskeleton of the icy jade skeleton. Drip drop. A droplet of red liquid was dripped onto the surface of the icy shell, causing the shard to begin to boil and produce large amounts of steam. The shell constantly melted until all that was left was a black fragment. Lei Lin was delighted upon seeing this. A glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes, and he used a pair of tweezers to transfer this fragment to a test tube. I've pretty much gathered all of the samples and data. All that's left is to gather data on the icy jade scorpion's breath. Lei Lin glanced at the icy jade scorpion in the cage and suddenly clapped. Pack, large amounts of sparks flashed at the top of the black iron cage, and blue streaks of electricity whizzed on the pillars, reaching the body of the icy jade scorpion. Chi, enraged, the icy jade scorpion growled and spat out large amounts of chilly air. This chilly air formed a thick layer of frost on the metal cage, but most of it automatically drifted to Lei Lin, forming another one of the white crystallized ice shards from before. Effects of electrostimulation, excellent. Next is to try flames. Lei Lin snapped his fingers and black flames ascended, as vibrant red tongues of flames extended and engulfed the icy jade scorpion. After extensive experimentation, Lei Lin finally gathered the information he needed regarding the icy jade scorpion's breath. Matured scorpions can spit out this extreme chilly air attack 5 or 6 times a day. Each time, the amount can form a shard that is a tenth of the size of what Celine gave me. Lei Lin glanced at the icy jade scorpion in the cage. The scorpion currently had its pincers trailing on the ground, looking lifeless. The green on its body had almost disappeared, turning it into almost a translucent crystal scorpion. Due to its characteristics, Lei Lin wondered once again if he should confine a few icy jade scorpions, but quickly discarded the idea. Based on the information he had gathered from Celine and Siegfried, these icy jade scorpions could only survive in the icy caves. The moment they left, they would immediately die. Should they survive, their later generations would slowly turn degenerate. The icy jade scorpions could only maintain their unique properties while living in the icy caves. In addition, though these beings had some intelligence, they were very obstinate, or rather, fascinating. This was because Lei Lin had found a control mechanism inside its sea of consciousness. Protect this place. Protect the queen. Such determination seemed to be passed down with its bloodline, constantly existing in its mind. If Lei Lin wished to expel this brand, he would need to destroy its sea of consciousness. However, the icy jade scorpion have long since died, which would render this whole effort meaningless. They are so tightly bound as a group. Such a strange control over them made it difficult for Lei Lin to understand. In wolf packs, there were instances of the alpha males being chased out after losing in a battle for power. However, the icy jade scorpion made Lei Lin think more of queen bees or queen ants. Only in these sorts of simple organisms would there be a situation of ultimate power and control. It looks like there's a need to go to the nest of the icy jade scorpions. Lei Lin muttered to himself while looking at the icy jade scorpion trapped in the cage. Though he could occasionally come over and gather the breath of the icy jade scorpion to suppress the issue with his bloodline, he could not truly cure it. What he wished for was something that could completely eliminate all of the negative emotions from his body. It wasn't really a matter of convenience, but rather, it was the fact that it was a weak point that others could target at any time. Lei Lin wasn't going to be so stupid as to let it be. It was evident that just the icy jade scorpion's breath could not achieve this. Lei Lin could only place his attention on the elites that were a rank higher than this icy jade scorpion, or even their emperor. With this thought, Lei Lin immediately got to work. Using the information he had gathered from the body of the icy jade scorpion, he produced a few materials from his spatial pouch and created some powder that was specifically useful against icy jade scorpions. This powder would produce a unique smell after being burnt, which was an indescribable temptation to icy jade scorpions. With this powder, Lei Lin walked around the region where icy jade scorpions were active and caught over 10 regular icy jade scorpions, and even an elite as well. Elite icy jade scorpions were bigger than the regular icy jade scorpions by a factor of almost 1.5 times. Their jade-like bodies were also covered with mysterious patterns. These patterns covering the back of these elite icy jade scorpions were curses, but they were incomplete, causing Lei Lin to be puzzled. All Lei Lin could do was get the AI chip to record these images so that he could do research on them in the future. These elite icy jade scorpions were almost as powerful as semi-converted magi. With the added bonus of being in the icy caves, their strength was even further amplified. However, in front of Lei Lin, who had now regained enough of his power to be equivalent to a peak rank 1 Magus, it was like snow that had been exposed in front of the sun, allowing him to obtain many good research materials. The quality of the elite icy jade scorpion's breath was far above that of regular ones. It was enough to suppress the negative emotions caused by his bloodline for 10 years, which filled Lei Lin with more hope of being able to completely rid himself of it. Lei Lin was now hidden behind an icy plain, watching a group of icy jade scorpions that were migrating. There were tens of icy jade scorpions gathered here, and with Lei Lin's interference, about half of them had left the area. Moreover, these were all matured bodies. The entire group went berserk for a period of time, but even after sweeping through the area, they still could not find any traces of Lei Lin. The icy jade scorpion emperor could not do anything but choose to migrate to another location. However, this was exactly what Lei Lin had planned on. Previously, the icy jade scorpion emperor had hidden in a nest that was heavily guarded by numerous elite icy jade scorpion guards. The moment there was any situation, Lei Lin would immediately be met with the attacks from the entire family. The icy jade scorpion emperor was akin to the existence of a peak rank 1 Magus. Along with the tens of icy jade scorpions, all of which had the strength of official magi, peak rank 1 human magi would almost certainly die. Even if it was Lei Lin, it would be difficult if he could not use his full power as a rank 2 warlock. However, the situation had changed. Chapter 326, Icy Jade Scorpion Emperor. Icy Jade Scorpion Emperor. Due to Lei Lin's use of guerrilla tactics, the cyclone of icy jade scorpions had lost many of its members. In addition to this, the icy jade scorpion emperor had been separated from the safety of its den. It chose to make its move. This movement was the opportune moment for Lei Lin to act. With just a thought, Lei Lin caused a fierce, black hurricane to suddenly appear to sweep across the ice field. As the violent black hurricane swept forth, the layer of ice that had remained frozen for 10 million years immediately cracked open, and turned into white powder that scattered in the wind. The hurricane slightly took on the shape of a tornado, collided with the cyclone of icy jade scorpions that were in the process of moving away. JJI. JJ, asterisk. The cyclone of icy jade scorpions suddenly emitted intense howls. As they made this noise, all the icy jade scorpions immediately gathered together. Puffs of frosty air came out from their mouths as they constructed a very thick layer of ice that formed a wall in front of them. As if unsatisfied with the firmness of the ice wall, these icy jade scorpion did not stop exhaling. Instead, they continued until the ice wall's thickness had exceeded 2 meters before they gradually stopped. Asterisk Kachuk. Kachuk, asterisk. The black hurricane threw itself at the ice wall, and an ear-splitting noise similar to scraping one's fingernails on glass echoed. Little flakes of ice were constantly being shaved off the wall. The icy jade scorpions at the back immediately increased their rate of puffing to patch up the gaps in the wall caused by the hurricane. The remaining icy jade scorpions united, and their combined power was equivalent to 10 official magi working together. Even a peak level 1 Magus would have to withdraw if facing an attack of this degree. But Lei Lin was no ordinary peak rank 1 Magus. Although the total quantity of his current spiritual force was only that of a peak rank 1 Magus, but his spiritual force had already undergone the rank 2 warlock advancement, and as such had the ability to solidify. Oomph! At this moment, a cold snort was heard from within the black hurricane. Immediately, a massive amount of silver spiritual force dispersed and covered the surface of the black hurricane. Silver cracks appeared on the hurricane's surface. From afar, there seemed to be a layer of silver on top of the black wind blades. Asterisk bang. Bang, asterisk. Under the attack of the wind blades, the giant ice wall could no longer hold on, and deep fissures appeared in the wall. These fissures increased in size until the wall crumbled completely. Ka-cha. Bang, the giant ice wall fell to the ground with a loud noise, and the black hurricane then engulfed the entire cyclone of icy jade scorpions. Asterisk G. G. Asterisk numerous icy jade scorpions roared, the jade radiance on their bodies glimmered as they resisted the attacks of the wind blades. Although the attacks of these wind blades were very strong, most of these icy jade scorpions were fully grown adults. With their icy armor and their defenses from the chilly air about them, they remained in a deadlock for quite a while. The black hurricane came quickly but disappeared just as fast. In several seconds, the hurricane had swept through the place where the cyclone of scorpions was and vanished into the horizons of the ice field, faintly emitting incisive sounds. However, after hearing these sounds, all the icy jade scorpions became frantic as if they had gone mad, and pursued the hurricane. It was a pity that speed was their weakness, and they could only look on helplessly as the hurricane swept further and further away, until it finally faded into the horizon. Ley urged the hurricane on, and the green shadow wrapped within sped forth until it was confirmed that the icy jade scorpions could no longer overtake it. Only then did the hurricane disperse, revealing the identity of the green shadow. After seeing the black hurricane dispersing, the figure of a green icy jade scorpion was revealed. This icy jade scorpion's build was slender, and it appeared to be very gentle and exquisite. Compared to ordinary icy jade scorpions, it was rather on the small side. However, it was different from other icy jade scorpion partially because of its imposing mannerisms. In addition to these, on the back of this icy jade scorpion was a complete pattern, which had been seen earlier on the body of an elite icy jade scorpion, though it had been incomplete. This pattern had the form of a distorted female's face. This icy jade scorpion emperor assumed an offensive stance and lifted both its arms, facing Ley. You do not need to struggle anymore. You should know of the disparity between our strengths. Silver spiritual force flashed in Leyland's eyes while he grinned. Relying on his present strength, he would need to squander a large amount of spiritual force and magic power to face off against the cyclone of icy jade scorpions that had already lost most of its soldiers. After all, the opposing party could be regarded as a group of magi working together, with a peak rank 1 Magus commanding them. As he had yet to recover his strength as a rank 2 Magus, even Ley felt dread. But now, he only needed to take care of the icy jade scorpion emperor. JJI. JJ. Reacting to Leyland's words, the icy jade scorpion emperor calmly issued a sound that increased by several pitches that made it even more piercing. A big, green, misty brilliance was emitted from its shell, forming a thick ice armor that covered its body. After putting on this ice armor, the icy jade scorpion emperor increased in size. It had gone far beyond that of an elite icy jade scorpion and was almost the size of 3 ordinary icy jade scorpions added together. Whoosh! The icy jade scorpion emperor simply left an afterimage where he had stood as he turned into a dark green ray that wanted to attack Ley. Sigh. In the end, this problem can only be resolved with brute force. Ley quickly drew back, and the moment he retreated, the ground suddenly exploded, crushed stones flying everywhere to reveal a big hole. Pooh! The icy jade scorpion emperor withdrew its pincers, and puffed out a big blob of blue icy breath without hesitation and aimed it at Ley. Kacha. Kacha, asterisk. The sounds of solidification constantly sounded, and there was even a transparent twisting scene in the air. Such chilliness. It even caused the air to freeze. Seeing such a powerful chilliness, Ley could not help but be excited. Only this type of crystallized breath could completely eradicate the emotional instability that had resulted from his warlock bloodline. AI chip. Scan the opponent's data. Leyland's eyes flashed blue. Beep. Task established, beginning scanning. Beep. Target is covered by an unknown force field, unable to be scanned. The AI chip quickly intoned. Oh. Large amounts of black air were emitted from Leyland's body, forming a shield adorned with various patterns. It smashed into the chilly air. He could disregard the breaths of regular icy jade scorpions, but the attack of this icy jade scorpion emperor was not something he could withstand with just his body. If he did that, he suspected that this fierce chilly air would freeze his body to death. The shield formed of black air slammed into the blue icy mist, and darkness formed at the center. It was like a black hole, swallowing the shield and chilly air and even the air itself. Unknown force field. Where is it? Ley asked. With the amplified power of the AI chip, only rank 2 creatures could shield themselves from the scanning. This icy jade scorpion emperor was clearly at peak rank 1. At its back, where the distorted human face is. The AI chip responded quickly, and after hearing this expected answer, the gears in Leyland's mind began to turn rapidly. A few exceptionally formidable creatures from other worlds had almost godlike strength. They had formed unique runes of their own that symbolized their path, achievements, strength and many other attributes. This rune often had a mysterious strength that could be used as a link to them and could be passed on to descendants, and could even traverse dimensions. This phenomenon was more distinct in bloodline creatures. Lei Lin even suspected that the perfect rune formed from his innate spells, as well as the rune of the human face on the back of the icy jade scorpion emperor, could be classified as such. GG. Seeing Lei Lin blocking its attack, a trace of human-like mockery appeared in the gaze of the icy jade scorpion emperor. It suddenly lifted its back. Wang wang. The female face on its back seemed to come to life, rays of green light circulated and produced an ear-piercing wail. GG. Invisible sound waves streaked past Lei Lin's body, and he was in a slight daze. The icy jade scorpion emperor immediately seized this rare opportunity and rushed to Lei Lin's front as its large claw snipped at Lei Lin's waist. Meanwhile, Lei Lin looked absent-minded and was actually stuck in a daze, allowing the icy jade scorpion emperor to attack as it liked. Ka-cha. Sharp giant claws immediately chopped Lei Lin's body into two, and large amounts of blood, water, and internal organs gushed out. The icy jade scorpion emperor's gaze exhibited its elation. Schwa. However, this joy did not persist for a long time. The blood that flowed from Lei Lin's body seemed to have a life of its own as it twisted, forming a crimson cage that closed in on the icy jade emperor. Lei Lin, who was now in two halves on the ground, began to transform, finally revealing his true appearance. He was formed of countless shadows, and was actually an illusionary virtual body. There was a flash a distance away, and Lei Lin appeared. He looked at the human face on the back of the icy jade emperor, fear still lingering in his mind. What a terrifying illusory spell, to actually be able to affect me, even though my spiritual force is already solidified. If not for having met that banshee in the secret plane of the spirit-slaying sect and done research on the spiritual attacks like whales, it would have been dangerous. The attack of the human face on the back of the icy jade emperor was even more powerful and strange than that of the banshee. Lei Lin had almost fallen into its trap. Countless blood tendrils climbed up the cage, engulfing the icy jade scorpion emperor. It constantly howled and waved its large claws around, constantly puffing out. I need to finish this fast. Lei Lin flung out numerous potion bottles. These bottles exploded in the cage, forming an immense fiery mist that kept the icy jade scorpion emperor inside. This was what Lei Lin had brewed through numerous experiments, a potion that was especially made while taking into consideration the properties of the body of the icy jade scorpion. Though he did not have a sample from the icy jade scorpion emperor, Lei Lin had increased the dosage. Based on the simulation experiments from the AI chip, this potion was enough to affect a peak rank 1 icy jade scorpion and cause it to become rigid. As expected, as more mist entered the body of the icy jade scorpion emperor, with crimson tentacles constantly twining around it, its howls became weaker until they disappeared. Chapter 327, Ancient War. Ancient War. Within the icy caves, in a hidden room. This was the temporary laboratory that Lei Lin had created in the basement. It was like a large-scale basement, with icy jade scorpions trapped in various holes. However, they all looked lifeless, as if most of their energy had been sapped. At the center of the laboratory, Lei Lin was excitedly facing a small mountain of ice. At the end of the war, the Emperor of the Icy Jade Scorpions found that it was impossible for it to escape, and it could only resort to its ultimate innate skill, freezing. This was an ability unique to Icy Jade Scorpions, where a layer of solid ice was formed around the body until their injuries recovered. The fact that it had used this move showed it had no other alternative. The block of ice in front of Lei Lin was huge and could be even said to be an ice mountain. Large amounts of mist emanated from the mountain, lowering the surrounding temperature. The layer of ice was no ordinary one. Its hardness could even be compared to steel. The Emperor Icy Jade Scorpion's protective layer of ice was naturally even more terrifying than that of regular Icy Jade Scorpions. However, this was merely a small issue for Lei Lin. Besides, though this move could protect the Emperor Icy Jade Scorpion, it was also a prison. Hence, after completing his research, Lei Lin had used this layer of ice to imprison it. Lei Lin was now holding a thin, long needle, and jabbed it into the ice mountain. This needle had been custom-made. It was a shiny silver color and almost a meter long. The moment it contacted the surface of the ice mountain, it produced a sound similar to that produced when molten iron meets water. Next, a red dot appeared on the surface of the ice mountain. The silver needle had pierced through the layer like it was going through cotton, and directly reached the shell of the Emperor Icy Jade Scorpion. It was currently like an insect frozen in amber, unable to move and even unable to blink. The needle shook a little and then pierced into the body of the Emperor Icy Jade Scorpion, extracting some green blood. After seeing this blood, Lei Lin's expression showed his excitement. Half a day later, Lei Lin stared at the green blood essence in the petri dish, looking hesitant. The Icy Jade Scorpion Emperor was now similar to a peak rank 1 Magus in terms of its strength, and that obviously meant he could not refine the pure ancient bloodline from it. Even so, Lei Lin had found a lot of information from its bloodline. Some ancient creatures could use a special method and transmit information and images to their descendants through their bloodline. This information was hidden deep within their genes, and only the creature itself could awaken it. But warlocks were different. Their research and understanding of bloodlines was enough to undo the complicated genetic lock and allow this ancient information to see the light of day once more. Lei Lin had found some ancient information in the bloodline of the Icy Jade Scorpion. Though I don't know if it's good or bad, I'll just look at it. Now, after seeing the blood essence of the Icy Jade Scorpion Emperor, even Lei Lin's own giant Chamoyan serpent bloodline trembled, giving him some confidence. Retrieving spirit memory. A sliver of silver spiritual force extended from Lei Lin's forehead, entering the bloodline of the Icy Jade Scorpion. Rumble. It seemed like he had gone through a long period of darkness before he saw light again. Lei Lin woke up, but he now found himself immobile. However, his body kept crawling, as if he was an observer that was living in this body. He could observe, but had no control. Surrounding him was a world of white snow with a layer of ice on the ground. Lei Lin saw his reflection on the layer of ice on the ground. He had 6 jointed legs and a stinger, but his upper body was that of an adult male, though his 2 large hands had turned into pincers. What kind of ancient creature is this? Lei Lin was stupefied. There was little information passed down in the South Coast. There was no record of this being in the illustrated handbook of ancient creatures, and there were also many powerful creatures from other worlds that were not recorded. That was why Lei Lin did not know the true identity of this Icy Jade Scorpion Emperor ancestor. However, the vast, bubbling strength had made it obvious to Lei Lin that this creature was far above him in terms of might. It had even reached the level of a morning star Magus. Pack. An ice mountain that was thousands of meters tall broke into pieces in front of the Scorpion Man, and it brandished its large pincers as it advanced indifferently. Occasionally, it would battle with beings that were as powerful as it was, and the stray ripples would break off large fragments of ice. Until one day. Ka-cha, the Scorpion Man had just ripped up an ice dragon, and was gulping down its flesh and blood. As if sensing something, it raised its head and looked into the horizon. Rumble. The heavens split and the earth shattered. In the sky far away, it looked as if someone was tearing out a large hole. A horizontal crack that spanned 100,000 meters emerged in the sky. Snakes. A giant black snake with silver armor. There was even the giant Chamoyan serpent that Lei Lin was especially familiar with rushing through the spatial crack, entering this icy world. The appearance of these giant ancient serpents marked the start of a massacre. The Scorpion Man howled. He could feel that just the stray ripples from the spatial crack was enough to heavily injure or kill him. Furthermore, every one of those snakes did not lose out to him in terms of strength. However, affected by his own bloodline and the surroundings, he couldn't help but rush to the opening of the spatial crack. Along with him were other beings of this world. Icy dragons, giant chilly eagles, ice spirits, and even some creatures that were natural enemies were somehow summoned, putting down their prejudices against each other and rushed to the battlefield. The two forces slammed to each other, blood and flesh flying, the space contorting around them. The scorpion man and a giant serpent battled. It was as if he had gone crazy, constantly attacking it. This all came from a premonition deep inside him. If these snakes were to continue existing here, this place would be damaged or even destroyed. Kill. 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 Life and death battles went on, and it was common for morning star magi to fall. There were also corpses falling from the sky, their auras enough to make Scorpion Man tremble in fear. HSSS. At this moment, a loud hissing from a snake caused the Scorpion Man to come back to himself. All of the creatures on the battlefield looked at the spatial crack. A ferocious ancient aura leaked out through the crack, and all the snakes respectfully lowered their heads. The Scorpion Man was forced to lie on the ground from the pressure. The black crack suddenly extended, and a large ball of snakes that was the size of a planet seemed to want to pass through the crack and descend on this world. The aura emitted from the snake ball made the Scorpion Man shudder from the very depths of his heart. The other creatures of the icy world were just like him. Wang wang, the entire icy world trembled, layers of ice breaking to reveal a female giant who was several tens of thousands of meters tall. This female giant had a very boorish face. She had copper armor, a pike and a green shield. The female giant first roared at the snake ball, but received no answer. The large snake ball constantly forged forward, widening the spatial crack at its seams. Upon seeing this, the female giant raised the pike in her hands and pierced towards the snake ball. A devastative power appeared on the surface of the pike, red lightning flowing around the body of the pike. It was as if though the gods had cast out a pike that could destroy worlds. HSSS. The pike arched through space, appearing in front of the snake ball. The snakes that had entrenched themselves separated, revealing the body of a beauty in the middle of the snake ball. Every single strand of her hair was made of tiny snakes, yet she did not look strange, but was instead very charming. The woman smiled sweetly, surpassing the limits of race with her enchanting features. All creatures, and even space and the world found her pleasing to the eye, not wanting to see her take on this pike. A few creatures of the icy world even betrayed their faction and began aiming for the female giant. However, before they even came close, they turned into powder by the lightning on the body of the female giant. Asterisk pack. Asterisk. Two large palms formed of countless groups of snakes extended from the snake ball, grabbed hold of the pike and broke it. The pike that seemed to hold the powder to destroy the world was split into two halves by these large hands. However, they were not yet satisfied, ruthlessly grabbing at the female giant. A black blade formed out of the spatial crack instantly appeared in front of her. Bang! The female giant's head and body separated, and large amounts of green blood spurted out. A violent explosion resounded through the battlefield, and countless dangerous spatial cracks were created. A droplet of green blood that was almost as large as a human head fell on the back of the Scorpion Man. The intense pain and burn immediately caused him to let out a miserable cry. He was then swallowed by a large spatial crack. At the last moment before he was swallowed up, the Scorpion Man looked at the giant mountain wyvern made entirely from an ice mountain and descended onto the battlefield, breaking the spatial crack. Within the snake ball, a woman's sigh was heard. Darkness. A darkness that spread throughout the heavens and earth surged up and invaded Leyland's body. Ha! Leyland gasped in large breaths, cold sweat rolling down his face. That woman. The one inside the snake ball. I've seen her before. Leyland immediately thought of the dreamlike trance he had been when he had advanced to be a rank 1 warlock. The woman inside there looked to be exactly the same person as who he had seen from the bloodline of the icy jade Scorpion Emperor. Unless that woman in the snake ball is the legendary mother of 10,000 snakes. And was the war that I just saw the battle where the ancient mother of 10,000 snakes invaded the icy world. Chapter 328, Information of the Bloodline and a Conjecture. Information of the Bloodline and a Conjecture. Lei Lin felt that he had correctly deduced the gist of the story. In ancient times, after the mother of 10,000 snakes had failed to take over the shadow world, she brought her descendants with her and migrated to the purgatory world. It was probably during this time that she had infiltrated the icy world. However, the inhabitants of the icy worlds naturally resisted this invasion. According to Lei Lin, the Scorpion Man seemed to have received some powerful spiritual insight. Being able to interfere with the strength of a morning star creature through the spirit was either the work of the female giant, or the will of the world. The result was the death of the female giant, but with the great effort on the part of the Ice Mountain Wyvern, the mother of 10,000 snakes' plans to invade the area were thwarted. In the great battle, the female giant had been killed, and a droplet of her blood had landed on the back of Scorpion Man, which had wounded him greatly. Unable to avoid the spatial crack, he was swept in. In the end, Scorpion Man had traveled to the Twilight Zone through this spatial pathway and had then died from his injuries. Even so, he still had the strength of a morning star Magus, and the blood of the female giant, whose power was inconceivable. Hence, after his death, this entire region was affected by the radiation from ice, forming a topography and climate similar to that in the icy world. The icy jade scorpions evidently had some connection with the Scorpion Man, but this connection had degenerated. Its human upper torso had completely disappeared, and there were no other obviously similar characteristics. It's because of this that icy jade scorpions could survive. They were actually creatures from another world. They could only survive and reproduce because of the radiation of extreme cold here. Lei Lin sighed and thought about the mother of 10,000 snakes. He reckoned that the mother of 10,000 snakes should have attacked the icy world after migrating from the purgatory world, due to the fact that this world must have been extremely important to her and her race. After the setback when trying to seize the shadow world, she had no choice but to withdraw and bring her race to purgatory world. However, the fire attribute of the purgatory world did not quite suit snakes, which were more compatible with the shadow element. After reproducing and beginning to adapt, their race even began to have some fire elemental attributes in their blood, but they were also mixed with the chaotic will of the purgatory world in their bloodline. This could be the origin of the emotional instability of warlocks with the bloodline of the giant Chamoyan serpent. After all, snakes were usually not so emotionally unstable as to lose control and rage. Based on Lei Lin's deductions, the issue with ancient warlocks with snake bloodlines should have been an apathetic nature, and they might have even needed to hibernate. However, with the chaotic will added in from their time in the purgatory world, their emotions were also altered. The original characteristic of coldness had become a fiery temper. Hence, the mother of 10,000 snakes had attacked the icy world once more, probably hoping to use the chilliness there to treat the emotional instability issue with her bloodline. Of course, her plan failed in the end, but the icy world had also paid a large price. For this reason, the icy jade scorpion breath from the icy world was useful in treating the emotional instability that stemmed from Lei Lin's bloodline. Sigh, what a complicated relationship. Lei Lin held his forehead, which was starting to hurt from how hard he was thinking. Though these are all but conjectures, my thoughts should be correct. It doesn't matter even if I'm wrong, since the mother of 10,000 snakes, Ice Mountain Wyvern, and the purgatory, icy, and shadow worlds are too far away to even matter. Lei Lin smiled wryly. I just need to know one thing, which is how the breath of the icy jade scorpion emperor can heal my emotional instabilities. That will be enough. AI chip. Set up a plan to extract the icy jade scorpion breath and design my treatment process. Lei Lin immediately ordered. Mission establishing, beginning analysis. Setting up data model. After receiving the command, the AI chip quickly began to operate. Meanwhile, Lei Lin, deep in thought, stroked his chin. Honestly, after seeing that ancient war, it was impossible for him not to be stirred up. That droplet of blood that had dripped onto the back of Scorpion Man had stirred up Lei Lin's interest as well as his desire to conduct research on it. That was a strength that far surpassed Morning Star Magi, it might even be equal to a great rank 5 Magus. It could even be from a bloodline that was at rank 6 or 7, which even ancient magi would have found difficult to attain. If Lei Lin gained it, how much stronger could he become? Though warlocks could not change their bloodlines, doing research on the blood of these existences was sure to be unbelievably useful for his future. In addition, the Scorpion Man had had the strength of a Morning Star Magus while he was alive. There was no need to refine his blood. It was the purest bloodline possible from an ancient creature. Leyland's breathing became rough just from wishing that he could enter deeper into the icy caves and look for the remains of the Scorpion Man. However, he then smiled wryly. Based on the remaining memories left in the bloodline of the icy Jade Scorpion Emperor just now, Leyland knew that Nature's Alliance and the other small guilds only controlled a tiny area of the icy caves. Deeper underground, there lived all sorts of icy creatures that were 10 or even hundreds of times stronger than the icy Jade Scorpion Emperor, all of which formed their own small icy world. The remains of the Scorpion Man were probably at the deepest level of this icy world. There, rank 2 icy creatures would be running rampant. It wouldn't even be surprising if rank 3 creatures emerged there. Even if Lei Lin became a rank 3 warlock, was not sure that he would be able to leave without a scratch. He would need to at least have the strength of a Morning Star Magus to completely break into this place to get the remains and bloodline. Strength. It all comes down to strength. Lei Lin smiled wryly and gave up on any thoughts of exploring further in. Though those were great items, Lei Lin was not going to risk his life for them. Lei Lin had always been very prudent. If he was less than 70% confident, or if his life would be in danger, he would definitely choose not to take this risk. Besides, in a situation where the icy caves had existed for such a long time and yet nobody had realized their true origins, Lei Lin was not afraid that other magi would come here. There were also the icy creatures down there, which were a great defensive line. He had already figured things out. Once he had enough power, he would come back here and obtain the presents from Icy World. Things need to be done one at a time. First, I need to deal with the problem of my emotional instability. Leyland's pupils returned to their calm state, his expression revealing his rationality. Outside the icy caves in the Twilight Zone. Take note. The expedition into the icy caves is very dangerous this time. Though you are all the cream of the crop in our guild, as long as you haven't become an official Magus, you have virtually no way to protect yourself in there. Take care not to leave the sight of the team leader, understand? A valiant-looking middle-aged man dressed in armor was currently preaching to a group of acolytes. Hey, Molly. Are you bringing acolytes down there again? Old Madre, who was guarding the area, greeted him with a smile. Yes. The joint conference is beginning soon. It's best to raise the strength of these little monkeys under me. It can't be helped even if it's a little dangerous. How is it? Have there been any icy explosions or migrations of dangerous creatures within the caves? Currently, I haven't received any reports that mention such a thing. Furthermore, there's currently a famed professor from Nature's Alliance in there. If there is a problem, you can ask him for help, especially since we're all allies. Old Madre laughed and then mentioned Lei Lin. Professor Lei Lin, who came from the eastern capital. I heard that he's a master at the peak of rank 1. Though Molly said all this, he still looked unwilling to accept this. It looked like even if he really met Lei Lin, they wouldn't be able to get along. After all, it was shocking that a peak rank 1 Magus had entered a small guild such as Nature's Alliance. Like many other magi, Molly thought that Celine was bragging. Celine really is quite pitiful. She's been going around looking for help non-stop. Nature's Alliance is in a very dangerous position. Old Madre sighed, but a glimmer of delight flashed in his heart. Whether it was Lei Lin or Molly being on the losing end in there, it was still going to be a delight to see. Humph. Whose fault is it that you two are always harboring evil intentions towards my Celine? Madre thought in his heart while revealing an enthusiastic grin. Compared to when Lei Lin had entered, he was much more passionate while explaining things of note to the acolytes. From an outsider's perspective, old Madre was still a very respectable senior. Whoosh! At this moment, large amounts of chilly gusts of wind blew out formed the crack in the ground, and the acolytes could not help but wrap themselves tightly in their clothes. This means someone is coming up, huh? They're fine. Old Madre was bewildered. What's going on? Molly rushed over and asked. It's Magus Leylin. He's out. Magus Celine has already come here quite a few times to check if he's out yet. I need to inform her. Old Madre did not take him seriously, even complacently laughing after seeing Molly clenching his two fists. Bang! A figure with a large, icy mountain on his shoulder rushed out from the crack. Are you Leylin, the new, famed professor that joined Nature's Alliance? Molly sounded impolite. Yes. What's the matter? He was beaming widely. This person was naturally Leylin. In this period of time, after constantly extracting the breath of the icy jade scorpion emperor, he had already healed the emotional instability from his bloodline using the treatment designed by the AI chip. The extreme chill originating from Icy World, as well as support from the AI chip had completely expelled the chaotic will in his bloodline that came from Purgatory World. Though there might still be an issue deeper in his DNA, the AI chip calculated that until he became a Morning Star Magus, the emotional instability of warlocks would not be an issue. Leylin was therefore in a good mood. Chapter 329, The Headquarters Location. The Headquarters Location. I. Molly hesitated. Although he doubted the other party's strength, Magi were a rational bunch. If it wasn't for Celine, he would not even dare to provoke the other party. Now, he was somewhat uncertain. If Leylin really possessed such huge power and he decided to challenge him, wouldn't he be courting death? Immediately, Molly opened his mouth wide. This is. In this moment, Leylin had already thrown the ice mountain on the floor, producing a loud sound. Within the ice mountain stood a thin-bodied icy jade scorpion that was unmoving, as if it were a statue. Celine. Get some people here and move these items. Leylin contacted Celine through the secret imprint, and from the other end came a surprised squeal. Oh. Previously, Magus Leylin went down with the purpose to do research on the icy jade scorpion. It looks like his gains were pretty good. Unexpectedly, he even caught a smaller one. It seems like it's a young one. Old Madre smiled and explained. While in its frozen state, the icy jade scorpion's breath was suppressed to its lowest and old Madre did not see it. No, damn it. This isn't some young icy jade scorpion. It's the icy jade scorpion emperor. A peak rank 1 icy jade scorpion emperor. Molly retreated while stammering. I have seen it before. This is absolutely the icy jade scorpion emperor. Look at the terrifying markings on its back. Molly retreated to the edge of the site, afraid that the icy jade scorpion emperor would go wild at any time. Rorf. Seriously. Madre picked up what seemed like a pair of glasses and placed it on his nose, taking a good look at the icy jade scorpion. This was then followed by a squeal as she took a few steps back. Magus Leylin. Did you catch this? Old Madre started to stammer as well. Of course. Leylin smiled and nodded. After having suppressed the emotional instability from his bloodline, Leylin massacred all of the regular icy jade scorpions and collected their materials. As for the icy jade scorpion emperor, he could not bear to kill it. After all, its value while still alive was much greater than the value of the materials on its body. He still had many simulations that he needed to complete on the icy jade scorpion emperor, and Leylin was also extremely interested in the waning of the icy jade scorpion's life once it were to leave the radiation from the icy cave. Hence, he had to wrap the icy jade scorpion emperor and bring it out. Leylin could only gather all the materials from the regular icy jade scorpions inside the spatial pouch, and since it could not hold living beings, he had to carry an ice mountain all the way out. However, The look of disbelief on the faces of these two magi that turned into one of respect was rather amusing to Leylin. He did not intentionally try to conceal his powers, but there was the underlying intent of showing his might. After all, the might of a peak rank 1 Magus was not unfounded, and an icy jade scorpion emperor with a strength comparable to a peak rank 1 Magus was enough to intimidate everyone. Although Selene had been actively disseminating the information of her guild, she had not acquired the acknowledgement from the other guilds as Leylin had been keeping a low profile. Most magi had even thought of this as an elaborate scam and were here merely to look for trouble. But now, these small guilds would think twice before coming forward. Though he wasn't afraid of trouble, he hated having to personally involve himself in these small matters. It wasn't a bad idea to scare them away with this icy jade scorpion emperor. Even between peak rank 1 magi, their battle abilities were varied. Since Leylin was able to catch a icy jade scorpion emperor that was similar to a peak rank 1 Magus, didn't that mean that he was at the top of the peak rank 1 magi? Old Madre and Molly exchanged glances, and their gazes towards Leylin was filled with reverence. Lord Leylin, it's great that you could come back safely. At this point, Selene was excited as she brought back the two acolytes from before. Leylin looked at them and nodded. It seemed like Selene had been waiting here with these two acolytes after he had left, which was rather considerate of her. An icy jade scorpion is a creature with the might of an official magus and they lived in clusters. Initially, I had my worries, but thankfully we were under the blessing of Gaia. Selene patted herself on her chest and was hesitant at the start, as she was worried for Leylin. Hearing that, Old Madre and Molly surreptitiously rolled their eyes. The one who should be worried should be the icy jade scorpions. This lord had already captured the icy jade scorpion emperor and the remaining icy jade scorpions had either disbanded or sought refuge with the other cyclones. At this moment, Selene found the ice mountain beside Leylin. Do we need to move this? Send 2 people to follow me to shift it to the eastern capital before we look for a lab to analyze it further. Leylin patted on the ice mountain behind him. If you wish to find a lab, the headquarters of the Nature's Alliance is just nearby for your lordship's usage. Selene's eyes sparkled and suggested, furthermore, I would like to discuss in detail with your lordship regarding the previous matter. Your headquarters is nearby. Great, let's go. Leylin nodded in agreement. There wasn't anything important in the basement he used in the eastern capital. All valuable equipment was carried on his person at all times. As for the overall facilities, Nature's Alliance's lab was definitely better than his own established lab. Hop on and call another carriage to move this ice mountain back to the headquarters. Selene commanded. She went forward to take a good look at the icy jade scorpion. Through the translucent ice, a rune that closely resembled a face could be seen at the back of the icy jade scorpion. This is, the icy jade scorpion emperor. Selene covered her mouth with her eyes wide opened. Whoosh! A huge waterfall which seemed to fall from the sky like a white curtain, created huge splashes in the underground pond. A constant rumbling sound of the water echoed in the surroundings. After passing the waterfall, there was a small canyon. Scattered around the canyon was a variety of plantations and some historical structures. The landmarks and road signs were covered in vines, with constant rays of light shining from above. This was where the Nature's Alliance headquarters resided. Leylin looked around with curiosity at the whimsical constructions. Although these buildings appeared slightly run down, there were slight glints of magical glows which indicated the existence of a powerful spell that had been cast on the wooden walls. Nature's Alliance, albeit being a small guild, had accumulated their high-level meditation techniques over multiple generations in the past hundreds and thousands of years, proving their might. Periodically, a few magi acolytes, dressed in grey gowns, would come out of the building to greet Selene. "Oh Selene, it has been so long since you last visited." At the same time, a grey mole jumped out from a human-sized mushroom and lifted its claw, greeting Selene. The grey mole was the size of a boy and had sparkling bright eyes brimming with liveliness. It had a spotlessly white mustache that dropped down from the bottom of its mouth to the floor. Nice to meet you, Grandpa Cedric. Celine expressed with respect, I brought your favorite berries. Celine carefully placed the two strange fruits that looked like green dates on the ground. Not bad. That's my favorite. The gigantic mole used its agile claws to pick up the fruits and threw them into its mouth, crunching noisily. This is my newly recruited famous professor, Leylin Farlier. He will be having the same level of authority as me. Celine introduced, after the mole finished eating. Leylin what? The mole took a good look at Leylin with beaming eyes. Deep and immeasurable power. Looks like you have pinned all your hopes on him. Leylin looked at the mole, a guard animal. It has the strength of a rank 1 Magus. Not bad. At this time, Celine introduced to Leylin, Grandpa Cedric was Nature's Alliance's guardian during my great-great-grandmother's time. He is usually very gentle, just don't disturb his sleep. After introducing the two to each other, Celine brought Leylin to a hall. There were tens of acolytes waiting in there. Seated at the front were Obo and Ilya whom Leylin previously met. To think that a Magus guild will end up with only a rank 1 Magus, an animal as a gatekeeper and a few apprentices. What a failure. Leylin became speechless as he followed Celine in. Celine went forward and introduced Leylin to the acolytes, this is Professor Leylin whom I've invited over. From now, all of you need to respect him like how you respect me. No, you all should treat him with even more respect, do you all hear me? Professor Leylin. The acolyte greeted with their beaming eyes. Leylin's past achievements slowly spread around through Obo and Ilya. The apprentices felt extremely happy and elated knowing that they have a rank 1 Magus taking charge. Nice to meet all of you. A Magus is a follower of the truth. I hope to see all of you in the hall in the future. Leylin spoke a few words and indicated Celine to let the students leave. All along, Leylin did not like such situations and furthermore, he was not interested in the group of acolytes. The sole purpose of gathering the students was to introduce Leylin. The introduction ended within minutes, leaving Celine and Leylin in the hall after the students left. Can we talk now? Seems like something was wrong before I left the icy cave. Leylin took a glance at Celine as he asked with a smile. I can't seem to hide anything from you. Celine bit her lips and finally made up her mind. Chapter 330, Joint Conference. Joint Conference. Do you know about the Joint Conference of the Eastern Guilds? Celine asked. Joint Conference? Leylin repeated. In the Twilight Zone, there was a parliamentary system, but it was simply a compromise between all the large and small organizations. One would be able to understand just by taking these words literally. Besides, Aaron had also information about this in his memories. My apologies. I've been wandering in the borders of the regions and I don't know much about this. I've heard something, though. Isn't it a conference where multiple guilds segregate their rankings and profits? Leylin answered. Exactly. Celine's wry smile became more prominent. The Joint Alliance is a grand occasion for the Magi in the Eastern Capital. Every 20 years, all the guilds in the Eastern Capital will gather. 9 council members will, in their capacity as hosts, mediate all conflicts, conduct another election, and divide territories. Even the rating of guilds will be decided during this joint conference. As long as they are not large-scale guilds, all can apply, and after some inspections, territories will be redistributed, with more benefits. The guilds that do not meet the requirements to hold their ratings will be demoted, and the territories they hold and most of their rewards are transferred to other new guilds. So, what you wanted to ask me concerns this rating. Leylin pondered while looking at Celine. Yes, my lord. Celine bit her lips. Because of my mentor, Nature's Alliance's rating during the previous joint conference was that of a small-scale guild. My strength is inferior to my mentor's, so my ranking will cause us to fall till we aren't even rated. In this case, most of our benefits have to be given away, and since we can't enroll many acolytes, Nature's Alliance will eventually die out. Through Celine's explanation, Lei Lin had a better understanding of the rating system. Generally, there were 4 rankings. They were the unranked, small-scale, middle-scale and large-scale guilds. From Lei Lin's perspective, as long as there was one official Magus in the guild, they would be unranked. Most guilds in Twilight Zone had this rating. Above that was the small-scaled guilds like Nature's Alliance. They possessed specific areas where they made profits, such as the icy caves, and there were usually a few official magi or even semi-converted magi taking charge. There were then the middle-scale guilds. Not considering other details, at the bare minimum, they needed to have a peak rank 1 Magus. In large-scale guilds, they were the elite guilds with rank 2 magi in charge. Since the establishment of the Joint Conference, there were only a handful of instances where guilds were rated to be large-scale. Every time this happened, there would be a huge revolution involving the deaths of countless magi. The evaluation was not necessary to be in tandem with a magi's rank, as battle power differs even within a rank itself. Hence, the ratings relied entirely on battle power. They would usually exchange hands with others of the same rank, and the shedding of blood on the battlefield was not uncommon. Of course, there was another method. As long as one submitted research material that the 9 council members approved of, one could also be rated according to the merits of the research. However, this was an extremely difficult process, and few had passed through the rating review using this method. Celine's mentor was said to be astonishingly powerful. Though he had yet to become a semi-converted Magus, he had somehow drawn a tie with a semi-converted Magus and had thus been thought to have an equivalent level of strength. Nature's Alliance had thus been acknowledged to be a small-scale guild and received permits to estates and mines. If their rating went down this year, all of these would naturally be revoked, and without these resources, Celine alone would not be able to continue managing the Nature's Alliance. Hence, she had no choice but to look for outside help. However, a semi-converted Magus was already considered an elite within the ranks of rank 1 magi. At most, they would have been groomed by other organizations. Though Celine had attracted the attention of a few official magi, some of whom were inferior to her, with the allure of her body, what use was it? The rest were like Skrill who had some ulterior motives, and Celine didn't dare to make use of them. Lei Lin's appearance gave Celine a sliver of hope. As long as my lord agrees to lead us in the joint conference, everything in Nature's Alliance will belong to you, including myself. Celine slowly took off her coat, revealing her delicate body. Under the translucent light that shone on her pale, exquisite skin, she was even more alluring. Along with that expression of one preparing to die for her cause, it made one have the desire to ravage her. But why me? If these are the conditions, I believe there are many magi, such as Skrill, who are willing. Lei Lin was expressionless. Women were merely for him to cope with stress. Sex was not anything special after he performed it one too many times. If I'm going to sell myself, I'm obviously going to sell it to someone more powerful. Skrill had been a candidate, but he was already responsible for another guild, and his appearance is a little too strange. Celine's answer was direct and very practical. Asterisk pack. Pack. Pack, asterisk. Lei Lin applauded. Intelligent. Rational. Able to see the big picture. Fine. I'll go to the joint conference with you. In that case, I'm yours now, my lord. A blush appeared on Celine's cheeks. The next day, with Celine guiding, Lei Lin strolled around the headquarters of Nature's Alliance. He then went straight to the library and did not emerge from it. As for indulging in pleasures of the flesh, Lei Lin merely satisfied his needs every once in a while. He could resist it during such crucial times. Celine naturally understood this. After seeing Lei Lin in a hurry to pounce and start flipping through the books, she tactfully retreated. Lei Lin watched her back and nodded. He was quite satisfied with this woman. She was rational, smart, and rather pretty. AI chip, record. He ordered silently, his eyes flashing with blue light. After all, Nature's Alliance was a Magus guild. There were thousands of books gathered in the library, including information about the culture, geography, and politics in the Twilight Zone, amongst other information. More importantly, there was an account of the Magus world. These were all things that Lei Lin now lacked. As such, he did not restrain himself at all and ordered the AI chip to record everything. As time passed, the database in Lei Lin's AI chip was enriched. He now had a very profound understanding of the Twilight Zone. Lei Lin proceeded further in, and even browsed in a few of the secret libraries within Nature's Alliance. Some of these areas were forbidden territories and acolytes were not allowed to enter. However, he was now a famed professor in Nature's Alliance. After agreeing to Celine's request, he basically had control of this area, and there was no issue at all. The items in the secret rooms obviously held more precious things than what was displayed in the public areas. Not only was there large amounts of research data, there was also information from Magi expeditions, regarding meditation techniques, reserves of high-grade content and even some conjectures by senior Magi. To be honest, at Lei Lin's level, general research materials and information were not much to him. What he really cared about were the hypotheses and speculations of the senior Magi. Though a lot of them were proven wrong by the AI chip's calculations, they could still provide some new ways of thinking for Lei Lin. In addition, there were differences between the studies in the subterranean world and in the South Coast. The essence of these differences was worthy enough for Lei Lin to use as a reference. At this moment, Lei Lin had unintentionally flipped to a page that held research material that he was interested in. The Maintenance and Mending of the Sea of Consciousness. This was a very old scroll. It was a volume formed of leaves strung together, with information recorded on it using images and words, and it had an aura of nature. What was written down had left Lei Lin astonished. His Sea of Consciousness had been injured while using the ancient teleportation spell formation, and even the edges had cracks. The AI chip could only give the suggestion of solidifying spiritual force and slowly mend it. Hence, Lei Lin was now unable to use part of his spiritual force, and only had the strength of a peak rank 1 Magus. Though this was effective, it was just too slow. After 2 years of recuperation in the town, his injuries had recovered by just a small amount. Lei Lin was getting impatient and was seeking a way to accelerate this process. AI chip, record this information and analyze the feasibility of this method for me. The Sea of Consciousness was linked to the roots of Magi and Warlocks. Lei Lin did not dare act without caution. Beep. Information has been recorded, setting up a simulation model. Beep. Effectiveness on host body, 12.92%. The AI chip quickly arrived at a conclusion. So low. Lei Lin was in disbelief, and could only force a laugh. One Sea of Consciousness differed from person to person, and it was only natural that the mending method had such an effect. But it's a good thing that it works. I'll gather more information on this topic and let the AI chip design a treatment plan based on the state of my body. The rate of success will then increase. Lei Lin comforted himself. The books in the secret rooms did not have information on just this topic. A lot of the information here was useless or even harmful to acolytes but was extremely useful for Lei Lin. He had even found a notebook with reflections concerning the use of rank 2 spells. It seemed to have been written by a great Magus. Nature's Alliance was merely a small guild, and there had never been a rank 2 Magus here. He wondered where they had obtained this from. But Lei Lin accepted this with a smile. This notebook could supplement the rank 2 spell models that he had received from Celine. Chapter 331, Remodeling by Freezing. Remodeling by freezing. In the Nature's Alliance's laboratory. Lei Lin stared at the large ice mountain, his expression revealing his regret. Around the ice mountain were numerous crystals that were emitting blue light that constantly swept across the ice mountain. They formed a spell formation, and the blue light. Failure of simulating icy radiation. Icy Jade Scorpion Emperor's life force is gradually weakening. The AI chip intoned with no emotion. Bang, all of a sudden, the crystals emitting blue light exploded, and the rays from the spell formation dimmed. Is it still a failure? Lei-Lin sighed. This was the icy jade scorpion emperor that he had taken captive. Ever since he had brought it from the icy caves, it had been constantly weakening. This was even happening while it was in its frozen state, or else it would have long since died. Lei-Lin had no other ideas. After multiple failures while trying to simulate the special radiation from the icy world, he had already given up on this idea and was preparing to make use of this icy jade scorpion emperor as much as he could. It's impossible to extract an ancient bloodline from it, and I've already recorded all the information I've obtained from its blood. So, Lei-Lin shifted his gaze to the back of the icy jade scorpion emperor. The rune of a distorted woman's face seemed to be alive. Through the memories in its bloodline, Lei-Lin knew that this type of icy jade scorpion originated from the scorpion man that had the might of a morning star Magus. The moment Scorpion Man had been drawn into the spatial crack, a drop of the female giant's blood landed on his back. From then on, the Scorpion Man's bloodline was tainted by the blood of a higher-ranking being. The descendants of the Scorpion Man all had this rune on their backs. Strictly speaking, the rune on the back of the icy jade scorpion was just a projection of the power of the female giant's bloodline. However, just a projection, and the wail it let out was enough to almost catch Lei-Lin in an illusion. In addition, the bloodlines of these higher-ranked creatures all possessed incredible might even if there was just an aura of it left. AI chip, how's the analysis on this fear-inducing rune? Lei-Lin asked. Analysis complete. Obtained freezing and healing runes that are incomplete at 45%. Able to make a cross-reference with 31% of the information with the wailing banshee, the AI chip intoned. Huh. Lei-Lin was surprised. Looks like the innate ability of the icy jade scorpion to freeze and heal itself was affected by and formed from the blood of the female giant. He suddenly had a thought that would exploit the icy jade scorpion emperor to the fullest. If I combine that information about the technique to mend my sea of consciousness with the icy jade scorpion emperor's innate skill, burning through its bloodline and stimulating the abilities of the runes on its back to form a bloodline imprint that can be used once. Lei-Lin's eyes shone blue as he calculated, in that case, I can also use this freezing ability once, and its effects will even be amplified. The power of the bloodline inside would be enough to mend the damage to my sea of consciousness. Using solidified spiritual force could do this as well, but it took far too long. In addition to this, Lei-Lin wanted to regain his strength as a rank 2 warlock as soon as possible. Freezing was a unique innate talent of the icy jade scorpions. While heavily injured, they could protect themselves in a thick layer of ice. Not only was it an ultimate defense, it could also help heal injuries. Now, Lei-Lin wanted to use this ability on himself. AI chip, what is the feasibility of this idea? Lei-Lin immediately asked in his mind. Large amounts of information and graphics flashed, and the AI chip gave an answer. Feasibility is at 87%. Host body first needs to undergo changes in order to be able to tolerate icy radiation. As expected, it's possible. Lei-Lin's eyes exhibited his joy. The innate freezing ability of the icy jade scorpion emperor, as well as the slight projection of the power from an ancient bloodline, was definitely able to repair the sea of consciousness of a rank 2 warlock. This was the optimal method to make use of the icy jade scorpion emperor. After all, Lei-Lin already had a lot of materials from the icy jade scorpions. Besides, how could materials from another world be more important than his own strength? In that case, I should start making some preparations. Lei-Lin glanced at the icy jade scorpion emperor in the ice mountain. Covered in a block of ice, this icy jade scorpion emperor looked more fantastical, the green on its body looked almost alive. Only the weakening of its life force and breath showed that it did not have long to live. AI chip, prepare the bloodline ignition potion. It's essential to make some preparations. Lei-Lin's eyes glinted coldly. To completely make use of the freezing innate ability of the icy jade scorpion emperor, it was necessary to burn up all its blood completely and stimulate the fear-inducing rune on its back. Then, one needed to model it into a freezing bloodline rune, which involved a very complicated process. However, all these preparations needed to start from somewhere. This was to ensure that this icy jade scorpion emperor could live through this, and secondly that Lei Lin himself could adapt to the harsh cold while in the frozen state. 3 days later, in the laboratory. Lei Lin, may I enter? Celine's voice could be heard from outside. I've already undone the alarm spell formation. Come in. She promptly heard Lei Lin's answer and did not hesitate as she pushed the door to enter. The moment she entered, Celine instinctively wrapped her clothes tightly around her. Within the laboratory, large amounts of mist was everywhere. There was even a thick layer of frost on the surrounding walls and some instruments. Meanwhile, Lei Lin was naked in a giant glass tank. He was soaking in a blue icy liquid that seemed to be seeping into his body bit by bit, turning him a little blue. What are you doing? Celine had long since gotten used to Lei Lin's naked body, and she naturally approached him without flushing red. She judged the trough and was puzzled. She found this icy aura very familiar. Isn't this the unique radiation of the icy caves? All of a sudden, Celine thought of its origins. No, this is just an imitation. It isn't even 50% of the original, and can't keep an icy jade scorpion emperor alive. Lei Lin breathed in deeply, and the icy blue color in the tank faded, turning from a dark blue to a lighter one, to the point that it was slightly translucent. Over 10 seconds passed, and the icy liquid in the trough had turned translucent. Lei Lin stood up and walked out at this point. Celine had prepared a towel and began to dry the droplets of water on his body like a caring wife. What do you plan to do to the icy jade scorpion emperor? Celine inquired. We're both going to go to the joint conference of the guilds in the East Capital. When that happens, only Grandpa Cedric will be here, and it can't deal with an icy jade scorpion emperor with the strength of a peak rank 1 Magus. Don't worry, I'll take care of it by then. Lei Lin was overjoyed. Through the tempering of his body with the icy radiation over these few days, he had gradually gotten used to such a chilly temperature. With a few more remodeling attempts, he would be able to make use of the freezing innate ability of the icy jade scorpion emperor without any residual effects on himself to treat his injuries. Of course, he would not mention this to Celine. She was an intelligent woman who knew what could and couldn't be asked. Do you need clothes? After dressing Lei Lin, Celine rested her head on Lei Lin's shoulder, her nimble little tongue licking at Lei Lin's earlobes and silently hinting at something. Of course not. Lei Lin laughed and pressed her down. A warm breeze blew, causing one to have the urge to take a nap. In the subterranean world, the humans of Twilight Zone could not divide the year into 4 seasons. They had only 2 ways of detecting the current season. One was based on the activity of the planet's crust, and dividing the year into the cold and warm season. Another way was through specific crops, and dividing it into the planting and harvesting seasons. Such a warm breeze was the most obvious indication that it was the warm season. Lei Lin sat on the back of a horse carriage with Celine by his side. An aromatic, crisp smell traveled over from Celine's hair, causing Lei Lin to feel slightly restless. The people driving the carriage were the 2 level 3 acolytes, Obo and Ilya. Within all of Nature's alliance, these 2 were the ones who were somewhat able to do this. The animals used to pull the carriage were obviously not horses, but an animal found underground, wildebeests. These animals were a lot larger than normal horses. They also had bony armor, and what was most obvious was the single horn on its head. These animals were more patient than horses, they could also withstand some amount of radiation, and were the first choice for light magi of the Twilight Zone when they went out on expeditions. Of course, they was only useful for ordinary acolytes and magi. As for even more powerful magi, they were naturally able to tame even more ferocious, mystical creatures, or even top-grade pets while they went on their journeys. For a small guild like Nature's Alliance, using a wildebeest showed how hard-pressed they were. However, they had no choice. After Selene took over, Nature's Alliance had not been in a good state and had been pressured in many areas. Based on the intel she received, there was a large possibility that the Nature's Alliance would be demoted from its rating in the joint conference. In this situation, Selene had no choice but to look for external help. She could only turn to Lei-Lin. Though Lei-Lin had been said to be a famed professor in name only, Selene had been tactful and given most of the authority in Nature's Alliance to him. Lei-Lin wouldn't turn down such a large gift as well. He also needed help from the other organizations for his upcoming plans. He had wanted to help Nature's Alliance expand and assist them based on the agreement they had. However, it was also not a bad idea to take over this organization. Lei-Lin thought to himself as he eyed Selene, who looked calm. Chapter 332, Nada Highlands. Nada Highlands. Have you made inquiries about this already? Lei-Lin asked Selene, who was at the side. Based on intel from a few close friends, the person targeting us at this joint conference is Skrill of the Eight-Clawed Spiders. Selene smoothed her hair out, revealing her pale neck. One could also see her well-developed chest. Skrill. That Spider-Man. Lei-Lin turned a blind eye to Selene's unintended seduction. The crystal mask that Selene trained in had a special effect, in which the Magus would unwittingly bewitch the people around them. This was not very effective on a semi-converted Magus, and even less so on Lei-Lin. He's merely a semi-converted Magus. With a few helpers, you'd be able to take care of him, right? Lei-Lin glanced at Selene. If it was only him, I could somewhat contend against by using some help my mentor left me, but... Selene's eyebrows showed her gloominess at this. There seems to be another power supporting Skrill. I see. Lei-Lin nodded. Of course, all I hope for is that my lord maintains the Nature's Alliance's current standing. Selene has no wish for anything more. As if afraid Lei-Lin would change his mind halfway through, she quickly spoke and clarified herself. Don't worry. Since I've already agreed, you can trust me. Lei-Lin didn't pay any attention to whoever was working behind the scenes. The bloodline imprint of the icy Jade Scorpion Emperor was completed, and once his body could adapt to the icy radiation, he could regain his strength as a rank 2 warlock. A rank 2 warlock, and especially one like Lei-Lin with a powerful bloodline, had a strength that far exceeded that of a regular rank 2 Magus. Whatever Nature's Alliance had, it wasn't enough for a rank 2 to covet it, was it? AI chip. How much longer will it take until my body adapts to the icy radiation? Lei-Lin closed his eyes and asked. Beep. Based on the current data on host body, estimated time left, 56 hours 34 minutes. The AI chip quickly gave an answer. 2 days later, which is after the joint conference ends. Lei-Lin muttered to himself and then checked his stats again. Lei-Lin Farlier. Rank 2 Warlock, Bloodline, Giant Kamoyan Serpent. Strength, 21.1, Agility, 14.4, Vitality, 27.9, Spiritual Force, 79, Magic Power, 79, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. After so many days of hard work and treatment using all sorts of potions, he could only draw out a small amount of his solidified spiritual force. This was not enough to break through the bottleneck of rank 1. This strengthened Lei-Lin's resolve to use the freezing innate ability. If not, who knew how much longer it would take for him to regain his strength as a rank 2 Magus. After mending my Sea of Consciousness, my battle power will be even more powerful than it had been on the south coast since I'm no longer affected by my emotional instability, Lei-Lin calculated in his mind. I look forward to it. In the icy caves, with the icy Jade Scorpion Emperor's breath, as well as its icy Jade Scorpion's bodies, he had thoroughly eliminated the issue of emotional instability. However, this was not a complete elimination. Perhaps after he advanced to a higher rank, the chaos and tyranny in his bloodline and genes would explode forth once more. However, with the detections by the AI chip, Lei Lin was sure that while he was a rank 2 or even rank 3 warlock, the emotional instability would not affect him. Getting rid of this issue, he now possessed all the advantages of being a warlock with an ancient bloodline with no disadvantages at all. How much more power could he display? When strength and intelligence were combined, there was nothing that could hinder a warlock in a pursuit of the truth. "My lord, what's on your mind?" Celine leaned over. "Nothing much." Lei Lin tugged her into his lap, a hand slipping down while following the curves of her waist. "And my lord, not here. Outside, there are people outside." Celine blushed, rejecting Lei Lin's embrace. Outside, Obo and Ilya outside ducked their heads in embarrassment. All the thoughts they had died down after seeing the strength that Lei Lin flaunted every once in a while. Nada highlands. The ground in this desolate area was filled with a white quartz gravel. Usually, this place would be filled with creatures of the darkness, but they had now left the area. At the heart of the Nada Highlands, a bright ball of light that spanned for around 10 meters was hanging in midair like a little sun, emitting light and warmth. Under it gathered magi of different tribes who looked different and wore clothes of various colors. Even if it was just passive radiation and energy fluctuations that were emitted, the gathering of so many magi forced the creatures to avoid them. After all, this was still within the eastern capital of the Twilight Zone, and not a place for the creatures to flaunt their prowess. Any magi that was stronger than them could exterminate all the higher-ranked darkness creatures. However, if this was outside the Twilight Zone, where human activity was low, the situation would be reversed. The creatures of the darkness had an absolute advantage based on their numbers. There would even appear formidable creatures that could rival a Magus, which would encircle and annihilate magi. Lulu. Meanwhile, another horse carriage bringing a few magi passed through. The horned horse pulling the carriage seemed to sense the strength of the magi, and neighed in worry. The magi merely shot a glance at this area. Upon finding out that it was a small-scaled guild, they promptly lost interest and continued along their way. However, there were a few magi that exchanging glances in secret, staring at the carriage without even blinking. Rattle. Obo and Ilya respectfully opened the door to the carriage, bowing as they welcomed the two professors inside. Celine alighted first, her face unusually flushed and clothes slightly untidy. However, she soon regained her calm. "That's quite a lot of magi." Lei Lin also descended from the carriage, scanning the area and commenting with a smile. He had sensed the aura of large amounts of energy while on the carriage, and now, using his naked eyes, he knew that there were at least 400 official magi gathered here. This was no small number, and these were merely the representatives from various large organizations. They still had much more guards than their headquarters. Only Celine, whose guild was about to fall apart, would come with the full power of her guild, leaving no one behind to protect the headquarters. These 400 magi seemed to intentionally cause pressure on the area, the radiation from their bodies slowly yet steadily emitting, and even causing the land here to have a different smell. 400 nuclear reactors piled together, exposing all their strength. If this happened in my previous world, it would be a huge issue. Lei Lin's lips curved up in a grin. But upon closer inspection, there are still some differences between magi in the subterranean world and in the south coast. Lei Lin observed and thought. As there was less light, or perhaps because they had never been under the sun for a long period of time, the magi in Twilight Zone were paler. In terms of clothing style, there was a large variety. There were even some bizarre magi who were completely naked and did not have any clothing on their skins. Some nature elemental magi advocated being in harmony with nature and felt that clothes would interfere with this process. Hence, they had this strange behavior. Though this was not acknowledged by many magi, this was a matter of principle, and for this reason, others could not oppose this logic. Lei Lin also found another point. These magi did not have any distinctions such as light and dark magi. Black and white robes were merely the formal attire of the magi here. There was no special meaning. He saw many magi donning black and white robes joking together, and it didn't seem like they were going to attack each other. Perhaps the distinction between light and dark magi is a situation unique to the South Coast. Upon seeing this scene, Leyland's eyes flashed. My beloved Celine, it's been about a year since we had last met, yes? At this moment, an upper-class woman wearing clothing filled with gems and tassels, looking as if she were about to attend a ballroom dance party at a palace, approached them, greeting with a smile. This is Mistress Satch of the Obsidian Throne Guild. She's a good friend, as well as an ally of our guild. Celine explained in Leyland's ear and then proceeded to press her cheek to Mistress Satch's as a greeting. Hello, Mistress Satch. This is the famed professor of our guild, Mr. Leyland. Celine introduced him to Mistress Satch. Hello. Mistress Satch looked Leyland up and down, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. I remember that with the conditions of your Nature's Alliance, as well as permission of the joint conference, you could only recruit one famed professor, right? It looks like Celine is betting everything on you. Leyland also observed this Mistress Satch. Along the journey the conference, Celine had given Leyland a simple introduction to this ally guild, the Obsidian Throne. Mistress Satch was very tall, and her nose was pointed. Paired with her blue eyes, she gave off a unique feeling that was similar to the European style in Leyland's previous world. I will do my best, Mistress Satch. Leyland was naturally aware that though there had been precedents of finding outside help for the joint conference, things still had to go according to the rules. A small-scale guild like Nature's Alliance could, at most, allow one person to vie for their ranking under the name of a famed professor. How did one tell which guild they were from? This was actually very simple. Just by looking at the high-grade meditation technique the Magus cultivated in would make everything clear. After advancing to become an official Magus, high-grade meditation techniques produced different effects that made them easy to distinguish between. Chapter 333, Killing Intent. Killing Intent. The only high-grade meditation technique in the Nature's Alliance, the Crystal Mask, had been recorded by Leyland. It was a technique based on illusions that used energy from plants as supplements. There were merely 2 levels to it. As specific materials required to advance to the second level were only able to be acquired from another world, there had never been another rank 2 Magus in the entire history of Nature's Alliance. Leyland possessed the Kamoyan's pupil, and had already confirmed his path as a warlock. Naturally, he wouldn't change his meditation technique. As a result, with one glance, outsiders would be able to tell that he was not a Magus trained by Nature's Alliance. Based on the rules at the joint conference, magi like himself were able to make an appearance, but small-scaled guilds could only choose one such Magus, and the chosen Magus could not be changed. Don't worry, I have faith in Leyland. Celine said confidently. Leyland appeared to be a peak rank 1 Magus. This kind of strength was equivalent to a medium-scaled guild's trump card. Naturally, Celine wasn't very worried. Is that so? That's great. Mistress Satch covered her lips with a black foldable fan, and smiled coquettishly. What? Did you receive some information too? Upon seeing her reaction, Celine immediately set up a soundproof barrier around the 3 of them. Yes. I received intelligence from my boy toys. Skrill of the 8-clawed Spider Guild seems to harbor unkind intentions towards you. Moreover, he has the support of a medium-scaled guild called the Dense Fog Forest. After saying that, Mistress Satch looked at Leyland and said, and they seem to have made preparations against you, an external support. Medium-scaled guild. Dense Fog Forest. Sure enough, Celine's face registered a slight change. These medium-scaled guilds possessed at least one peak rank 1 Magus as their trump card. The number of official magi and their knowledge greatly surpassed that of Nature's Alliance. How could this not worry Celine? Is there anything valuable enough inside Nature's Alliance that the Dense Fog Forest Guild is coveting? Leyland immediately wondered. Being a medium-scaled guild, Dense Fog Forest Guild possessed resources and minerals that Nature's Alliance could not compare with. Furthermore, even if the Nature's Alliance were to fall to an unrated guild, the dense fog forest guild might not be the one that would gain control of their territory and resources. So the dense fog forest has to be allies with the eight-clawed spider. Once the Nature's Alliance falls and loses its seat within the guild alliance, eight-clawed spider would be able to take over its resources. With a little more edging from the dense fog forest, the committee of the alliance would not hesitate to hand the empty seat over to them. What resources do the Nature's Alliance and eight-clawed spider have in common? Only one. The icy cave. Lei Lin needed just a bit of time to understand the nature of this power struggle. As long as one found out who the beneficiaries, or those indirectly gaining benefits were, the situation would then be made clear. After all, nobody would be willing to do thankless jobs. During this period of time, Lei Lin had somewhat gotten familiar with the resources Nature's Alliance possessed. Honestly speaking, these resources weren't valuable enough for dense fog forest to be interested in. The only possibility for this was that the secrets within the depths of the icy cave had been exposed. In the past, the icy cave had only been an area rich in production of frozen materials, with the icy jade scorpion as a specialty. It isn't that valuable, which is why it was allocated to Nature's Alliance. However, within the cave's depths actually lies an icy world of a larger scale. The icy world even has the remains of a creature with the strength of a morning star Magus and a drop of blood from an even more powerful bloodline. After obtaining the information held within the icy jade scorpion's bloodline, nobody could be more knowledgeable about the icy cave than Lei Lin. Bluntly speaking, this was a big treasure trove, especially for a bloodline warlock. Lei Lin's eyes sparkled, with a tinge of chilliness within. Only benefits like this would be valuable enough for dense fog forest to act secretly. Looking at the situation, information about these benefits has not been spread. If it was, the entire Twilight Zone would have been in an uproar, and numerous magi would have formed groups to explore it. Celine, please ask around and find out how the Oaken Leaf Guild and Emerald Vine Guild been doing lately. Lei Lin ordered Celine suddenly. Yes, my lord. Celine straightened her body and walked over to a corner. The runes from the secret imprint on her body continuously brightened. Thereafter, she returned, a worried expression on her face. They have all received Skrill's invitation. His influence is now similar to a spider web, extending to these two guilds. Just as I thought, Lei Lin sighed. This was the final point of confirmation. Right now, Lei Lin was certain that the dense fog forest must have found out about the icy cave's uncanniness, and decided to bribe the eight-clawed spider to crowd out other guilds so that they could monopolize the entire icy cave. Find an opportunity to kill them. The flash in Lei Lin's eyes caused Celine to be nervous, as if an ancient monster was seated beside her. Currently, Lei Lin had impolitely claimed the entire icy world. Should the dense fog forest dare tread on his property, he would not let them off easily. Actually, if we just want to resolve the crisis Nature's Alliance is facing, there's a better way, which is to reveal the secret of the icy cave. Even dense fog forest cannot oppose the entire Twilight Zone. Under the pressure of the joint conference, the dense fog forest would be akin to an ant that could easily be crushed. However, this would not be in my best interests. With Lei Lin's strength, he could probably gain benefits merely by following the majority of the magi, but there was just too much uncertainty. Should those overpowered rank 3 magi be lured out, Lei Lin did not have confidence that he could snatch anything from them. If that were the case, he would only get the leftovers, and that would truly be a pity. Not to mention, should the Twilight Zone still have the presence of morning star magi that could destroy the entire icy world, Lei Lin would definitely be reduced to tears. As a result, for Lei Lin, it was best to let the secret of the Icy Cave Guild stay a secret until he advanced to become a morning star Magus. He would later then return and reap all the benefits. But if that's the case, the dense fog forest would have to be eliminated, and that needs to be done fast before their leader has the time to react. In his heart, Lei Lin had already meted the death penalty to dense fog forest and eight-clawed spider. With just a few thoughts, Lei Lin had already roughly understood the gist of the problem. To him, since this possibility was the greatest, he would rather kill the wrong person than to not let the matter go. Dense fog forest and eight-clawed spider needed to be eradicated, and he would even be able to conveniently seize their high-grade meditation techniques and collection. What was more wonderful was that this could be done in the name of revenge for nature's alliance, which would be killing two birds with one stone. While pondering, Lei Lin emanated a massive spiritual force with traces of killing intent, which caused Celine to retreat. Even Mistress Satch gave an excuse and walked away. What happened? Celine worriedly asked. Naturally, she didn't know that with merely a word or two, Lei Lin had managed to deduce the truth, which had helped him make the decision to kill. Nothing much. Lei Lin smiled, hiding the truth from her. For interests of such a huge scale, Lei Lin did not feel at ease revealing his plans to others, even to Celine, whom he had gone to bed with. I'm thinking about what Mistress Satch said about her boy toys. What did she mean? Lei Lin cleverly changed the topic. Boy, toys. Celine's face changed, and she replied, You know, some magi may have strange interests and bizarre hobbies. Mistress Satch has sadistic tendencies and is also skilled in this area, so. Oh. Sadism and masochism. I know. A look of understanding flashed in Lei Lin's expression, but he then rolled his eyes. There really were all sorts of magi. Lei Lin. Are you skillful in things like that? After some moments, Celine returned to Lei Lin's side and asked shyly. Don't worry. Lei Lin replied matter-of-factly. Since the culprit had been identified to be merely a medium-scaled guild, Lei Lin didn't have anything to fear. What he was concerned with was how he had to proceed in order to prevent higher-ranked magi from interfering. It was at this moment that a commotion arose among the magi. They dispersed in two directions, revealing a line of people. The 9 enforcers are here. Celine whispered to Lei Lin. Lei Lin stared at the 9 magi walking over. There were both male and female enforcers, but they were no longer young. Their hair was white, and many of them wore glasses. They held dictionary-like books and feather pens or scales, and their eyes glistened with wisdom, giving them a scholarly aura. However, their energy fluctuations left Lei Lin dumbfounded. Peak rank 1. Peak rank 1. Peak rank 1. They are all peak rank 1. How weak. Lei Lin rolled his eyes. The subterranean world only possesses this much strength. Honestly speaking, if these 9 enforcers only had this much strength, using toxic bile before he had gotten injured would have resulted in the instant death of these 9 enforcers. He would even have killed or injured the surrounding magi as well. What is going on? Looking at the surrounding magi paying their respects to the 9 enforcers, Lei Lin pondered. Looking at the situation, either the subterranean magi have flaws that make it hard for them to advance, or the higher rank magi have a more intimate circle, and hence do not participate in the conferences of us rank 1 magi. Lei Lin stroked his chin. Whatever it is, I have to re-evaluate the strength of magi in Twilight Zone. Chapter 334, The Fallen City. The Fallen City. Since everybody has gathered, then I can begin the announcement. Let the 325th Eastern Region Magi Joint Conference begin. After looking around, the council member in the middle immediately spoke. Even though his voice was not loud, he could be heard by every Magus present. Once he spoke, the books, calligraphy brushes, weighing scales, and the other items in the arms of the 9 enforcers immediately emitted faint rays of white light that floated in the air. I summon the fallen city. 9 rays of light shot out from the books and other materials in a flash and converged into a big white sun. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The tall pagoda violently shook and a big crack from the abyss opened. The Magi looked very calm during this kind of disastrous earthquake and only used their powers to protect themselves and their apprentices, as well as their luggage, horses, and so on. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk. A few huge stone statues suddenly broke through the ground floor, emerging like tall mountains that cast large shadows on the surface. These are the Twilight Zone's ancient magi, Ignis, Nicolat, and Morph. As this was happening, Celine casually introduced the Magi Joint Conference to Lei Lin. Since ancient times, the Joint Conference was not just organized by anybody but fixed in this location. In the legends, the fallen city was an ancient city to consecrate the ancient Magi. The 9 huge stone statues in the middle were in fact the 9 most famous Magi in the ancient times. As a matter of fact, the 9 Magi of the Joint Conference were also emulating these few Magi. Crash! Big chunks of stone fell, like how bamboo shoots fall off in springtime when it rains. A piece of solid stone beneath Lei Lin lifted him up as it rose to the last position at the top. Lei Lin looked around. The Magi were now seated exactly in the center of the fallen city. The entire building appeared similar to the ancient Colosseum of Rome, just like what the people of ancient Greece practiced. The circle of outdoor seats surrounded the middle area. Outside the conference, 12 slim, spotless marble pillars glistened in the sunlight and appeared to support both heaven and earth. The joint conference controlled the way to summon the fallen city. It's a pity that we cannot find any materials related to the end of the war, or a single living creature. Otherwise, we can restore the glory of the ancient Magi. Celine, who was beside Lei Lin, gasped in admiration. Many Magi went to their respective places and formed a circle, surrounding the altar in the middle. Lei Lin looked, the ones in the front were the middle-level guilds, followed behind them by the low-level guilds, like him and Celine, that sat in the middle section closer to the back seats. As for the rest, the unranked guilds, they sat in the outermost section. Each seat took up a lot of space as a suitable distance was maintained between each one, which allowed the Magi to be able to see each other without feeling restricted. This site was enough to accommodate 10,000 people, but now there's barely a few hundred Magi. Naturally, though there was ample space between each Magus. How were these 9 council members selected? Lei Lin pulled Celine closer into his embrace, and whispered into her ear. Each large-scaled guild would send a representative, before us Magi present voted for them. Celine was slightly embarrassed, but she still explained it to Lei Lin. Oh. Basically, the Eastern Twilight Zone only has about 9 high-leveled guilds. Lei Lin stroked his chin, this kind of strength was similar to the South Coast. Only that he was unsure of the numbers of rank 3 Magi present. But deep down he had some reservations. Although high-grade meditation techniques were widely taught and of a higher grade than in the South Coast, most of them were incomplete, and needed a few special otherworldly materials for their practitioners to advance. This meant that there would be fewer higher-rank Magi in the Twilight Zone and they possibly would be weaker than their South Coast counterparts due to the Twilight Zone being isolated from the external world. The first point of the conference's agenda is to observe a minute of silence in tribute of our Magi ancestors. They were true pursuers of knowledge, the founders of the Twilight Zone. The 9 council members in the front immediately stood up, as they solemnly and respectfully bowed their heads. And in their hands, a pure, white flower bud slowly bloomed. The petals of the flower bud looked like countless rays of light that created a dreamy illusion. Immediately after, the Magi disorderly stood up to observe the minute of silence, the rays of light in their hands transformed into the shape of the white flower bud. This is the light daisy, a specialty of the Twilight Zone that is used to represent the recollection of the dead and our grief. Lei Lin's eye flashed and concentrated some of his spiritual force to observe Celine's actions. The magic of transforming the flower was only a magic trick, one that even acolytes could easily learn. Celine's abilities were immediately recorded by the AI chip, which then provided the composition of the spell model and the spiritual force. Zoom, Lei Lin followed swiftly with a layer of white light twinkling in his hands. In a flash, numerous light daisies in the open space bloomed as formless ripples continuously circulated, and pure light rays of flower petals dispersed and spread to the sky. A rain of petals floated down, some of them dispersed atop the sculptures of the 9 ancient Magi. It was at this moment that Lei Lin suddenly raised his head. To his eyes, numerous petals seemed to use some form of mechanism or magic, and the 9 stone statues at the heart of the center were subtly trembling. A desolate, ancient aura filled with abundant energy surfaced in the center. And looking at the surrounding magi who were calm earlier on and had seized the moment to close their eyes, Lei Lin realized that they were actually in concentration. Lei Lin also released his energy, letting his spirit and that aura connect. Boom, like the eruption of lava, like the coming of a tsunami wave, an intense vibration incessantly shook Lei Lin's heart, and at the same time, many confused thoughts crossed his mind. This is a high-level meditation aura. Lei Lin gave Celine a somewhat intoxicated look, and immediately came to his senses. Regarding what these Twilight Zone magi said, they're lacking materials only obtainable from other worlds, and their meditation techniques cannot be improved, and now this aura that comes from an ancient meditation technique is to guide them on which path to follow. Although this acted only as a guide, there were still many benefits for a rank 1 Magus. Moreover, who knows, there might be geniuses that could use this ancient aura and be able to make modifications on their meditation techniques and skip the steps of using rare and ancient resources. It's a pity. In fact, there is no ancient technique that inspires me. Furthermore, rank 2 magi have already decided their path and are continuously intensifying further. So those magi who have been promoted to the second rank also don't look up to these. After waiting for the rain of petals to pass, the 9 huge stone sculptures regained their tranquility, and many of the magi were then obsessed with keeping their eyes closed. Alright. Now to the second point of the agenda, let's come to an agreement. The Magus that stood in the middle and who held the weighing scale said softly, with his voice being channeled through an unknown device, was heard by every other Magus present. Soon after, 2 magi walked up to the front and debated loudly with him, and occasionally displayed the recordings of light. And the Magus holding the weighing scale would make his judgment after having listened to both parties. Magi from both sides would generally accept the result, and occasionally those who did not would start to challenge each other at the center of the site. Can we believe this council member's verdict? Lei Lin asked Celine, who was beside him. Gondayer, the council member, is a fair and wise senior, and we usually trust his judgments. Moreover, the golden weighing scale that he holds symbolizes fairness. His personal beliefs forbid from violating fairness and justice. Celine explained softly to Lei Lin, do not ask such questions out loud, otherwise the other magi will despise us. Oh. Lei Lin nodded his head indifferently. However, he was somewhat bored looking at the issues that were discussed one by one here. Although there are contradictions in this joint conference, he understood clearly that it was for the protection of the entire strength of the Twilight Zone's magi, and instead of internal conflicts, we should be focusing on foreign enemies. Humans were not the only rulers in the Twilight Zone, there were also many darkness creatures out there, just like the neighboring Elven Empire beside the humans that left many intelligent beings wary of them. But Lei Lin was not convinced by this concept. To him, if the Dark Magi were to come in power, they would have already started a war and would be constantly fighting. And through such bloody wars, a selection of the acolytes would be conducted. They would start off from a low-intensity battle which would then gradually increase in difficulty. In this manner, an elite force of magicians could be created. It was not worth having such an indecisive situation. This situation was similar to current state between the light and dark magi. Lei Lin. It is the guild evaluation right after, you need to be careful. Celine cautiously reminded Lei Lin. Don't worry. Lei Lin replied calmly, and at this moment, 2 unfriendly gazes were laid on him. Lei Lin's brows furrowed as he looked at the source of discontentment. At the seat of the 8-clawed spider, Skrill lowered his head without delay, but his eyes had a sinister tint. You will never survive today's ordeal. From today onwards, Celine is mine. What trump card do you have? Or is the dense fog forest going to interfere? Lei Lin remained calm, knowing that Skrill had slipped away like a beaten-up dog at the sight of him. He strongly believed that Skrill had some sort of backup to rely on. But to Lei Lin, the strength of a middle-scaled guild was not enough to threaten him. Alright, continuing to the fifth agenda of the conference. The guild's evaluation, a council member declared. In a split second, the Magi on site all looked on with eagerness and attention. Chapter 335, Challenge. Challenge. For these Magi, mediating the conflicting views from before was merely a small matter. However, the evaluation of guilds could directly affect their interests. Hence, the atmosphere turned solemn very quickly. Cough cough, the council member in the middle coughed lightly, and only after it quietened down did he begin to speak. The evaluation process will go the same way as before. We will first announce the results before the evaluations are open to challenges. Each guild has, at most, 3 chances. Lower-rated guilds can challenge higher-rated guilds, but higher-rated guilds are not to interfere with the lower-rated guilds. Guilds of the same evaluation can challenge each other to settle any conflicts, and those who are defeated have to wait until the next time. Leylin found Celine stiffen from worry after hearing the council member's words. Even if you don't have enough strength, those resources are all given out to you by the joint conference. They're not yours in the first place, so why are you so worried? Leylin was a little speechless. From his perspective, one would be able to obtain territory that was proportional to one's own strength. While Celine's mentor had still been around, there had been nothing to fear, but once Celine took over Nature's alliance, she should have reduced the scale of the guild and given out the resources she had. That was the most sensible course of action. This time, if not for Leylin sticking his head into the matter, things would not end well for Celine. Of course, the situation would be vastly different with Leylin around. Furthermore, the icy caves were something Leylin needed to have, by hook or by crook. Next, after the declaration from the council members of the start of the event, the site began to get livelier. Many Magi exchanged glances. Though they had many thoughts, none of them made their move right away, as if they were waiting for something. After a long silence, a Magus in ashen robes stood out from a corner. We from Gold wishes to challenge the Seaflower Society. N. Gold is an unrated guild, while the Seaflower Society is a small-scale guild. The challenge is permitted, may the Magi of both guilds enter the stage. A Magus wearing presbyopic glasses flipped through a thick book and nodded. The Seaflower Society sent out an old geezer with blue hair and some strange runes on his face. His guild had been pointed out and challenged, so naturally, he was not in a good mood. Didn't this imply that their Seaflower Society had already fallen this low? At this thought, killing intent flashed in his eyes as he made up his mind to make this an unforgettable lesson for his opponent. Meanwhile, the Magus in ashen robes was stupefied. Upon waiting for the confirmation from the council member once more, 2 fluctuations from spells exploded at the site. At the same time, a light yellow dome of energy shot out from all corners, protecting the audience and council members from any stray attacks from the battle. Leylin watched on with interest. He wasn't very clear about the strength of the official Magi in Twilight Zone, and this was a good opportunity for him to find out. Through the few mediations from before as well as what was currently happening, he was able to understand many things. As subterranean Magi were faced with powerful enemy forces, there were no scholars who solely focused on just research. These Magi were quite formidable, and they were fast in setting up their spell models. They had also grasped the technique of the instantaneous and silent release of spells, and on average, their battle power was 1 level higher than that of Magi from the south coast. In addition, most of them had grasped 1 or 2 spells with immense killing power, and they had no apprehensions about using them. This was another characteristic of theirs that allowed them to surpass the Magi of the south coast by a large margin. Bang! All of a sudden, the scene of the battlefield changed. The ashen-robed Magus waved his arm, and 2 large black crosses appeared, which crisscrossed and pierced towards the Magus from the Seaflower Society. The Cross of Anginus. The Magus from the Seaflower Society yelled out the name of this spell in fear, continuously adding a few more protective layers in front of him and evaded at a flying speed. Serrator. You can't escape. The ashen-robed Magus hissed for a long while, and his clothes split open at the back, revealing a pair of giant wings. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh, asterisk. The black feathers on the wings were like steel, the tip revealing a luster seen on sharp objects. With the impetus from the wings, he soared into the sky. 2 gray crosses of light flew to his feet, forming something like 2 sets of eagle claws. Asterisk so. Asterisk. The gray figure constantly flashed, and after producing his wings, his speed increased until he almost became a shadow. The gray figure constantly collided with the defensive layers. Ka-cha. The defensive layers of the Magus from the Seaflower Society seemed to produce a tearing sound before it was being completely ripped apart. Pooh! Large claws mercilessly tore at the chest of the Magus from the Seaflower Society, and the man let out a miserable cry. Meanwhile, one could see with their naked eyes, the withering of flesh spanning out from the Magus of the Seaflower Society's wounds. I admit defeat. Before the other claw reached his body, this Magus immediately yelled. However, a cold glint appeared in the gaze of this ashen-robed Magus, and the grey claw increased its speed by 30%. That's enough. A council member holding a scale shouted coldly, and the powerful spiritual force of a peak rank 1 Magus swept across. A brownish-yellow hand rose from the earth and protected the injured Magus from the Seaflower Society, protecting him from the attack of the ashen-robed Magus. My apologies, my lord. I was unable to hold back in time. The ashen-robed Magus descended onto the ground and removed the effects from his spells, regaining his appearance as a regular human. He bowed, looking respectful. Humph. Gold's challenge was successful, so it is now promoted to be a small-scaled guild. The Seaflower Society will now be demoted a ranking and is now in the unrated category. All the resources that have been allocated to the Seaflower Group Guild by the Joint Conference will be transferred over right away, and our council members will supervise this process. This council member furrowed his brow and snorted, but still announced loudly. Many thanks, my lord. The ashen-robed Magus bowed once more. Meanwhile, the Magus from the Seaflower Society became deathly pale and fainted. Lei Lin, who watched on, was not too surprised. After all, since the ashen-robed Magus had taken the initiative to challenge the Seaflower Society, it was natural that he must have been confident. After that, a few unrated guilds chose to challenge some other guilds. Most of the challenged guilds were small-scale guilds that were declining, and almost all of the challenges were successful. Only one small-scale guild won, protecting what belonged to them. This contest mostly happened between small-scale and unrated guilds. The medium-scale guilds rarely went on stage, and as for large-scale guilds, they were remote existences that only served as witnesses and judges. Dear council members, we of the 8-clawed spider wish to challenge the Nature's Alliance Guild. Suddenly, Skrill's voice sounded out. The magi present shifted their gazes towards him. Usually, challenges between similarly ranked guilds rarely happened unless there was enmity between them. As the 8-clawed spider guild was already a small-scale guild, they would only cause Nature's Alliance to lose their resources if they were victorious. What they would obtain would be meager. Skrill. If you had any conflicts with Nature's Alliance, why did you not mention it during the mediation period and instead wait until now? The council member holding the scale furrowed his brows. My apologies, my lord. The animosity between us and Nature's Alliance is not appropriate to be declared here, but please approve my request. Skrill bowed, sounding resolute. The lines on the council member's forehead became deeper. Honestly speaking, he did not want there to be internal friction between two small-scale guilds. However, 8-clawed spider was not a medium-scale guild, and challenges between guilds of the same ranking were allowed. The moment Nature's Alliance was defeated, not only would they lose their spot, but they would also have to hand over all their resources to be redistributed by the Joint Conference. Skrill could only, at most, obtain a portion of these resources. As there were no benefits to it, few magi chose to do this. However, Lei Lin knew that they would definitely choose to take the icy caves. Knowing the situation, the abyss in his pupils grew darker, and a sneer appeared on his lips. All right. Guild leader of Nature's Alliance, Celine, who will you send on stage? The council member looked toward Celine. I invite our famed professor, Mr. Leylin, to represent my Nature's Alliance guild in battle. Celine gave a slight bow. Leylin sighed and stood up. I am also sending out our famed professor to represent we of the eight-clawed spider on stage. At the other side, Skrill immediately bowed and moved aside to reveal the figure behind him. It was a human figure completely wrapped in black mist. There were also numerous black tendrils fluctuating around it. They both sent out famed professors. The surrounding magi broke out into a discussion. Though small-scaled guilds could invite famed professors to act as external support, only one professor was allowed to act. Since there were very few magi working alone, such situations rarely appeared. Now, with two suddenly appearing, it was no wonder that the magi were surprised. There were a few magi who could somewhat see through part of the strength of Leylin and the person wrapped in mist, and they shrunk back in fear, their eyes showing their terror. You have both chosen famed professors to battle. The council member holding a thick book looked at Leylin, and some probing spells even flashed, before he flipped through his book. Professor Leylin of Nature's Alliance Guild does not belong to any other guild, and can thus represent Nature's Alliance. Magus Skrill, please get the Magus behind you to reveal his face for inspection. The council member spoke to Skrill. Seeing this, Skrill could only speak to the person wrapped in the mist in a low voice. The black mist then dissipated, revealing a face that was foreign to all the magi here. Xerxes greets all of you. What appeared in front of the audience was a very androgynous face. Even the voice was neither male nor female, one could not tell this person's gender. The Magus called Xerxes seemed to want to provoke Leylin, shooting him a glance from the corner of his eyes. The famed professor from the eight-clawed spider meets the requirements as well. I hereby announce. Chapter 336, 6 stars. 6 stars. Just when the council member was about to announce the start of the fight, Leylin suddenly interrupted him. What? Do you want to admit your defeat right now, Celine? Of course, Skrill did not dare to be brazen with Leylin. In fact, regardless of whether it was Leylin or Xerxes, he could not afford to offend either of them. Hence, he could only taunt Celine. Rubbish. Celine retorted angrily, worriedly looking at Leylin at the same time. Leylin. He wouldn't just give up because of his inability to clearly see through Xerxes' strength, would he? Celine clenched her fists, and even started breaking out in cold sweat. Honestly, with her talents and meditation skills, Celine was very confident previously that she would be able to defeat all the magi that had competed in the previous rounds. However, upon seeing Leylin's strength, her confidence had dissipated into thin air. Right now, Celine realized that she did not understand Leylin a single bit. Magus Leylin. Do you have any problem? The council member holding the books asked. I recall that during the evaluation, other than these battling methods, aren't there other ways as well? Leylin looked around the arena and took in Skrill's taunting, Celine's anxiety, and Xerxes' killing intent. He laughed abruptly and then questioned. Once the word went out, all the magi looked stunned. Yes, there is such a rule. You can even be exempted from fighting through your research contributions. The council members quickly responded with little emotions. However, the results of your research have to be made public, and must be recognized by the council members. Furthermore, since Nature's Alliance is a small-scale guild, the information you provide has to be at a rank of at least 5 stars. Research with a rank of 5 stars was equivalent to research conducted by peak rank 1 magi, and is obviously not easy to obtain. Celine had the same idea previously, but unfortunately, the council members' evaluation of research was extremely strict. Furthermore, the 9 biggest large-scale guilds were already at the level where you could find the region's finest research. Hence, very few things would interest them. Moreover, a lot of time and effort was required to obtain research data of this level. The time invested in the research is no less than the time taken in inviting a semi-converted elemental Magus. Hence, after conducting the research for a period of time, Celine gave up on that idea. Should your research data not be at the level of 5 stars, it would mean that you lose your independent research without garnering any gains. We hope you can think it over. Please do not worry, I am very confident in my own research. Furthermore, Magi have always been virtuous people searching for the truth, so in this path of the search for knowledge, I do not mind sharing the results of my research with my fellow man. Leyland's words were immediately well received by the crowd of Magi. Many high-level Magi that are on friendly terms would gather to exchange their own experiences so that they could improve together. We can see the glory of ancient times in your being. The 9 council members nodded their heads. Please present your information. I object. Skrill immediately shouted. He agitatedly pointed towards Lei Lin, his 8-clawed spider legs seemingly trembling. We were first in issuing our challenge. Even if the information were to be presented, it can only be done so after the challenge. Objection overruled. Magus Leyland's ways are in accordance with the ancient rules. A few council members immediately suppressed Skrill's objection. Magus Xerxes, on the other hand, just coldly started, his thoughts unable to be determined. Looking at the scene before him, Leyland snickered to himself. Under the witness of so many Magi, a battle to the death would be like a monkey show set up for an audience. Was that really in his best interests? Even though many Magi would be willing to do so under the influence of the interests involved, Leyland was not one of them. Furthermore, in front of the 9 peak rank 1 Magi, along with the Magi troops, Leyland would not be able to kill. Otherwise, as Leyland's injuries were not yet completely healed, he would not be able to defend against the joint attack of 9 peak rank 1 Magi. He also did not want to offend the 9 large-scale guilds that the 9 peak rank 1 Magi belonged to. After all, the large-scale guilds must have Magi of at least rank 2. Leyland did not want to find trouble at all. Hence, since he was not able to kill, there was no point in accepting the challenge and putting on a monkey show for others. Naturally, Leyland would choose the most effortless method. He smiled, his every movement resembling how the ancient royalty were trained. He seemed calm, and together with the unique warlock's charm that he had, this convinced many of the Magi. The eyes of Mistress Satch, whom Leyland had previously met, lit up like 2 balls of fire. Immediately, Leyland passed his already prepared research data to the council members. This was, in part, the flawed articles he had seen in the Nature's Alliance. The research had already progressed to the final stages, but unfortunately, because of the lack of crucial steps, the articles were not able to be developed into a meditation. However, Leyland was different. He was a rank 2 warlock, and had the support of the entire knowledge vault of the South Coast. He could be said to have a bird's-eye view of the whole situation. Together with the incredible mathematical operations of the AI chip, with a few tweaks here and there, Leyland would be able to produce research of a high caliber. Leyland was able to obtain the data without much trouble, and the information did not cost very much. However, when presented externally, these data were considered to have at least a rank of 5 stars, the equivalent importance of a peak rank 1 Magus. This was sufficient to allow the Magi present to vie for the information. Sure enough, upon receiving the crystal ball filled with research formulas and graphical information, the faces of the council members became more solemn. Their faces were serious while they perused the crystal ball in succession, and all the while, they were animatedly engaging in discussion. In the end, they even gathered in a circle, agitatedly discussing and letting out cries of argument from time to time. Meanwhile, Skrill's heart grew heavier, while Celine's face revealed a smile. The Magi outside were anticipating the results, eager to see Leyland's research data. With regards to all the goings-on, Leyland pretended not to notice and continued to calmly stand upright. Just based on this cultivation of calmness during the chaos, Leyland received the admiration of the Magi here. Eventually, the council members returned to their seats. The council member sitting in the middle even removed his presbyopic glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Asterisk bang. Asterisk he aggressively slammed his gavel downwards, which meant that the official evaluation of the research would begin. According to the council member's unanimous decision, the information Magus Ley-Lin has provided regarding the biological structure and bloodline of dark elves is to be classified as having a rank of 6 stars. Hua, the venue resonated with cries of wonder. The fact that Leyland's provided information would be able to be passed the test was within the expectations of many of the Magi. This was because Magi were not stupid. If they were to present any information, it must be because they were confident that it would suffice. However, little did they expect that the information Ley-Lin provided would actually have a rank of 6 stars. Research of this nature must be close to the standards of a rank 2 Magus. These data will be recorded in the collective data vault. All Magi present will be able to use these contributions. After the council member had made the announcement, he immediately beamed. Magus Leyland's aspirations and intensive studying spirit has obtained my admiration. May I know whether there will be a chance in the future to invite Magus Leyland to my institute to undergo an interview? It would be my honor. Leyland bowed slightly. Meanwhile, on the side, Celine seemed a bit dazzled. Master. We have succeeded. Only when the sound of Ilya cheering entered her ear did she return to her senses, her eyes watery with tears that were on the verge of falling. At this moment, all the difficulties they had experienced in the past, along with the ridicule they had to suffer, appeared in her mind. Teacher, can you see this? Humph. Skrill's face was extremely dark. He glared at Celine. Consider yourselves lucky this time around. I hope that luck will always follow you. After which, without turning back once, he left the venue, with Xerxes unhurriedly following behind him. This time around, the plot of the 8-clawed spider was fruitless, and with the possibility of inducing rage from the dense fog forest, Skrill did not want to stay at the conference for a single minute longer. Ley-Lin. Thank you. After Ley-Lin returned to his seat, Celine held his hands, her face filled with a genuine smile. It was nothing. Ley-Lin smiled. Actually, Ley-Lin was very sure that this matter was far from over. After their open and aboveboard plans have failed, the opponent could only utilize underhanded means now. Underhanded means? But those are my favorites. Ley-Lin smiled coldly. Right now, during the joint conference, the only restrained party in this case wasn't merely his opponent but himself as well. After all, he had started off as a legitimate dark magus. Bloodshed and killing were very common to him. When that happened, it would be too late for the other party to have regrets. With regards to Leyland's contributions, the Nature's Alliance was able to be exempted from the challenge this time around, and could be considered to have survived an ordeal. After the evaluation, there was nothing much to see at the conference. There were only a few guilds left to compete with one another. During the majority of the time, the apprentices would compete in a friendly context. This was also one of the reasons why Celine had brought Obo and Ilya to the conference. Ley-Lin had completed his task at hand, and so he sat with Celine, who was beaming, as they watched other Magi compete. Ley-Lin. I can't believe that I would see you here. At this moment, a magus with a gold-plated, robotic right hand walked over, his face radiating with happiness. I can't believe this, you actually joined the Nature's Alliance without telling anyone. Hello, Siegfried. Ley-Lin greeted him. There was no other choice since they had something very tempting to me in their hands. Moreover, I'm only an honorary professor, which means I can also gild. Oh, I know. Siegfried's face revealed a smile that all men would be able to understand. It was obvious that Ley-Lin was bewitched by Celine, was it not? Come. Let me bring you to meet some of the high-ranking officers in the Earth-Fire Association. Compared to his previous interactions with Ley-Lin, Siegfried was now more cordial. After all, Siegfried was currently not able to discern Leyland's true abilities. However, based on the presentation of his high-end research standards and academic attainments, it was worth it to rope Lei Lin in. In addition, a few high-level guild's council members had all expressed their friendliness in succession, which made it even more plausible to try and rope Lei Lin in. Chapter 337, Mist Transformation. Mist Transformation. A carriage traveled across the dark plains unhurriedly. 2 wildebeests pulled the carriage. Due to the unhurried nature of the journey, these 2 steeds snorted as they gnawed at the plants along the path from time to time. Around the carriage, a layer of light illuminated the surrounding land. This was due to a constant illumination magic being applied to the horse carriage. Lei Lin, you made Obo and Ilya lower the speed of the carriage, and you also had me prepare this. What is this all about? Within the horse carriage, Celine asked Lei Lin as she suddenly raised her head and lifted a crystal ball that glowed with runes. It's obviously to wait for somebody. Lei Lin reclined on the cushioned seat as he squinted his eyes. Is it, Skrill from the 8-clawed spider? Celine was an intelligent woman, and her expression changed immediately. Not only that, but perhaps also Magi from the dense fog forest. After all, I am here. Lei Lin chuckled and suddenly walked out to the front of the carriage. Professor, look. The horse carriage stopped, and Obo, who had been riding, stuttered. In front of him, a dense wall of fog formed and blocked the way. Although there were areas in the twilight zone with dense fog, such thick fog was abnormal. The power of the Magi who were mingled within the fog had given away their determination to massacre them tonight. A fog barrier. A specialized spell only known to Magi from the dense fog forest. It really is them. Celine sighed from behind. What should we do? After having experienced so many things, Lei Lin had already taken a leading role in Celine's heart. Since this was the case, once she encountered a problem, she would seek out Lei Lin's opinion first. As planned, all of you do not have to interfere with this, just keep yourselves safe. Lei Lin hopped down from the horse carriage and walked towards the wall of fog. Under the illumination of the light, the gray fog seemed to congeal like a serum, with spiral waves occasionally forming. No matter how well-mannered, organized, or awe-inspiring they are, a Magus will always be a Magus. For the sake of benefits, taking a small risk like this is nothing. Lei Lin smirked. Under such circumstances, if all of them were to perish here, Lei Lin would be able to take care of any repercussions later by tidying things up a little after having killed them. As such, he wasn't surprised but was rather happy instead. It really saves me the time of gathering them all in one bunch like this. Lei Lin immediately raised both his hands and pressed on the wall of fog. Ka-cha, ka-cha. With Lei Lin as the center, a layer of frost began to spread and froze the wall of fog. In a very short amount of time, the wall of fog had turned into walls of ice that revealed inverted images of the objects in the surroundings. This frost power came from the aftermath of the icy radiation he had received, which he had just released all at once. Not bad. Lei Lin looked at both his hands. His hands now were snow white, like jade, and even revealed a luster deep inside them. With the adaptation to increased tolerance to the icy radiation completed, I can begin to freeze the imprints inside my bloodline. Lei Lin smiled and gently tapped on the icy wall. Ka-cha, 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 ka-cha. Fine cracks appeared and spread rapidly from where his fingers had tapped. Seconds later, the web of cracks covered the entirety of the ice walls, which subsequently shattered and turned into fine shards of ice that fluttered into the wind. Rumble. With a huge rumbling sound, the wall of fog crumbled like toy bricks breaking apart. Several figures were soon revealed after the dispersion of the fog wall. As expected, it's you, Skrill. And also, Xerxes. Celine gritted her teeth. The ones obstructing their way were Skrill, Xerxes, along with several old geezers. Their bodies radiated the might of semi-converted elemental magi, with traces of gray fog that continuously swirled around their fingers. Expressions of alarm could be seen on the faces of the geezers as they were rather frightened by Lei Lin's apparent ease in his dispelling of the fog wall. You are indeed a peak rank 1 Magus, Mr. Amongst this group, the androgynous Xerxes, who was distinctly the leader, said and bowed. These are issues that we have with the Nature's Alliance. Would Mr. Leylin please choose to back down for the moment? After this matter, no matter what conditions you have agreed on with them, we will multiply them manifold. As he finished speaking, it was like as if seal that had come undone as a violent power coursed through Xerxes' body, which made Selene turn pale. As for Obo and Ilya, they had almost fainted. A peak rank 1 Magus. He is actually a peak rank 1 Magus. Selene clutched the hem of her robes tightly. Under the presence of another Magus of equal standing, one might choose to compromise. However, Leylin shook his head and outright refused Xerxes' suggestion. To him, anyone who coveted the icy cave could only be a certain type of person, a dead one. Pardon me for my impudence then. In the next moment, Xerxes, who still had a calm air, underwent a tremendous bodily change. Similar to a fiery volcanic eruption, intense energy waves emanated from his body, and countless gray energy particles condensed and formed a tide of energy waves. Fog Giant. Along with Xerxes' incantation, a giant elemental genie appeared. From waist down this genie was a mass swirling fog and its upper body had the shape of a man. Its whole body was grayish-white, and the muscles on both arms were extremely defined. Its ginormous stature was also extremely impressive. In my name, I order you to kill him. Xerxes pointed at Leylin. The fog giant roared, and two fists the size of hills smashed towards Leylin's direction. Attacking with such power from the start. Are you planning to kill me? The slight smile about Leylin's lips did not falter. Looks like he's guessed that I know about the icy caves and thought I was a contender, so he's planning to kill and silence me. In actuality, this opponent had guessed correctly, but what they did not know was that Leylin's strength far surpassed them, and had the same intentions of killing them. Wind. As he faced the fog giant's attack, Leylin merely recited a syllable. Wang, a violent black tornado formed between him and the giant. The large number of wind blades pushed the giant's fists back. HSSS. Following that, a spiritual force more powerful, more sinister than Xerxes descended upon the battlefield. Black darkness elemental particles swept through like a tide, crushing the energy wave that Xerxes had formed into nothingness. In the twilight zone, darkness elemental particles were very concentrated. On top of that, the solidification of Leylin's spiritual force as a rank 2 warlock could overpower his opponent. Countless darkness elemental particles gathered around Leylin, to the point that they could be seen with the naked eye. As a light wind lifted him into the air, the elemental particles fused with the tornado. Its volume had expanded immediately and it turned into an ancient creature with a ferocious, violent aura. This was a tall and lanky giant beast that was around 700 to 800 meters long. It had dense black scales on its body, and a pair of amber eyes that were as large as a water jar. It carried with it a malevolent, bloodthirsty aura. Meanwhile, Leylin stood on this large black giant snake, appearing to be calm. Just the confrontation between this giant snake and giant was enough for Skrill, Selene and the others to try their best to take shelter and quickly retreat to another area. This is a battle between peak rank 1 magi. Just a single ripple of energy can easily destroy you. Be careful. While Selene retreated, she protected the two acolytes and warned them. Meanwhile, Obo and Ilya were staring at the person on top of the large giant snake enviously, their expressions filled with yearning and hope. Selene could only smile wryly at this scene. How could one reach the peak of rank 1 so easily? These two acolytes were the core seeds of her guild. One would already thank the heavens if they could rise to become an official magus in the future, but to reach Leylin's level. Difficult. He's actually this strong. On the other end, while Skrill knew Leylin was at the peak of rank 1, he had no idea how powerful magi like Leylin could be, and he could only gape in response. How is Lord Xerxes? Seeing the fog giant beaten down by the giant black snake, Skrill was extremely anxious. Don't worry. Our guild leader is very strong, and he hasn't even brought his trump card out yet. The other two semi-converted elders immediately comforted him. In their eyes, however, there was very little confidence. Distinguished Lei Lin, you truly are an opponent worthy of respect. At this moment, Xerxes suddenly exclaimed, this next attack will be my last. I hope you won't disappoint me. Mist transformation. Xerxes muttered in a low voice. Large amounts of fog were sent out from his body, and it constantly gathered at the body of the fog giant. Meanwhile, Xerxes' body shrunk until all was left was a pile of clothes. Meanwhile, the fog giant rapidly increased in size until it was 50% larger than before, and fluctuations could be seen on its face. With a gray flash of light, Xerxes' face appeared there. I remember now. This is Mist transformation, the strongest attack of the guild leader of the dense fog forest. He once used this attack to kill a Magus who was similarly at the peak of rank 1. Be careful, Lei Lin. This Xerxes is the disguise of the guild leader of the dense fog forest. Selene, who was standing not too far away, suddenly seemed to remember something and reminded him loudly. I see. Lei Lin nodded. The effects of his opponent's spell were not half bad. The original fog giant's attack power was only around 60, but after Mist transformation, the AI chip warned Lei Lin that the number had increased to almost 79. This was practically the limits of what a rank 1 Magus could do. It was no surprise that his opponent could kill magi of similar rank with this attack. Chapter 338, Severe Injuries. Severe Injuries. Lei Lin glanced at the fog giant that was in front of him. After Xerxes fused with the fog giant, not only did its strength increase, but its movements also became more agile. Based on the principle of elemental essence conversion, can the physical body itself be converted into an element? An interesting train of thought. How knowledgeable was Lei Lin in this area? He had stored all the academic knowledge from the south coast in the AI chip, and with a few glances, he could roughly deduce the theory and application behind this ultimate attack formed from fog. It's a pity that a Magus body is the only place where spiritual force can be stored. The moment the physical body is converted, it will then lose the chance to go one step further. Lei Lin sighed, seemingly looking upon his opponent with pity. This attitude had obviously infuriated Xerxes, and with a roar, the fog giant charged over. Lei Lin fearlessly manipulated the large giant serpent and had it coil around his opponent. Asterisk boom. 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 Boom, asterisk. The scale of the battle increased in size, and giant rocks the size of hills were smashed by the two of them, flying in all directions. There were even some sparks at the tail, creating a trailing flame. To this extent, not only Selene but also the other magi were stunned. Meanwhile, while on the back of the giant snake, black light flashed in Lei Lin's eyes. Numerous black fireballs flew out from the shadows. The fireballs converged and condensed, forming a small, blazing black sun that was even more sinister looking. Latent Fireball, the spell that Lei Lin had invented, had a reputation that could rock the south coast with the numerous magi that had been killed by it, had finally revealed itself once again in Twilight Zone. And the Magus he was facing was at the peak of rank 1. Xerxes' expression became serious, evidently sensing the destructive power hidden within Latent Fireball. Asterisk ha. Ha, asterisk. Pant, pant. Making the first move, Xerxes took in a deep breath, and two streams of white gas that could be seen with the naked eye rushed into his mouth. This stream was extremely powerful, to the point that even a tornado appeared in the air. Even bits of plants and little rocks began to float. After taking in this large amount of air, the fog giant's chest expanded at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. It was as if it was a giant frog. Secondary Energy Air Cannon. The giant opened its mouth, puffed out, and a light green compressed air bomb-like cannonball attacked Lei Lin. Go! The air cannonball brought with it immense wind pressure, and Lei Lin's clothes rustled loudly from the wind. Meanwhile, Lei Lin indifferently pointed at the latent fireball in the air. The black latent fireball immediately stretched out, formed a black lance that caused distortion ripples in the air, and charged to the front of the air cannonball. Pooh, like a balloon that had been pierced, the black lance pierced through the air cannonball. Following this, the secondary energy air cannon exploded and deflated. The black lance's power continuously extended as it ruthlessly used its momentum to plow into the chest of the fog giant. Black rays flashed and some flames blazed on the body of the giant, tenaciously extending till they covered half its chest. Xerxes, who had fused with the fog giant, winced, and had evidently felt pain. Ah, the latent fireball burnt not only the physical body, but also the formless spiritual force, and even the spirit. Xerxes began to scream pitifully. "Don't think you can get away with this when you've gotten me in this state." Xerxes looked resolute, bringing the fog giant in front of the black giant snake. Self-detonate. With this thought, the entire fog giant exploded. The black giant snake was drowned in fog and fire. Rumble. The ground constantly vibrated, as if a large earthquake had happened. Dust floated tens of meters high and blocked the whole scene from view. Moments later, a human figure was launched out from within the dust. It's the guild leader. A few magi from the dense fog forest immediately went up to help. Xerxes did not look to be in a good state, with a large hole in his chest and numerous wounds all over. All of a sudden, rays of light fluctuated above his face, and his original face disappeared, revealing that of a middle-aged man who looked to be a pacifist. It really is the guild leader of the dense fog forest. Selene muttered not far away, the crystal ball in her hands constantly flashing with light. "Guild leader, are you all right?" A few semi-converted magi elders immediately asked concernedly, after catching hold of Xerxes. "He's also injured, but his injuries are slightly lighter than mine. He can still battle. Let's leave quickly." Though Xerxes looked to be seriously hurt, his ability to think was not compromised. Understood. The few magi made to leave, with Skrill following closely behind. "All of you can leave except for him." Leyland's voice sounded from within the cloud of dust. Shortly afterwards, an icy blue ray of light shot out, striking Skrill, who was trying to activate a scroll. A blue layer of ice immediately formed around him, turning him into a blue, human-shaped ice sculpture. The dust settled, revealing Leyland's figure. He was now extremely pale, with some blood at the corner of his lips. The fluctuations of his spiritual force were unstable, and he looked to be seriously injured. "Since Lord Leyland has spoken, we'll leave him behind." Xerxes struggled to answer, and upon hearing this, the semi-converted magi supported Xerxes and retreated, not even sparing a second glance in his direction. "Leyland." Selene immediately rushed out, not hiding any of her worry. "I'm fine." Leyland waved his arms. "Have you recorded everything down?" "Yes. I'll send them to the council members of the joint conference and indict them." Selene looked furious. "No, not yet." Leyland waved his arms. "Also, bring Skrill along as well. He's an important witness." "Yes." Though Selene was still doubtful, she naturally did not dare ask more questions after having seen Leyland showing off his might. As she wanted to give Leyland space to recuperate, Selene went outside and squeezed in with Obo and Ilya. In the carriage, there was only Leyland and the frozen Skrill. A layer of black elemental particles instantly formed a divide that split the interior and exterior of the carriage into two completely different sections. Leyland stretched and stood up. It did not even look like he was injured at all. A surprise attack midway and having a witness is crucial enough to indict the other side for serious penalties. However, this will, at most, shake dense fog forest's position. It isn't practical if we want to completely uproot them. Leyland understood this well. In addition, since their opponents had tried to kill them, it was all right for Leyland to fight back and even kill one or two magi from their side. However, if he did not let this matter rest and eradicated them completely, then that would be going against the laws of the subterranean world. Magi grasped the bigger picture in the Twilight Zone and attempted to unify against the Elven Empire and darkness creatures. Hence having such internal conflicts were disapproved of within the committee. Even a rank 2 Magus would find it difficult to deal with this situation, much less Lei Lin, who had yet to completely recover. Hence, he had to tempt his opponents to slip up even more, and then respond while protected by a valid excuse. After seeing my strength, I'm sure they must be feeling uneasy. Lei Lin grinned while stroking his chin. Besides, the seeds of enmity have been planted. Believing we're almost equally powerful and considering my status as heavily injured, paired with the tremendous benefits from the icy world, I believe they wouldn't consider trying to settle this with us. Rather, they'll try to eliminate me as soon as possible. Medium-scaled guilds had an ample number of hidden cards. Furthermore, besides the guild leader, they had many powerful magi that, when they banded together, would cause a great deal of grief even to a peak rank 1 Magus. Xerxes had not gone all out this time, naturally because he believed in his might. The next time, he would come out at full strength. However, this was what Lei Lin wanted. Their opponent was already at their doorstep, and wanted to eliminate the guild. Under this circumstances, it was reasonable for him to strike back brazenly and destroy the enemy, right? Besides, the buffering time before this that had happened was enough for Lei Lin to use the freezing bloodline imprint to regain his full strength. Once he regained his strength as a rank 2 warlock, he would be free to wander freely. As long as he did not meet anyone like that old rank 3 freak previously, he would definitely be able to protect himself. Next up. Lei Lin shifted his gaze to Skrill, who was in the block of ice. The Spider-Man's eyes were unblinking, and he was only able to display a pleading expression. Lei Lin smiled gently and advanced. When the carriage reached a waterfall, Lei Lin descended from the carriage with a pale appearance. Meanwhile, Skrill had already been retrieved from the ice and was now merely unconscious. Selene ordered for him to be imprisoned. This was obviously Lei Lin's plan. Using a few methods, he found that Skrill did not, in fact, know much about the icy world. All he knew was that the dense fog forest was drooling over the icy caves, and Lei Lin's killing intent died down. From his perspective, Skrill would make a pretty good subordinate. He was semi-converted, and that was enough to do many things in Twilight Zone. In addition, he was an able witness. Though Lei Lin did not believe in this method, this was enough to mitigate some potential troubles. Though he was unafraid of trouble, he did dislike it. It was not a bad idea to reduce it as much as possible. Lastly, Nature's alliance was much too weak. To complete his grand plan, he would need a few capable subordinates. Lei Lin could not really trust Selene. It wasn't in fear of her betrayal. This woman was far too intelligent, and after gaining a large amount of power, she might prioritize her own benefits over Lei Lin's words. She might not betray him, but there might be instances where she paid lip service to him, using her position and getting overconfident. Hence, it was necessary to pull in and control people who would definitely side with him. In Lei Lin's eyes, Nature's alliance's power would expand greatly, and would require his own staff. If not, it was easy to be hoodwinked. After seeing the demise of the dense fog forest, he was sure that Skrill would make a sensible decision. After all, dark magi were also very adept at controlling emotions. Chapter 339, Frost Innate Spell. Frost Innate Spell. A few days later, rumors had begun to spread around the Twilight Zone. The rumors claimed that the guild leader of the dense fog forest longed for the resources held by the Nature's Alliance and the other small-scale guilds, and had been plotting to absorb them on the sly. There was even news that the dense fog forest wanted to openly rob and murder the guild leader of the Nature's Alliance. Even though the assassination was not successful, there were rumors about both Selene and the Nature's Alliance honorary professor, Lei Lin, being seriously injured. These rumors first started spreading within a small circle of magi, but very soon more people came to know about them. What was stranger about this situation was that the dense fog forest had not sent anyone to refute the rumors, but had instead added fuel to the fire. The largest propagator would reap the most benefits. Even though medium-scale guilds or even large-scale guilds had done the same, it was rare to see such unfiltered, unsightly tactics like those of the dense fog forest. Immediately all small-scale guilds of the eastern Twilight Zone became cautious and distanced themselves from the Nature's Alliance. At the narrow valley behind a big waterfall, Nature's Alliance's headquarters. Celine looked inside the laboratory within a large icy mountain that was a short distance away inside. Upon returning to Nature's Alliances, Leylin had practically stayed in the laboratory the entire time. I need time to heal. Remember, whatever the matter may be, don't disturb me. That was Leylin's words then, but the cold icy look within his eyes had caused Celine to be even more fearful. Obviously, Celine had instructed the release of the rumors within the Twilight Zone as to ensure that the dense fog forest would have some reservations before making their next move. However, dense fog forest's silence was not expected, and this made Celine's heart very heavy. In these kinds of situations, the natural thing to do would be to first flare up and then to maintain silence. I hope Leylin can recover soon. Celine's eyes revealed a sense of worry. At this point in time, Leylin was the only person she could depend on. At this moment, within the laboratory that had already transformed into an icy mountain, Leylin seemed to have been leisurely observing his palm. On his palm that was as white as jade there appeared to be a glowing white layer radiating from it. Frost. Leylin gently recited an ancient spell in the Byron language. Whoosh! A cold wind whistled, and many snowflakes rotated on his palm and formed a small frost tornado. I can't believe that after the frost had taken effect, not only has my sea of consciousness fully healed, a power within in my body regarding an ability related to frost energy has also been awakened. Leylin casually toyed with the mini frost tornado on his palm, his eyes revealed that he seemed to be distracted. In his mind, his rejuvenated body had received a set of data from the AI chip. Leylin Farlier. Rank 2 Warlock, Bloodline, Giant Kamoyan Serpent. Strength, 21.1, Agility, 14.4, Vitality, 27.9, Spiritual Force, 104.3, Magic Power, 104, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force, Beep. A new innate talent has been created within the host's body, transferring data. The AI chip's voice intoned. Host's innate spell, increase in affinity and control of frost energy particles. Reduction by 40 degrees of frost-related attacks. Ability to manipulate frost energy in a small area. This is similar to having a new innate spell, even though it is only rank 1. No. That's not all. Leylin immediately ordered the AI chip to show his graph on elemental capabilities. In fact, everyone has an affinity with various element types, only that it is extremely small and almost negligible. Talented acolytes had affinity with various element types far greater than that of the normal levels, at least 50 times and above, and that was also the Magi World's official levels. Originally, Leylin had the most affinity with the darkness element type followed by the fire type, and then the plant type which was such a small amount that it could be ignored. With regards to his affinity with the other elemental types, they were so minute that it could only be represented in decimal points. As for now, the graph representing Leylin's elemental affinities had experienced minor changes. The darkness element type still had the longest bar, and even exceeded that of previous levels. This strengthening of Leylin's innate gift could be attributed to the numerous triggering of Leylin's bloodline, and because he chose to cultivate in the darkness element. Thus, he obtained an increase in the element, which was a lot higher than that of other elements, even exceeding that of the total of the remaining elements. The next highest ranked element Leylin had an affinity with is that of the red bar that represented the fire element, which had also experienced an increase, though of a smaller magnitude. After the fire element, was that of the green bar representing the plant element type. It was extremely short, indicating that Leylin's innate gift in this area was not as developed as the other elements. After this, there was an additional bar. It was a shade of pale blue, representing the element pertaining to freezing, frost, and ice. Originally, the affinity levels were extremely low, to the point that the AI chip did not represent it in the histogram. However, now the frost element type had obviously obtained a large-scale increase. Under the detection of the AI chip, Lei-Lin now possessed an innate talent in the frost elemental affinity. So, this is the way to increase elemental affinity after birth. Lei-Lin sighed deeply. What a pity. This is not of any use to me anymore. The elemental affinity typically represented the path a magi took. When Lei-Lin was still a rank 1 Magus, he had already chosen the darkness elemental particle type to develop in, even choosing to convert his elemental essence in it. This was the most sensible decision because the darkness type had the highest elemental affinity, which meant that the results it could produce along this path would be the greatest. Hence, he was currently not able to change his elemental type, nor wished to change it. Furthermore, his innate ability with the frost elemental type was too low, and could not even measure up to that of the plant type. To have an insignificant increase of innate ability was of little value. However, this can be something worth thinking about. Lei-Lin stroked his chin, and appeared to be deep in thought. Since the elemental affinity type could be changed and influenced by skills acquired after birth, what about that of the spiritual aptitude? Honestly, compared to the newly increased frost elemental affinity, Lei-Lin would much rather have hoped for an increase in spiritual aptitude. His spiritual aptitude had been examined when he first entered the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. It was of the most common grade 3 aptitude. Amongst the many acolytes this is considered as a medium level. After his bloodline as a warlock had experienced numerous advancement, upon the AI chip's re-examination, his spiritual aptitude had now received a boost, and was now considered a good level within that of the other grade 3 aptitudes. However, it was still far from enough. Compared to geniuses with grade 5 aptitudes, Lei-Lin knew that he still had a long way to go. If not for the help of the AI chip, the support of large doses of potions, and the good fortune of acquiring the bloodline warlock heritage, he would not know where he would have been now. As a result, he had been continuously searching for the easiest ways to alter his spiritual aptitude. However, these methods were rarely seen in the Magi world. There were probably ways to increase one's elemental affinity, but with regards to spiritual aptitude, its involvement with many other aspects and its intangibility, made it difficult to conjecture. At most, only a handful of Magi who were skilled in high-grade meditation techniques could have, when promoted to a new level, forcefully increased their spiritual aptitudes by a small amount. At this moment, Lei-Lin involuntarily laughed. Perhaps I was too greedy. The spiritual aptitude involves the spirit. I had not been as in-depth in my previous research, and am now lacking in skills as well. After I get promoted to a warlock of a higher rank, and have commenced discussions with a few other higher-ranked Magi, perhaps I would be able to find solutions to rectify problems of this nature. Lei-Lin thought to himself. Regards this the frost innate spell, he glanced at the pale blue bar chart again. I can only put it aside for now. However, in his heart, he had already been making plans. For the innate ability he had in the frost element type, perhaps in the future this gift would be useful, in particular when he would decide to explore the icy world or when side effects from the removal of his warlock bloodline. These abnormal changes had been caused by the radiation from the icy world and might not be that simple an affair after all. No matter what, being able to increase an area of ability, albeit not being able to raise it any further in the future, is still pretty good. Lei-Lin opened his eyes and his face revealed a smile. Furthermore, what's most important is still this. Rays of silver spiritual forces radiated from Lei-Lin's eyes into the frost tornado within his hands. Whoosh! Together with the rapid wind movements, the frost tornado's physical form expanded multiple times, and the edges of the spiral formed sharp knife blades. The surrounding areas were seemingly frozen as pressure radiated from Lei-Lin's body. Finally, I've managed to recover all my abilities as a rank 2 Magus. Lei-Lin's smile became bigger. Having recovered his peak strength from when he was on the south coast, and having removed the emotional instability of his bloodline, the power he now possessed was greater than ever before. In actual fact, on the night of his return to the Nature's Alliance headquarters, Lei Lin had used the runes that the icy jade scorpion emperor was carrying on its back and had made a mark of the frost bloodline. Furthermore, Lei Lin had secretly left Nature's Alliance headquarters and had chosen a safe place to practice the defrosting process. With regards to his personal safety, Lei Lin had never liked or wished to depend on others. He had left for treatment, and had not allowed for anyone to discover him. During his defrosting period, he had created a protective ice layer around him, one that was harder than steel, and hence could have assured his own safety. Furthermore, under Lei Lin's deliberate control, the entire thawing process was extremely fast. It took just one night for him to have solved the problem. Under Lei Lin's meticulous calculations, it was no wonder that he had smoothly restored his original abilities without any big hiccups. The so-called treatment here was merely a facade Lei Lin had let out to lure others into taking the bait. It's about time, I have already ordered Celine to secretly release the news. Through the interrogation these few days, Skrill has already given in, and will soon be sent to the committee members of the conference just like that of the crystal ball. Lei Lin's eyes shined with a tint of deep thought. Imagery evidence could be falsified, but if a witness was present, the dense fog forest, who was a medium-scale guild, would definitely still be in trouble. Chapter 340, Invasion and Siege. Invasion and Siege. Continuing the trial of the joint conference, the dense fog forest would most likely not be destroyed, but there would be bloodshed. In addition, a decrease in their evaluation was a possible punishment, which would be a big loss in benefits. Needless to say, the seriously injured Lei Lin was here too. Since there was so much hatred, the only way to end this would be through complete destruction, was something that the other party could not tolerate. Thus, they would take advantage of Lei Lin being in the midst of recovery by gathering all their manpower, and destroy the Nature's Alliance. This was what Lei Lin also hoped for. I had specially given him a few days to rally his men. I hope he doesn't let me down. Lei Lin sneered. Shortly after, he turned and looked towards the canyon's exit. Coming. At this moment, Magi wearing black Chinese-styled gowns stood in a circle outside the canyon, silently crowding around several figures in the middle. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man with a face worthy of veneration, was the escaped guild leader of the dense fog forest. TSK. Gus, you really should be embarrassed, being reduced to this miserable state after getting injured from an honorary professor in a small-scaled guild. So, Gus was his real name, and the previously used name, Xerxes, was fake. Another man who stood tall beside Gus, was an elderly man in his 50s or 60s. He had wrinkles all over his face. With his slanted nose, sharp, narrow pairs of eyes, it made him look even more sinister than Gus. Even as he mocked Gus, no anger was seen in the eyes of the surrounding Magi from the dense fog forest, as if they never heard what was said. The reason for their change in attitude was that this old man was radiating huge waves of energy. Among the emptiness in the middle of the circle formed by the old men, radiations of spiritual force could be observed. Impressively, it was the strength of a powerful peak rank 1 Magus. If you had been me, the result would not have been any better. Gus sighed in the face of mockery, but deep down, was still fearful of Lei Lin's strength. Having profound knowledge of Gus' strength, the old man turned solemn too. If Lei Lin has already recovered from his injuries, then I want twice the compensation. If it's doubled, let it be doubled. Gus promised immediately with clenched teeth. I have actually used an ancient light protector rune. That's the reason why I could recover fast in such a short period of time. The other party could not possibly have such a thing. This was the confidence Gus had, as he hailed from a medium-scaled guild. To him, as a small-scaled guild, it was impossible for Nature's Alliance to have such an asset. JJE. You're right. Besides, they are at most at the same level with you, how can they stop us two on their own? The old man chuckled. My lord guild leader. The broken signal has been repaired. At this moment, a semi-converted elemental Magus walks over and spoke to Gus. Great. Attack immediately. I want the Nature's Alliance Guild removed entirely from the Twilight Zone. A malevolent look swept across Gus' face, and he suddenly raised his hand. More than a dozen of different colored bright lights fluttered out of the canyon. Unexpectedly, each one was a rank 1 Magus. As a medium-scaled guild, it was not a big problem if the dense fog forest nurtured or recruited official magi. Considering the long, accumulated history of the more than 30 magi. This time, Gus planned to use a large number forces from his guild. Bang! More than a dozen brilliant lights rushed to the entrance of the canyon, but were immediately stopped by a membrane formed from a defensive layer of light. It's just defensive formation made by an insignificant small-scaled guild. Destroy it. From the layer of bright light, a screeching sound was heard and black light converged, forming the shape of a large axe. The head of the axe even had strong black iron chains coiled around it which were threads of bright, cold and threatening light. Ka-cha! The giant hatchet ruthlessly struck. In the wake of the loud strike, the entire membrane of light fell apart, disintegrating and dispersing into small specks of light that gradually darkened. Enemy attacking. As an official Magus, Celine was the first to react. Her face turned deathly pale and a gush of cold wind sent her to the entrance of the experiment lab within the icy mountain. Shah, the black light flashed past, a mole no smaller than the size of a young boy crawled out, his two long, grisly beards dragging across the floor. This Celine. Causing trouble this time. If I am still alive later, you'll have to send me 10 times as many berries as before. The mole stroked his beard, with an unwilling look on his face. Damn it! If it wasn't for the deal that I made with that stupid old man at that time, I wouldn't have to be stuck here defending his place. All of the acolytes, meet me here now. Celine did not even have the time to force a smile, let alone talk to the mole. She just communicated directly with the rest of the acolytes in the guild. She was extremely sure that the attack this time around was from the dense fog forest's men. In fact, during a war between the official magi, acolytes were just cannon fodder. By sending them out was only a disgrace, and even causing needless casualties. Currently, they had a slim chance of survival. Celine's eyes flashed with a tinge of hope, and started shouting towards the laboratory, "My Lord Lei Lin. It is the Magi of the dense fog forest. They have violated the rules of the joint conference and launched an attack on our guild." But what took with Celine by surprise even more than the sudden attack was the fact that there was no reply from inside. Celine repeated the message thrice, and it was only after she could not wait any longer and broke the layer of ice, that Leyland's voice responded. "I'm still in the midst of recovering. If this gets interrupted, I'm afraid that there will be immediate repercussions. How much longer do you need?" Celine clasped onto her handkerchief tightly. 10 minutes. After some silence, Leyland's voice was heard again. "All right. I will fight for you during this period of time." Celine took a deep breath towards the acolyte that was previously there and cleared her throat. "As the guild leader, I command you to protect this place at all costs. It might be hard to you, but with the help of spell formations, I need you to persevere just for 10 minutes. "Yes, my lord. We will fight to the end." After being distracted for a moment, the acolytes below started an uproar one after another. Obo and Ilya were among those acolytes. It was obvious and they clearly understood what the future had in store for them if their guild was defeated today. "That's great. Let's activate it. Grandpa Cedric." Celine took a deep breath. "Okay, all right. I can't stand youngsters like you all." The mole shook his head and suddenly plopped to the ground. In some instant, black rays of light spread out, forming a big spell formation runes on the ground. A barrier of light rose and combined with the original spell formation, engulfing Lei Lin and the experiment lab within. Asterisk boom. Blast, asterisk. At this moment, a group of enemy magi arrived at the scene, and the acolytes that were not able to get into the barrier in time were severely injured. A small boy was cut in half by a blade of light. His upper torso was still wailing as he tried to breathe. Another female acolyte, who was decimated into a pool of blood by a green sphere that fell from the sky, did not even have time make a sound. More and more acolytes were instantly buried to death, by huge broken structure of the building that was shattered by magic spells, also without being able to make any sound. As Celine looked at the devastating scene in front of her, she was unable to control herself and broke down into tears. They were the future potential magi of nature's alliance, where her sweat and blood were poured in. I found it. It's here. This new barrier of light, which was visibly thicker and stronger than the ones before, caught the attention of the enemy magi quickly. Very soon, more than a dozen rays of light enveloped the entire place, creating faint shadows in the middle. Clang! Celine threw a communication device on the ground. The signal is disrupted. Hold on. She placed her palm on the barrier, as a huge wave of spiritual force and magical power was poured forth and injected into the barrier. The rest of the acolytes followed suit, though their spiritual powers were very weak. With a mere touch, most of the acolytes' faces turned pale, as though they had been beaten up by a large hammer. Boom! Both sides did not exchange many words, and more than a dozen colorful energy beams bombarded the spell formation. Asterisk bang. Asterisk numerous acolytes lay paralyzed on the floor, most of them having fainted. Celine could barely even stand up straight and was on the verge of collapsing. Upon seeing two shadows behind the numerous magi, Celine's expression was filled with despair. At this time, it has not even been half the time that Leylin had requested. Fighting against the two peak rank 1 magi had made Celine lose all hope and strength to fight back. In the laboratory behind Celine, Leylin quietly waited, a cold and detached expression on his face. It should be roughly about now, right? He muttered. In fact, Leylin could have fought back, but he had waited until the Nature's Alliance had racked up a disastrous amount of casualty. As for the dead acolytes, they did not have much importance to Leylin, and their deaths weighed lighter than specks of dust in his heart. As long as the opponent left irrefutable evidence of an attack, what were the deaths of a few acolytes? Also, these acolytes were under Celine's guidance. If he really wanted to gain complete control of the Nature's Alliance, more blood would have to be shed. Now, however, it was time. Gus and the rest of them had done so much damage to the Nature's Alliance that even if Leylin were to kill them all, it could be reasoned as self-defense. This excuse may not be very good, but it was definitely better than having none. The acolytes that have died and the data that have been perished. Magus Gus. Why? Just why? Celine retracted her hands and looked at the barrier which was damaged by the combined attacks of the enemy. The guardian animal too was severely injured as it spat out blood, smiling bitterly. Benefits. Naturally, everything is for our own benefits. Gus' voice was ice cold, as if not having any of the emotions that a normal person would have. He had also turned a blind eye to Celine's charms. You hindered my path, and I just want to settle the dispute, that's all. Chapter 341, Ruthless Retaliation. Ruthless retaliation. What gains are you referring to? I can give them up straight away. There was a glint in Celine's eyes. This is your final chance. If this happened before the joint conference, I might have given it a thought, but now. Gus shook his head and said, there is no further need for you to stall for time. There has been no Magus who has ever been able to survive after being hit by my fog giant's self-detonation. Even if Leylin manages to survive the blow, he's probably incapacitated, unable to move a single muscle. Celine felt complete despair as her last hope was shattered. Get on with it. She closed her eyes and exposed her pale neck. Where is Skrill? Gus asked at the end while he formed a ball of distortion filled with destructive energy. I have no idea. Leylin personally carried out the interrogation. Then you are no longer of use. The indifferent Gus released the ball of distortion in his hands. Pooh! A layer of a black scaly shield appeared out of nowhere in front of Celine, and it managed to block the explosion from the attack. After the smoke dissipated, a black-robed Magus had already appeared in front of Celine. Lei Lin. Gus' eyes widened in fear as he fearfully uttered the name. Tell me. How do you guys want to die? The corners of Lei Lin's lips curled into a vibrant smile. Do it. Gus' face flushed red as he shouted. Double the amount. Bear in mind that it is double the amount. The old man with a hawk nose beside him released large amounts of elemental rings, forming a brass ring with mysterious runes on the surface. While executing this attack, he did not forget to turn back and remind Gus about his remuneration. Gray mist started to form immediately and the fog giant from their previous encounter appeared once again. Unlike the last time, rays of light which resembled starlight started to emerge from every Magus who was present and connected to the body of the giant, making the giant's aura rise to a frightening level. The brass ring was thrown around the waist of the giant and it strapped tightly around it in that instant. Roar! The giant let out a devastating roar. While its lower body was shrinking non-stop, the mist on its upper body started to aggregate once again, and formed a body of muscle with a toughness that was as strong as granite. A combination spell. Celine, who was behind Lei Lin, couldn't help but to let out a sound at the sight. Even her breathing began to get rough. The opposing side has 2 peak rank 1 magi, along with 10 or so magi elders. Meanwhile, Lei Lin. Celine had no time to process the thoughts in her head before her jaw dropped at the sight. Silver. A faint sliver of light started to appear on Lei Lin's body. At this moment, even the air seemed to be frozen. An oppressive pressure could be felt descending onto the battlefield. Materialized spiritual force. A rank 2 Magus. The hawk-nosed old man made a strange sound. Despite bleeding profusely from his mouth and nose, the old man started to recall his spells, risking recoil in doing so while he retreated in haste. It was a pity that this was all too late. A pillar of silver light streaked across the sky and arrived at the top of the old man's head. No! The old man exclaimed in anger, and an incomplete protection rune on his neck exploded, resulting in an inferno of crimson flames. Following that, the old man stopped in his tracks for a moment and nearly fell to the ground. He had obviously felt the peak elemental spiritual force residing in the flames being instantly destroyed by the silver materialized spiritual force when the two forces collided. As the spiritual force being manipulated was dispelled, the inferno of crimson flames lost sight of its target and began spreading to the surroundings. The silver spiritual force soon descended down on its target. It formed a silver cross-shaped sword after having elongated and pierced the old man in the chest. Asterisk drip. Drip, asterisk. The old man was bleeding profusely and droplets of blood could be seen dripping onto the ground. He tried humming, but no energy particles were triggered. The solidified spiritual force of a rank 2 Magus far surpassed the spiritual force of an converted Magus in terms of quality. The spiritual force residing inside the old man's consciousness was no match for the silver spiritual force and was completely locked down with a single hit. This rationale was very similar to what had happened to Lei Lin, when he had been confined by the Gargamel on the Mountain of White Bones. After Lei Lin had completely recovered his rank 2 Magus power, even a peak rank 1 Magus was nothing more than a slightly stronger ant in Lei Lin's eyes. He. The sight had the Magi from the dense fog forest at a loss. With just one single blow, the peak rank 1 Magus was on the verge of death. They had only heard of this kind of terrifying power in legends. Gus' face started to turn pale from despair before it finally became a grim roar. Under his manipulation, the gigantic fog giant ferociously charged in Lei Lin's direction. Lei Lin started to slowly open an ancient scroll in his hands which was radiating with destructive energy that could be felt in the surroundings. Scorching touch. A bunch of red powder started to spill out, and 2 long and narrow energy beams which carried the destructive force of a rank 2 spell shot out from Lei Lin's hands. The fog giant was immediately scorched and 2 large holes were created from the attack. Asterisk boom. A large amount of the mist started to dissipate and all the magi who were connected to the mist giants started to collapse to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Lei Lin appeared in front of Gus. Zoom. 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 Zoom, asterisk. While he was moving, several snow-white ice arrows were abruptly shot out. Zoom. 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 Zoom, asterisk. Confronted with the might of the arrows, the innate defensive spell formations of rank 1 magi were shredded easily like pieces of paper. The heads of numerous magi exploded, similar to watermelons exploding. At the sight of this unbearable scenario, even Gus, who was preparing a spell, could not help but feel anger and a sense of despair. The number of rank 1 magi that had died constituted almost half of the dense fog forest's forces. All his efforts to accumulate this power all these years had gone down the drain as he lost 70 to 80% of his forces. But at this moment, Gus had no time to think about this as Lei Lin arrived in front of him. Protection of Andes. Gus shouted loudly and a colony of black ants emerged from his face, clothes, shoes and all over his body and formed a peculiar-looking black shield. A futile effort. Lei Lin looked indifferent and raised his right hand. A layer of black rays started to gather around his palm and formed a bunch of black scales. Chamoyan scale. Partial snake transformation. Asterisk P. Asterisk. Lei Lin's palms were filled with an enormous amount of energy which penetrated the shield. The colony of ants on the shield let out a shrill sound as they tried to gnaw at the black scales, but it was to no avail. Your last resort is just a scroll engraved by a rank 2 Magus. How disappointing. The silver ray of light in Lei Lin's eyes started to shine brightly, and with his right hand, he grabbed Gus' wrist. Asterisk pack. Asterisk the scroll, which was already triggered halfway, suddenly lost all its luster and revealed its true appearance of what seemed to be a broken piece of goatskin paper as it fell to the ground. Do you have any last words? Lei Lin asked Gus as he sealed his spiritual force. You will be punished by the joint conference. I swear on that. Gus' eyes turned red. Pack, after which, his brain exploded, white brain juices, blood, and fluids spurting everywhere. Just this? How pointless. Lei Lin retracted his right hand. He appeared in front of the hawk-nosed old man and placed his hands on the head of an old man who was on the verge of death. Do you choose death or subservience? The old man who was bleeding profusely and nearing death struggled to open his mouth. I'm willing to be subservient to you, my lord. Set a pact now and surrender a strand of your spirit source, or else you will end up like the others. The tone of Lei Lin's voice was very indifferent, and the pile of corpses surrounding him made the old man have no thoughts of defying the order. I, Iron, am willing to serve under your command and become your most humble servant. Your future commands shall be my eternal mission. Even with his eyes blurred with tears, the old man still struggled to speak. A fluctuating thread from the abyss was established between the two. Very good. Lei Lin recalled the silver spiritual force that was restricting the old man. My lord. Iron kneeled down to give his regards, the wounds on his body already beginning to heal on their own. He had been restricted by Lei Lin and lost his ability to recover. Once he was freed from the silver spiritual force that was restricting him, there were far too many ways for magi to heal themselves. Please accept your humble servant's loyalty. Although he had regained his freedom, the old man Iron had no desire to fight against Lei Lin as he had been deterred by Lei Lin's actions. With Iron's words, a glowing spirit source floated out of his forehead and flew to Lei Lin's hands. After losing his spiritual source, Iron's face turned pale and beads of sweat could be seen dripping down. Lei Lin for his part kept the spirit source carefully. A Magus spirit source was very important to them, and if Lei Lin were to destroy the source in his hands, the old man would suffer a severe blow and might even die straight away. The best-case scenario would be for him to have a mental breakdown. It could be said that once Lei Lin had the spirit source, it was akin to him holding the old man's fate in his hands. All good and done. Lei Lin clapped his hands. This kind of one-sided process and astonishing means from Lei Lin had made it difficult for Celine to process anything. My lord. You. Celine had no idea of what to say. Have you ascended to rank 2? She said this carefully after deliberating over it for a while. Yes. Lei Lin happily smiled. The injury I suffered has, instead, made me break through the restraints to my meditation technique and allowed me to rise to the realm of rank 2. Celine did not have the courage to continue probing despite knowing it was not the truth. A rank 2 Magus. This was already a power that belonged to large-scale guilds. Facing this insurmountable gap in power, Celine could only accept whatever Lei Lin had to say. Wake those acolytes up and follow me. Lei Lin pointed to a few of the acolytes who were lying on the ground that included Obo and Ilya. What for? Celine's face was filled with doubts. Naturally, it will be to retaliate. Lei Lin's face broke into a cold smile. Since the opposing party has been so eager to find us, how can we not repay what they have done? But the joint conference. Celine had only spoken a few words, but she decided to swallow the rest. At this moment, she had no other choice. Chapter 342, Abyssal Breath. Abyssal Breath. My lord. That's the dense fog forest's headquarters. Old man Iron pointed to a fog-shrouded forest in the middle of the basin, with a look of respect on his face. Currently, Iron was completely submissive to Lei Lin and existed as his servant. Lei Lin walked behind him with conflicted feelings. Together with Obo, Ilya, and the other rank 3 acolytes, their faces were red with emotions. Rank 2 Magus. Their famed professor was actually a rank 2 noble Magus who actually defeated a lot of enemies with just one blow. They were proud of this kind of glory. The dense fog forest is still a medium-scale guild, with an extremely strong magi formation barrier. With several protected and contracted beings as the first line of defense, does this not mean that we are? Iron had revealed all of Gust's defensive lines backhandedly. We do not need anything. I alone am sufficient. All of you keep in mind, without my orders, no one is allowed to step into the basin. Lei Lin's face was stern. After which, he transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared in midair. See. A sound could be heard as he traveled. Celine and the rest saw an illusory shadow of a snake appearing in midair. The huge snake forcefully appeared and seemed to transform into the face of a terrifying devil. The shape of the devil's face seemed to resemble Lei Lin. After half an hour passed they had obtained permission to enter the dense fog forest, and they saw huge amounts of rotten corpses. A few huge high-energy beings whose size resembled small mountains could also be seen dead on the floor. Their corpses, not yet fully decomposed, had emitted an unpleasant smell. Your task is to completely search this area, and take away any resources that are of value. Lei Lin slowly landed on the corpse of a huge beast. That scene had made many absolutely horrified. Yes. Yes, my lord. Initially, Celine had doubts over why Lei Lin had wanted to bring a batch of acolytes over. However, now she fully understood his intentions. After having searched the dense fog forest, Lei Lin had arrived near the premises of the headquarters of the 8-clawed Spider Guild. This time around, Skrill appeared beside him. If Lei Lin could subdue even Iron, naturally Skrill was not a big issue. Go. Announce that the 8-clawed spider will be disbanded. And that all the magi shall join Nature's alliance. Lei Lin ordered Skrill. As you wish, my lord. Skrill bowed to Lei Lin, evidently afraid of him. His fear was to the extent that he was willing to accept such orders. With regards to the subsidiary guilds of the dense fog forest, Lei Lin did not intend to exterminate all of them fully. In any case, since they had no chance of knowing the icy world's secret, it would be for the best to subdue all of them to increase Nature's alliance's strength. Furthermore, All of the dense fog forest magi had been exterminated without any exceptions under Leyland's rank 2 magi spell that covered a vast area. There was no longer any living beings within the entire basin. It could be said that the dense fog forest guild had disappeared from the face of the earth. Looking at the uproar from the guild headquarters, together with Iron and the people that went forth to subdue them, Leyland smiled icily. Next, perhaps it's time for the rank 2 magi. How long had it been since such a large-scale attack, and such a vile way of exterminating an entire guild, had happened in the entire Eastern Twilight Zone? No matter how dim-witted the large-scale guilds were, they would have to make a stand. Moreover, according to the latest news, the Dark Elven Empire was starting to become restless, and it was also nearing the time when the darkness creature horde beyond the Twilight Zone was approaching. It was precisely during this period of time where Magi were supposed to collaborate that Nature's Alliance's move could be said to be going against the tide. So what? Leyland's face revealed a smile that seemed to suggest that he did not care. It is precisely because of this that I am making a move now. The combining of forces to deal with external forces not only restricts the Nature's Alliance but all the other large-scale guilds as well. Would they be willing to, under these conditions, lose a rank 2 Magus? How can the strength associated with a medium-scale guild measure up to a newly promoted rank 2 Magus? Furthermore, we still possess sufficient evidence to prove that the dense fog forest had started the fight first, and had even encroached into our headquarters and caused a large number of casualties. With strength and evidence, even large-scale guilds would not act recklessly. With regards to this, Leyland understood the logic very clearly. After 10 minutes or so, Skrill and Iron returned. My lord. The 8-clawed spider guild has officially disbanded. This is our high-grade meditation technique, Abyssal Breath. Skrill respectfully half-knelt and passed a black crystal wand to Leyland. Well done. Leyland took the wand gently, with a thread of his silver spiritual force reaching into it. Increasing the power of Nature's Alliance was only part of the reason why Leyland had destroyed the guilds. The main objective behind his actions was actually to collect the high-grade meditation techniques. As time passed, Leyland frowned, which caused Skrill to start trembling. Only rank 3. Leyland sighed. The 8-clawed spider guild's meditation technique had the same flaws as Celine's crystal mask. Not only was it hard to develop, it was only rank 3. This implied that the Magi from the 8-clawed spider guild could at most be promoted to rank 3, and not beyond. I, your subordinate, am ashamed. Our high-grade meditation technique does only have 3 levels. Personally, I have been stuck at rank 1, and can only use the irrigation of the abyss strength. Skrill lowered his head and quickly explained. Of course, I know. Leyland knew that this abyssal breath mostly used the strength of the abyss to continuously change the body to adjust to a physical state more fitting to the abyss. Skrill's half-human half-spider appearance was the way it was due to the imitation of a special being from the abyss. And this is merely rank 1 of the abyssal breath. According to the introduction of the meditation technique and the AI Chip's deductions, if one were to promote the meditation technique to its highest level, one would be able to return to their original state and have the physical appearance of a normal person. Only then would the Magus, who had been entirely transformed by the abyss, be known as the spawn of the abyss. But of course, these were only deductions made by the AI chip. According to Leyland's estimations, to reach the state of the abyss spawn, one would have to develop the abyssal breath higher than rank 5. Honestly, one could not be sure whether the high-grade meditation technique even had a rank 5. However, after all, this is a high-grade meditation technique and is a grade higher than the crystal mask. This can improve the AI chip's meditation techniques information database. Leyland kept the black crystal wand. Because many ancient magi were passionate about researching about all living beings in the world, they looked for patterns, obtained strength, and frequently interacted with beings of different realms. Hence, many ancient meditation techniques had a strong and strange aura. With respect to the abyssal breath, Leyland estimated that it had a deep relationship with the abyssal world, and could even have been released by a strong and powerful being living within the abyss. Dense Fog Forest has other auxiliary guilds, namely 3 other small-scale guilds, and 15 unrated guilds. All of you shall break into 3 groups. Iron and Skrill will lead 2 groups to sweep the unrated guilds while I will be in charge of the small-scale guilds. Lei Lin immediately gave out his orders. As you wish, my lord. The surrounding magi all bowed with respect. Lei Lin nodded. Iron was a peak rank 1 Magus, and Skrill was a semi-converted elemental Magus. To put them in charge to deal with the unrated guilds was a terrifying force to be reckoned with. The unrated guilds did not stand a chance with the teams led by the 2 of them. Furthermore, upon performing this deed, these newly subdued magi would have no way out, and would only be able to come under Lei Lin's wings. Several days later, explosive news spread across the entire Eastern Twilight Zone that caused a sensation in the Magi world, and even continued to spread in the 4 other zones. After having existed for a few 100,000 years, large amounts of contracted guardian beasts, countless official Magi, and even a peak rank 1 Magus that oversaw a medium-scale guild, the dense Fog Forest, were entirely destroyed. The one responsible for it was actually Nature's Alliance. This news had revealed that the honorary professor of Nature's Alliance had made a breakthrough to rank 2. A peak rank 1 Magus was considered as a large power, while a rank 2 Magus was the goal of many official Magi, which were also known as the elites of the human forces. Typically, a rank 2 Magi would only appear in large-scale guilds. The presence of the 1 or 2 old and experienced rank 2 Magi was that of the trump card of these guilds. Nature's Alliance, on the other hand, was only a small-scale guild. At this point in time, the entire Eastern Twilight Zone was shocked. Under Lei Lin's control, the actions of Nature's Alliance went extremely smoothly. Not only did Nature's Alliance attack all of the dense Fog Forest's auxiliary guilds and wiped out all traces of its history, many Magi had joined Nature's Alliance and enhanced its strength, such that it had been promoted to a medium-scale guild. These were all within Lei Lin's expectations. Moreover, the taking over of the dense Fog Forest's resources was also proceeding smoothly. This, of course, was not in accordance with the rules set by the council members and had sparked their displeasure. However, under Lei Lin's suppression, Nature's Alliance continued doing whatever they wanted to without any hesitation. The guild sent out many troops and their strength increased day after day. With regards to small matters like the strength of the guild, Lei Lin could not be bothered to oversee them and would casually instruct his acolytes to handle them. The newly joined Magi that were now part of Nature's Alliance were all given roles as professors or guest professors, but in actual fact, they would only listen to Lei Lin's bidding. Celine's powers were suppressed to the maximum, but she could only force a smile, and could not complain much. Lei Lin had suddenly been promoted to a rank 2 Magi, and just his strength alone would make Celine's previous plans prove futile. Furthermore, in terms of trickery, back in the southern coast the underhanded means that Lei Lin had employed did not pale in comparison to that Celine's. Under these conditions, Celine could only give up. Due to her special status, other official Magi would still be slightly respectful towards her and would not reject her requests towards small matters. Furthermore, these Magi were still under Nature's Alliance, even if only in name, which gave Celine some comfort. Chapter 343, Dragon King's Mystic Might. Dragon King's Mystic Might. Nature's Alliance Headquarters. The headquarters had now undergone renovations. The reconstruction had started from the bottom, with magic spells fixed up and the acolytes who had died in battle buried. Powerful energy fluctuations were concealed within these few building structures. They were like multiple stars aiming to bring out the moon, crowding around a laboratory right in the center. Whether it was the original acolytes of Nature's Alliance or the newly joined Magi, they would always unconsciously slow their footsteps when they passed by and exhibit their respect. In the middle of the laboratory, Lei Lin stood by a table, deep in thought while gazing at the few items on the silver desk. These 10 or so items were very simple. There were green leaves, red earrings, a short brown rod, and even the black crystals that Skrill had previously given him. The silver surface of the table was made using a special alloy. It was incomparably hard and had a high resistance against specific magic experiments. Hence, it was widely used in this area. Currently, the shining, sparkling metallic surface reflected Leyland's troubled expression. These were naturally the numerous high-grade meditation techniques Leyland had forcefully obtained. Though the Twilight Zone had obtained a larger number of complete inheritances from the ancient Magi, high-grade meditation techniques weren't anything common. Some unrated guilds only had the simplified versions that had been altered based on incomplete high-grade meditation techniques, which were completely useless to Leyland. There were also a few guilds who had the same high-grade meditation technique as the dense fog forest. However, they only had the first or second levels, and these were slightly modified. Leyland could immediately recognize this. These guilds must have been the Magi guilds that had split up from the original dense fog forest. This was not uncommon. It was not unusual for Magi in the Twilight Zone to split up based on differences in opinion while still having a good relation with the original guild. This was somewhat similar to a branch of the original guild. Hence, though Leyland had technically destroyed 10 or so guilds, what Leyland actually gathered were only 6 high-grade meditation techniques. Of course, the rate of advancing was much higher here than in the South Coast, but Leyland was still in a bad mood. This was because out of the 6 high-grade meditation techniques, there were 5 that were incomplete. This was not something that could be explained just by the chaos of war. Only after checking some documents regarding this guild did Leyland gather a more reasonable explanation. In ancient times, the inheritance of high-grade meditation techniques was not open to everyone in one go. Only 1 or 2 levels would be passed down at a time, and only after Magi succeeded would they gradually be passed down more. This was to ensure the secrecy of the high-grade inheritances. The other reason was to prevent Magi from seeking instant returns. However, after the fall of the ancient Magi in the final war, there appeared a huge problem, a discontinuity in the passing down of meditation techniques. The higher-ranked Magi had fallen before they could pass down the other portions of their meditation techniques, which had resulted in the Magi of the Twilight Zone being unable to advance further. The level of Morning Star Magus was the bare minimum requirement to participate in the final war, and hence, the high-grade meditation techniques left in the Twilight Zone mostly had 2 or 3 levels, and there was a lack of information on the essential later portions. In ancient times, Rank 2 and Rank 3 Magi were considered to have just finished their apprenticeships, and as such, they were naturally not required to enter the battle. They had survived and passed down their meditation techniques. However, it wasn't as if there were no surprises. Leyland extended his hand and picked up something like a part of a white bone joint from the table. Though it had an interesting appearance, this was actually a tool used for storing information. Leyland connected his spiritual force to it and information about a high-grade meditation technique appeared. Ancient symbols appeared at the beginning of the meditation technique, emitting an ancient aura. There was even the sound of a dragon's roar. Dragon King's Mystic Might. High-grade meditation technique for Dragon Magi split into 4 levels: Infant Dragon, Young Dragon, Adult Dragon, Elder Dragon. Leyland slowly read through the content regarding this high-grade meditation technique. In ancient times, Magus was a term that was inclusive of all powerful beings, whether they were of other races, humans, or even high-energy creatures. As long as they possessed intelligence, had strength, and pursued the truth, they could all come under the umbrella of being a Magus. This Dragon King's Mystic Might was obviously a high-grade meditation technique meant for the dragon race to train in. Based on the AI Chip's estimations, as well as a few illustrations from Dragon King's Mystic Might, creatures of the dragon race would accelerate their growth rate if they trained in this high-grade meditation technique. They would develop twice as fast as their peers, and would enter the sequence of being a mature dragon earlier. Leyland unhurriedly caressed this bone. This Dragon King's Mystic Might was what the dense fog forest had in storage, but it was a pity that this was merely a decoration for dense fog forest, as it was comprised of only humans. This was a high-grade meditation that was meant for another race and was unsuitable for the human body. Even warlocks that had the bloodline of dragons could not do this. However, after Lei Lin discovered this Dragon King's mystic might, it was like he had gained a treasure. Though he could not train this technique either, he could see the traces of a new bloodline in this high-grade meditation technique. Similar to the Kamoyan's pupil, the Dragon King's mystic might was a high-grade meditation technique that had very stringent requirements in terms of bloodline. It was probably even more strict than the Kamoyan's pupil. This would be of immense help to him in completing the next few parts of Kamoyan's pupil. The Kamoyan's pupil that Lei Lin had acquired only had 3 levels and lacked the most important part, which was a description about the Morning Star realm at the 4th rank. Dragon King's mystic might could be used to make up for this. In addition, the other high-grade meditation techniques had their unique features, which could be used to improve the AI chip's database. No matter how different they were high-grade meditation techniques and had to have some similarities. This was what Lei Lin was going to rely on to complete Kamoyan's pupil and sacred flame. Even so, the last few portions of the Dragon King's mystic might are missing. Lei Lin felt a little regretful. He still wanted to know what was after the 4th level of the Dragon King's mystic might. In ancient tales, after the Elder Dragon were the ancient dragons, top creatures that could contend against great rank 5 magi. And after that, there were the beings that only existed in legends, the immemorial dragons. However, the Dragon King's mystic might lacks content after the 4th level. Lei Lin looked at the description of the 4th level of the Dragon King's mystic might. The Morning Star realm for humans is equivalent to the Elder Dragon in our dragon race. At this position, the power of domain has penetrated into our bones, and our dragon might have also been developed to the limit. In addition, all our spiritual force, magic power, physical strength and even bloodline will, under influence of some rules, concentrate into point mass. This point mass is what humans call the Morning Star, and what we call a dragon crystal. So at the Morning Star realm, it is where magi pathways will become condensed. All creatures of the Magus world at this realm are all the same. Point mass formed from hundreds and thousands of energy all can refine one's strength. Hence, there is a difference like that between heaven and the earth between Morning Star and rank 3 magi. Lei Lin gradually understood. In his mind, the AI chip constantly recorded information regarding high-grade meditation techniques to fill its database. After goodness knows how long, a prompt from the AI chip appeared in Lei Lin's mind. Beep. Recording of 6 high-grade meditation techniques complete. Dragon King's mystic might, abyssal breath. Completeness of high-grade meditation techniques at 14.7%, beginning to infer actual level of the meditation technique. Following this, the Magi strength chart in Lei Lin's database experienced some changes. On top of the rank 1 and rank 2 Magi, information regarding rank 3 Magi constantly generated. This was the most accurate information the AI chip had gathered after doing simulations with multiple high-grade meditation techniques. Beep. Requirements to advance from a rank 2 Magus, spiritual force reaches the boundary of 200, solidification 100%. Paired with the momentum from the essence of the wisdom tree, probability of advancing to rank 3, 46.9%. I'm a warlock, so I have an added requirement from my blood. However, my bloodline directly came from a giant Kamoyan serpent at the Morning Star, rank 4 level and completely fits the requirements. It even aids me when my rank is too low. In addition, having almost a 50% chance is not a low percentage. It's no wonder Alistair had made his move and did not hesitate to betray his faction. Lei Lin touched his chin. The conditions that the AI chip inferred were based on the most regular magi that trained in high-grade meditation techniques. This meant he was not included in there. AI chip, if I use myself as a model, what are my chances of advancing to a rank 3 warlock? Lei Lin asked silently. Immediately after, a virtual 3D image that looked similar to Lei Lin was projected in front of him, and large amounts of information streaked through. Chances of host body advancing to rank 3 warlock, 61.72%. This was with the added bonus from the giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline. It was a matured body that had reached the Morning Star realm. To break through rank 2, it was still able to provide an impetus. Looks like breaking through is not an issue. The most important part is to accumulate more spiritual force. Lei Lin suddenly sighed, looking at his data. Lei Lin Farlier. Rank 2 Warlock, Bloodline, Giant Kamoyan Serpent. Strength, 21.1, Agility, 14.4, Vitality, 27.9, Spiritual Force, 104.3, Magic Power, 104, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. The injury to his Sea of Consciousness had only recently healed, and during the time where he had solidified his spiritual force, rather than improving, it was already very fortunate that he was able to maintain his strength. It was for this reason that the numbers for his spiritual force did not rise. Now, with the repairs to his Sea of Consciousness completed, his spiritual force could increase once more. Lei Lin couldn't help but ask, AI. Chip, based on my current speed, how long will it take me to be able to meet the requirements to advance? A few minutes passed, and the AI chip gave an answer. Host body is estimated to reach the limit after 200 years, 12 days and 13 hours. That long? Lei Lin's eyes widened. He had increased his lifespan after advancing to become a bloodline warlock, and after rank 2, he could live past 500 years, but 200 years. That was an extremely long period. Chapter 344, Rank 3 Magus. Rank 3 Magus. One property of high-grade meditation techniques was that they tended to get harder to cultivate towards higher cultivation levels. Typically, many magi would not be able to wait for their meditation techniques to be promoted because they tended to die of old age before their meditation techniques could be cultivated to a higher level. This was why magi were all passionate about collecting data, since they wanted to increase the pace of the cultivation of their meditation techniques. Lei Lin let out a long breath. Looks like it is imperative that I use potions or other methods to hasten the pace of the increase in the level of my meditation cultivation. 200 years is way too long. There were many differences between the resources of the Twilight Zone and of the South Coast. Perhaps it would be possible to find spiritual force potions suitable for a rank 2 warlock. Lei Lin remained confident in the resources that the Twilight Zone possessed. Beep. Rank 3 Magi simulation data has been completed. Completion level, 69.24%. The AI chip intoned. Behind the data on rank 2 Magi, a new data was quickly generated. Rank 3 Magi, estimated spiritual force, between 200 to 400. There are 3 stages in the spiritual force: vapor, liquid and crystal forms. The differences in strength between every rank is estimated to be between 3 to 5 times. The AI chip projected a large paragraph of information before Lei Lin. Towards the end, the spiritual force span within one rank will be of a large amount and is terrifyingly difficult to achieve. Lei Lin sighed. An acolyte's spiritual force was within 20 degrees, whereas that of a rank 1 Magus was between 20 and 80, that of a rank 2 Magus between 80 to 200, and upon reaching rank 3 the spiritual force was between 200 to 400. The larger the spiritual force span, the more obvious the differences between the displayed strength. As a result, newly promoted rank 3 Magi and rank 3 Magi with crystallized spiritual force would have an unimaginable difference in strength. After understanding the strength of the rank 3 Magi, Lei Lin had recognized the formidability of a Morning Star Magi. He had known vaguely that rank 3 Magi would enter a very long transformation period. Should the Magi be promoted successfully, they would have a rank equivalent to that of a Magus from ancient times. That makes sense. Even in ancient times, Morning Star Magi were the rulers of a region and hence could have had a role in the final war. How can it be so easy to level up one's rank? Lei Lin stroked his chin. Only through the continuous concentration of the spiritual force can it crystallize and turn into point mass, before promoting to a Morning Star Magi. At this moment, the path that a Morning Star Magus took had appeared in its entirety within Lei Lin's mind. First, the elemental essence conversion. Only when the elemental essence conversion had reached 80% were Magi qualified enough to transform their essence and be promoted to rank 2. Upon promotion to rank 2, all spiritual force would have to have a substance form, appearing as the smallest spiritual force particles. These spiritual force particles, upon approaching rank 3, would gradually be condensed. Through the 3 stages of vapor, liquid, and crystal, they would condense further to form point mass. At this point in time, these Magi would have entered the morning star level. The path of a Magus is indeed getting tougher. Merely 80% of elemental essence conversion would easily kill many Magi. Needless to say, the barrier at the end would be an even more difficult task. Lei-Lin exhaled deeply. Thankfully my path ahead is clear, I only have to follow the path accordingly. A. Chip. Set up a long-term mission, deduce what happened to Kamoyan's pupil and sacred flame. Lei-Lin immediately ordered. The A. Chip automatically projected 2 progress charts that deduced the mission progress. The progress had not even reached that of 1% and had been increasing incredibly slowly, but at least Lei-Lin could see hope. Amongst these, Kamoyan's pupil was the main meditation technique that Lei-Lin was cultivating and was the path that he had decided to take a long time ago, and as such, it could not be easily changed. On the other hand, Lei-Lin had gained interest in Sacred Flame, the meditation technique that had its roots from the prophetic Botelli family. Even after having accumulated so many high-grade meditation techniques, from what Lei-Lin could see, the value of Sacred Flame was above that of the other meditation techniques, and could even be on par with that of the Dragon King mystic might due to its ability to predict the future. This ability was honestly a tad too terrifying. Even though there was the possibility of errors, Lei-Lin still longed for it. Based on the A. Chip's deductions and information database on high-grade meditation techniques, one day it will be able to prophesize things. Of course, if I am able to continuously add in new high-grade meditation techniques, the process will be accelerated. Lei-Lin was very clear on this line of reasoning. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of invisible spiritual force passed through numerous barriers and exploded next to Lei-Lin. Is it finally here? Lei-Lin's eyes revealed a hint of a smile, and he immediately flicked his hand. The numerous high-grade meditation techniques had disappeared after a silver flash, and Lei-Lin turned into a phantom before arriving in front of Nature's Alliance's headquarters. Following the directions of a thread of spiritual force, Lei-Lin arrived at a location. This area was originally a wasteland, but in the middle of it now lay a silver-white metallic building. Lei-Lin went up to the door and raised his hands with the intentions to knock. Ka-cha. But before Lei-Lin had transformed his thoughts into action, both steel doors, decorated with floral patterns, had opened automatically and revealed the interior of the building. In the middle of the huge living room sat an old man on a steel chair who smiled gently at Lei-Lin. Distinguished Lei-Lin. You have indeed been promoted to a rank 2 Magus. The old man stood up and smiled while having given up his seat. This Magus wore burlap clothes and had an average appearance, like that of an ordinary old man, but Lei-Lin had not dared be brazen in front of him. I'm lucky to have advanced a little further on the path in search of the truth. Lei-Lin appeared extremely humble. From this old man, Lei-Lin could feel that he had a deep solidified spiritual force that had surpassed his own accumulation. Of course, having a high spiritual force was one thing, but having the actual strength was another. Lei-Lin had, in addition, the strength of his bloodline and a few other hidden trump cards, did not think he would be at a disadvantage, but felt no need to show his abilities. Ha ha ha. Please take a seat. You still don't know my name, do you? I'm Logan, the Melhawk Guild's leader. Logan beamed and introduced himself. Magus Logan, the protector of the Eastern Twilight Zone, I have long heard of your name. Lei-Lin smiled and replied, and at the same time sat down on a chair. Though the chair's exterior still had the glow of steel, it did not have the hardness of one and instead felt like a sofa that had caved into a certain arch. It comfortably supported Lei-Lin's body. How's that? This is a steel life form I had specially acquired from the external zones. Logan revealed a smile as he observed Leyland's expression. Not bad. Leyland indifferently evaluated the chair. Though this steel life form could not compare to the organisms entirely constructed from the elements of the steel world, this was already very hard to come by. If I'm not wrong, this entire room is a huge steel life form, right? And we are currently speaking to its body. Ha! Dark steel has an innate gift in concealing its life aura. You are the first person to be able to guess this so quickly. Logan chuckled, and hit the tabletop. Dark steel, come and say hello. Ka-cha ka-cha. The steel flowed like liquid and formed a rough face on the tabletop. Hello, Mr. Leyland. At this point, because there was no need for dark steel to hide anymore, Leyland could clearly feel a wave of energy that was of a certain standard. Should it be a magi, it would be of peak rank 1. After conversing for some time, Logan entered the main topic. Magus Leyland, I think you should be clear about my intentions, no? At this point in time, the old man's face became more solemn. Of course. Leyland nodded his head. In that case, with regards to the matter of Nature's Alliance Guild violating the rules and exterminating the dense fog forest guild, and subduing all other subsidiary small-scale guilds, what is your explanation? Logan glared at Leyland as if he would make a move on Leyland should he say something not conforming to what Logan expected to hear. With regards to this? Leyland smiled mildly and took a step back, his fingers crossed, and seemed to be very uneasy. The dense fog forest first robbed and killed us, then barged into Nature's Alliance's headquarters and engaged in so much killing that they almost exterminated the Nature's Alliance Guild. As a result, out of self-defense, we naturally retaliated. If I remember correctly, shouldn't this be in accordance with Eastern Twilight Zone's laws for revenge? Leyland continued smiling and passed the crystal ball with Celine's previous records to Logan. Furthermore, we have eyewitnesses as well. If you would like to hear the words from one of them, you can leave with me now to meet him. But the Dark Elven Empire is left running amok, and the tide of darkness creatures is approaching. Distinguished Leyland, aren't you being too reckless? If you were to just showcase your abilities, Gus would probably surrender. Upon receiving the crystal ball, Logan did not immediately look into it, but the gloomy clouds on his face had dissipated to a large extent, though his brows were still furrowed. He offended me. The dignity of a rank 2 magi. Leyland squinted his eyes, the atmosphere suddenly became tenser. He almost interrupted my promotion. Only by offering all his blood, will it be enough to cleanse his sins. Are these all the excuses that you have? Logan looked right into Leyland's eyes. These are all facts. Not excuses. Leyland retorted without restraint. Two rays of silver glow seemingly collided in mid-air and produced a crisp sound. Ha! All of a sudden, Logan's face revealed a smile, resolving the tension in the atmosphere. Since the opponent started it first, and offended you, then I would have nothing else to say. Thank you for your understanding and support. Leyland smiled respectfully. All of these were actually within his calculations. After all, magi were all smart people, especially the more so the older one gets. A medium-scale guild or a rank 2 magi, this decision did not need deliberation to choose between. Chapter 345, 3 years. 3 years. The Magus world was extremely pragmatic. No one would make life difficult for a rank 2 Magus just for a guild that was already exterminated. Given that the demise of Nature's Alliance would benefit quite a few other guilds, if dense fog forest still had survivors who could repeatedly report them and collude with the authorities, there would have been a small bit of hope. However, Leyland had directly uprooted them. Under the massive toxic bile attack on their headquarters, not even a dog had survived. Thus, this matter had been met with little resistance. This was another reason why Leyland had to exterminate the headquarters of dense fog forest, not only to protect the secret of the icy world. Since the way forward had been decided, the other matters were much easier to take care of. Hence, Logan immediately remarked, in that case, the joint conference will handle this situation appropriately. Dense fog forest's remaining strength should also be handed over to another guild. Don't worry, I'll get Nature's Alliance on the path to becoming a medium-scale guild once I go back. However, will the council members cooperate? Lei Lin asked. Eastern Twilight Zone's joint conference was held once every 20 years, and the current one had just ended. That's not a problem. The 9 enforcers can make an exception for you, but the matter would still have to be presented at the next joint conference for the sake of formality. Logan waved his hand. That'll work. Lei Lin immediately returned the favor saying, for the upcoming wave of dark creatures as well as the looming threat of the Dark Elven Empire, I will help with the defense. After all, I'm a part of the human race as well. After being reassured by Lei Lin, Logan chuckled, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out. In that case, Lei Lin, since you're a newly promoted rank 2 Magus, you must have many new perspectives and enlightenments. Now is a good time for us to discuss our viewpoints. Logan beamed, and with a flick of his hands, the steel table folded inwards, and 2 cups of steaming, warm, beverage floated up. I'm extremely honored. I too have many questions pertaining to meditation techniques that I wish to consult Mr. Logan on. Lei Lin said, smiling and raising his cup. A few hours later, Lei Lin left Logan's estate. After he left, the exterior of the steel building immediately changed. The 4 thick legs on the steel building stretched out, and the building slowly moved away. Meanwhile, at the side, Lei Lin's mouth revealed a smile which showed his good mood. This time around, not only did this move help prevent any future troubles, the experiences Magus Logan offered to him were all very useful. Because he had experienced a rapid advancement into a rank 2 warlock, he had lacked some understanding in regards to rank 2, especially in regards to the path of pursuing the truth. Even though these things did not look very important right now, they would definitely create a lot of inconvenience for him when he attempted to condense the point mass as a rank 3 Magus. Now, there was a chance to remedy this. Moreover, Lei Lin's depth of knowledge, acquired from the accumulation of information from a different part of the world, greatly surprised Logan. The insight he had gained from this exchange was no less than Lei Lin's. Ever since Lei Lin had returned, Nature's Alliance's strength had reached a new peak. Rapidly, all the remaining factions within the dense fog forest was absorbed, and the influence of Nature's Alliance had even spread its net even wider. Regarding these actions, the joint conference enforcers turned a blind eye. They eventually even produced a formal letter that openly announced Nature's Alliance's promotion to a medium-scale guild, a move which left many magi dumbfounded. Through the development during this period, Nature's Alliance had broken through from a declining small-scale guild to a peak medium-scale guild. After all, with a rank 2 Magus like Lei Lin overseeing the guild, it could be considering as a trump card that could surpass most medium-scale guilds. However, Lei Lin obviously knew Logan's bottom line. The 9 existing large-scale guilds had already stretched the resources of Eastern Twilight Zone to their limits. The remaining resources were insufficient to support the birth of yet another. Lei Lin had no intentions of vying to make Nature's Alliance a large-scale guild, and hence Nature's Alliance finally stopped growing and began to consolidate their strength, which left many magi heaving a sigh of relief. Honestly, Nature's Alliance's expansion this time was way too aggressive and depended solely on Lei Lin's powers. The guild's foundations were very unstable. However, after passing this period, everything they took in would have been assimilated, and their abilities would naturally improve as a whole. As the ceremonial guild leader, Celine had been so busy lately that no one knew of her whereabouts. Lei Lin was far too busy to care about tangible powers. Hence, since Celine was the original guild leader and as someone who shared an intimate relationship with Lei Lin, she had obtained a great portion of this power. At this point in time, Celine was full of gratitude for Lei Lin. Nature's Alliance had once again achieved glory under Celine's leadership, and the extent of its success exceeded that of the past. If her mentors knew about this, they would have been very pleased. Lei Lin did not care about any of this. After the situation had more or less stabilized, he continued staying in the headquarters of Nature's Alliance and sank into the deciphering of high-grade meditation techniques along with his own cultivation. No matter what resources and materials he required, an instruction to his subordinates was all it took for them to be collected immediately and sent to him. Hence, Lei Lin became even more reclusive. He could feel that he had improved at a pace that was way too fast, and hence, he needed to reinforce his foundations for a while. As a result, he chose to enter seclusion. Time passed bit by bit without anyone noticing. 3 years later, the borders of Eastern Twilight Zone. At the outskirts of a small town stood a small wooden house. Some animal skins were hung on the walls of the house, which attracted many envious stares. Many townspeople passing by would greet the female owner of the house through the walnut-wood fence. "Good morning, Madam Ginny." "Good morning, Aunt Via." Currently, Jenny had already grown to become a mature woman, her face revealing more of the charm of a young lady, while she smiled and conversed with the lady at her side. After Aunt Via had left, Jenny looked at the burlap clothes she wore, and the basket of wheat bread in her hands. Her face revealed that she was distracted. How time flies. 3 years have passed just like that. Jenny muttered to herself. It must have been 1 or 2 years since she had defected from her family, and it had been another year since she had escaped with Bailin to this place, and changed her name to Ginny. Initially, when she had decided to elope with Bailin and was escaping the Argus family's assassination attempts, they had encountered numerous dangers during their journey. Thankfully, Bailin was already a grand knight, and hence they reached the peak of commoners' lives. In addition, Jenny was an acolyte with the knowledge and experience of nobility. After escaping the incessant pursuit of soldiers and the many dangers nature had in store, Jenny finally crossed the border and arrived unharmed. Although this small town was positioned at the border of the Eastern Twilight Zone and was extremely remote, it was considered a safe location and no one had ever called on them. But, Jenny gritted her teeth. Vengeance for her father. Her own hatred. Was she to just give up on them? After several chaotic memories came to mind, Jenny unknowingly clenched her fists, until a voice roused her. "I'm back. Do you want to see what I got?" Bailin, who was wearing a hunter's outfit and carrying a bow and arrows, dramatically raised the pot in his hand. "Yellow oil. This is high-grade yellow oil. I exchanged a gray-toothed snake for it. If you spread it on bread, it's something that even royalty might not be able to enjoy." "You." Jenny rolled her eyes and led Bailin into the house. Though the house was not big, all necessities had been provided through Balin's capabilities. Even though they had to maintain a low profile, they were still living better than commoners. In regards to the lives they were leading now, Bailin was naturally very content, but Jenny seemed to have other ideas. After the door was closed shut, Jenny solemnly turned her head around. "We need to leave." "Leave? Why? The environment here is so good." Bailin was at a loss. Immediately after, his face tightened. "Could it be that the men from your family have tracked us down?" "No. It's war. The horde of darkness creatures is approaching soon, and the Dark Elven Empire might even commence their attack." Jenny smiled wryly. "You haven't discovered anything after all the constant hunting you've been doing?" "Now that you mention it, there does seem to be something like this." Bailin rubbed his head. "Currently, the number of dark creatures has increased by a large amount. A few days ago I was chased by a giant wolf that was the size of a hill for almost an entire day. Now you understand. With regards to the horde of darkness creatures, towns like ours are the least safe. Any small wave of attacks will be able to demolish the town. We have to move closer to the central region, or even the capital before we are safe from them." "But..." Bailin scratched his head, "I'm worried about our identities. Although the Argus family has very deep connections within the eastern regions, we are in the northern region, where they have much less influence." "Don't worry, there won't be any problems." Jenny comforted him on the surface, yet she was not too confident on the inside. What she said only applied to regular humans, she had no confidence if the powers of Magi were involved. Even if that was the case, they still needed to move. Jenny was extremely aware of the looming threat of the horde of darkness creatures. Balin was just a grand knight, even with her might as a level 2 acolyte, they would only be swept away by that force. However, with her drive to survive and encouragement from her hatred, Jenny had advanced into a level 2 acolyte in these 3 years, and could now cast rank 0 spells with some effort. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. Balin smiled boorishly. However, can't we leave in 2 days? Uncle Via's birthday is approaching, we have to at least congratulate him before setting off. Aunt and Uncle Via were a couple in the small town that had played a huge role in Balin and Jenny's settlement here. Hence, no matter what, Balin had wished to leave the town after the birthday celebration. 2 days is doable. Jenny bit her lips. Large-scale battles often took a long time to prepare, so 2 days was not a significant amount. However, it was regretful that, sometimes, the events in the world have anomalies. For those in Northern Twilight Zone, the wheel of fate was beginning to slowly turn. Chapter 346, A Coincidence. A coincidence. On a dark field, a group of cavalry chased after a lone figure. The fleeing figure was a strange sight. He floated a few meters above the ground and had a pair of white translucent wings sprouting from his back. Each flap of these wings propelled him forward a great distance. Behind the winged figure was a group of knights chasing after it. These knights rode on large spiders, each with 8 brown, clawed legs. There were also icy blue stripes on them, and their eyes shone with bloodlust. These were underground winter spiders, the mounts of elite dark elves. The knights riding on these spiders were not humans, but tall, slim creatures with exquisite skin. They had beautiful androgynous contours on their faces, with sharp ears and silver eyes that granted them vision in the dark. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the figure that was escaping in front suddenly turned his head, which revealed his handsome features and pointed ears, before he started chanting something undecipherable while swinging his arms backwards. 5 crimson-red fireballs were fired out of his palm but were all dodged by the underground winter spiders, exploding on the ground. Surprisingly, the escaping figure was a dark elf as well. They really think highly of me, huh, even sending the underground winter spider knights after me. The silhouette continued to escape but was unable to break away from the knights chasing after him. Not only could these underground winter spiders move at an incredible speed, they could crawl over any terrain, regardless of whether it was in mountains, fields, or even the misty canyons. Their advance could not be stopped. Memphis. How dare you betray the glory of the Dark Lord? I will make you suffer, and offer your head as a sacrifice to the Sovereign Mother. The knight in charge wore a thin layer of leather armor. The underground winter spider below him was a bit larger than the ones around it, and its upper body was covered with golden stripes. He inhaled deeply, and the underground winter spider increased its speed. Immediately after, he aimed his bow and shot an arrow that flew elegantly, the arrowhead containing a secret, constantly glowing rune. Asterisk zoom. Asterisk. A black ray of light emitted out of his hand, piercing through the sky and eventually landing on Memphis' back. Ah! A fiery red barrier of light appeared behind Memphis' body, but when the arrow came into contact with the shield, the barrier could not even last a second and shattered instantly. The black arrow continued its flight, and with its unknown strength pierced Memphis from behind, protruding out of his chest. Memphis screamed, and the glowing arrow in his back disappeared. He collapsed to the ground, his flowing blood forming a pool of red streaked with silver. Hiss hiss. The knights in the front surrounded him. Cut off his head. The knight in charge heartlessly said and motioned to his men, resulting in 2 of his men walking up. At this moment, the expression on the knight's face changed. No. Fall back. But it was too late. Bang. A strong wave of energy emanated from the body of Memphis, who was suddenly holding a scroll. 2 huge balls of light were shot out, and the 2 approaching knights were burnt to ashes, creating a huge cloud of smoke and dust. After waiting for the aftermath of the explosion to subside, the knight in charge stepped forward with an irritated look on his face. but by that moment Memphis had already disappeared from the ground. "Find him for me." His face contorted in anger. "He has been injured by my curse, he will not be able to travel far." Balin aimed with his crossbow, and it cut through the air with a swoosh, hitting the wild boar in front of him. The wild boar squealed loudly, bleeding non-stop, but all Balin did was to pull his crossbow bolt out. "Ha! Uncle, Balin's present is here." After a fierce battle, Balin smiled slightly while looking at the beast lying on the floor. At this moment, a silhouette appeared from the other side of the battlefield. "Eh? Who is this?" Balin walked up, and the silhouette turned around, revealing a handsome white face. 2 hours later, Jenny was on her way home when she saw the dark elf that Balin brought back. Putting her hand on her forehead, she groaned in despair and shouted, "You idiot! We've already offended the higher-ups and caused enough trouble." Hearing Jenny's complaints, Balin innocently touched his head. "I had no choice, seeing how pitiful he looks." "Pitiful? Do you know what that is?" "It's a dark elf." "He is a purebred dark elf." Jenny's face was flushed. "This may be the border, but if you bring a dark elf, it could bring so much trouble to the town." In these recent 3 years, the Dark Elven Kingdom had frequently caused much insecurity and restlessness among the people. Just with one look at the Dark Elf's luxurious clothing, Jenny only had one thought, and that was whether or not the Dark Elf was like her, a member of nobility on the run because of a failed power struggle. Thinking about this connection, Jenny started to break out into a cold sweat. Regarding the cruelness of power struggles, she finally understood and knew that regardless of where this elf hid, in the end, it would just be extending an endless cycle of fleeing and being hunted down. On top of this, her own people would suffer the consequences. Thinking up to here, her eyes flashed with ferocity, but could only sigh when she saw the confused and helpless Balin. Her tone also changed to one that was milder. "Whatever happens, we must send him away quickly. I'm sure you don't want to cause Aunt and Uncle Via any more trouble, right?" Balin scratched his head. "Oh, all right." At Balin's former hunting ground, a bunch of underground winter spider knights surrounded a pit where Memphis the Dark Elf was concealed. A small underground winter spider that was no bigger than a dog placed one foot into the cave, and then clicked at the knights. He said that aside from Memphis, a human scent was found. "Human?" The expression on the leader's face sank, but then he suddenly started laughing maliciously. "No wonder Memphis is well known for peace. He has already been making connections with the humans." He gestured to his men, "Follow them. I don't care who dares to protect him, I want to chop their heads off personally as sacrificial offerings." "Yes, my lord." The underground winter spider knights responded in order. The relationship between the people of the Dark Elven Kingdom and Twilight Zone was not the best. Crossing the border by a little bit was not such a big issue, but currently, it looked as if a new war was about to break out. Even so, they could still kill a few more men, steal their food, and enslave their women. At this point in time, the eyes of many underground winter spider knights flashed red. An hour later, a horse wagon pulled by an old, slow, horse. Balin was guiding the horse, while Jenny was lying on a pile of straw with the dark elf that Balin had previously saved. The elf's clothes were cut open at the front, revealing a skinny body. His delicate chest was marred by an arrow wound bordered by a black aura, shaped like a spider and continually expanding. "How is he?" Balin turned to ask. "The external injuries are almost healed, but a curse was cast on him, and I do not have any ideas or methods to cure it." Jenny raised her hands. Although this injury was shocking, what surprised Jenny even more was the elf's vitality, which had allowed him to persevere and survive this long while suffering from the combination of such a serious injury and curse. "The more that I think about it, the more I feel that this is not such a good idea. Judging from the curse, it is obvious that there is an official Magus after this fellow. If we do this, we will definitely infuriate his opponents." Jenny's face turned gloomy. Upon hearing that, Balin could not help but tremble, This was an instinct that had been cultivated over many years. Is an official Magus something like Lord Leyland? Yes. Do you now understand how much trouble you have brought us? Jenny gave Balin an arrogant look. But haven't we already saved him? Balin bitterly laughed. What else can we do now then? All of a sudden, a burst of flames from afar roused Balin from his thoughts. In the dark, vast surroundings, this blaze was getting more and more obvious, almost dyeing the color of the entire sky a fiery red. That is our town. Balin stopped the horse, a frightened look on his face. What happened? Why would this big fire suddenly appear? Jenny had a bad premonition. At this time, Balin turned the horse without hesitation and headed towards the direction of the fire. Are you crazy? Jenny cried out loud. Uncle Villa and the rest are still inside. I want to save them. They can't be saved. Can you calm down a little? Jenny said with an agitated tone. What? How can you be like that? Have you forgotten? Aunt Villa has treated you so well all this time. Balin said as he choked on a breath of air. This is not. Sigh. While the two were arguing, the dark elf in the wagon suddenly coughed and woke up. A human. He blurted out in the Twilight Zone language. Jenny's heart went cold. The dark elves spoke a different language from humans, and this elf's proficiency in their language was jarring. In the subterranean world, knowledge was a trademark of nobility, and mastery of foreign languages was prominent amongst them. When she was young, Jenny had been taught the languages of dark elves, gnomes, and even grey dwarves by a private tutor. Learning them despite the physiological differences was simply a nightmare. And yet, this dark elf spoke so cleanly that it took Jenny by surprise. Where is this place? The dark elf asked as he sat up and looked at the lost Balin. This is the Twilight Zone. Who are you? I'm Memphis, and I need to go now. I've given you enough trouble already. I'm really sorry. The dark elf named Memphis had an apologetic look on his face. Chapter 347, Destiny. Destiny. Memphis struggled and wanted to get up. But immediately, the spider made of dark aura on his chest let out a hiss. His face went pale, and he fell back down as large beads of sweat rolled down his face. Shuffling. Balin suddenly heard a mild, yet periodic rumble. It's coming from the town. Did someone survive? Balin beamed with delight. In contrast, Memphis' face suddenly changed. It's the footsteps of the underground winter spiders. They have caught up with us. A short while later, the silhouettes of 5 underground winter spider knights appeared before Balin's eyes. Memphis. You're really here. That's great, we actually found you. His head will definitely give us some merit. The knights started chuckling, talking in their language. Jenny only managed to understand a few terms, whereas Balin had a blank face as he could not understand it at all. Very quickly, the blank look on his face turned into one of horror. This was because the knights were sharing the backs of the underground winter spiders with groups of severed human heads, which were still dripping with blood. He could even see a few familiar faces amongst them. UNC, Uncle Vya. What did you do to them? Balin's veins popped out with anger, and he unsheathed the cross sword on his back. Although the underground winter spider knights could not understand Balin's reproaching them, they could infer his fury from his body language. One of them used a spear to pick up a head and started taunting Balin. At the same time, another knight held a spear and rushed forward. I'm going to kill all of you. Balin's eyes were bloodshot, and he too rushed forward. Secret technique. Cross star. Balin's life force abruptly exploded and formed an illusory armor around his body. Kill. Cross blade and spear collided, and Balin and the underground winter spider knight both retreated a few steps. Underground winter spider knights were the pinnacle of an army whose regular soldiers each matched human grand knights. Combining their own ability with runes and their mounts, their strength vastly surpassed that of the average Grand Knight. However, Balin himself was no ordinary Grand Knight and could fight him evenly. Unfortunately, Balin had to fight not one opponent, but 5. After seeing the life force explode out from Balin's body, a few knights looked at each other, shouted a few words Balin could not understand and rushed forward. Pew! A black ray shot through the sky and landed on the shoulders of an underground winter spider knight, piercing into the knight's shoulder with some difficulty. Jenny stood on the carriage, bow in hand. Her face was calm whilst she shot arrows non-stop. Naturally, she could see the situation clearly. Under present circumstances, the only way to survive was eliminating this small party. The problem was that they were badly outnumbered, and each of their opponents was stronger than Grand Knights. Exterminating them would not be easy. Jenny smiled bitterly in her heart. As was to be expected, Balin was slowly surrounded by the knights and seemed unable to endure any more attacks. The illusory armor around him began to appear as if it would explode any moment. Asterisk creak. Creak. Asterisk. One of the spiders, under its rider's commands, leaped past Balin's resistance and arrived before the carriage. The black spear pierced forth, and the resulting winds caused Jenny's face to change. Ouch! Nearby, Balin let out a groan. His armor had disintegrated, and blood was gushing out from all of his wounds. Asterisk buzz. Buzz, asterisk. Suddenly, Jenny felt a strong energy wave explode violently next to her. She turned her head and saw Memphis struggling to open a scroll in his hands. A grey ripple swept out, the ring of light seeming to be a spirit avoiding both Jenny and Balin as it reached the underground winter spider knights. It was like a halo that bound the knights and their mounts. The knights that had been bound by the halo immediately felt the enormous power they were proud of dissipating. Even their mounts began trembling as if they could not stand under their own weight. A weakening imprint. Retreat! A knight immediately shouted. But at this time, Balin lost all self-restraint. Die! Cross blade! He violently used the last bit of his spiritual energy and executed the killing stance of the cross sword technique. A blade of light in the shape of a cross mercilessly slashed through the 4 surrounding knights. Their faces became lifeless, and in a few moments, they disintegrated along with their mounts. Whoosh! Jenny seized this chance and used a single arrow to pierce through the neck of the last escaping knight. Memphis let out a smile, but abruptly spat out black blood, after which he fainted. Half a day later, on the carriage, Jenny looked at the defeated Balin, and Memphis beside her, and was speechless. Why? Why must we kill? Why must there be war? Balin muttered under his breath, the world having lost all color. This is an answer that I've been looking for, but unfortunately I have not reached a conclusion. Currently, Memphis was using the sap from a green plant to wrap the wounds on his chest. He laughed bitterly, the 2 of you have saved me. I, Memphis, swear upon the honor of the dark royalty that I will repay the 2 of you. Let's not talk about that for now. The conflict you mentioned previously, is that real? Jenny was obviously more concerned about this issue than other matters. It's real. I have suffered from persecution and attempted assassination from others just because I advocated for peace. Memphis' eyes glowed, and his voice sank. What's our plan now? Jenny looked at Balin. I have decided. I must do my best to prevent the war this time around. I don't want to see more people shedding blood. Balin's voice was coarse but held an unquestionable resolve. You're crazy. Jenny was trembling, based on your ability alone. No. There's still him. Balin pointed to Memphis. I will escort him back to the Dark Elven Empire and try my best to stop the war. Having made that decision, Balin suddenly felt like he was heating up. He ripped open his clothes, revealing a gold coin that had a peculiar exterior. On one side of the coin was a skeleton, whereas on the other side was a lucky bird. The rim of the coin gave off a dim glow. Balin had pierced through the gold coin, run a string through it, and hung it on his neck. Balin caressed the gold coin, his eyes showing signs of even more determination. Mr. Lin. Master. You support me as well, don't you? Eastern Twilight Zone, Nature's Alliance headquarters. Currently, Nature's Alliance had stabilized its strength as a medium-scale guild and had countless hundreds of acolytes, far from what it was like in the past. Moreover, the increased presence of Magi strengthened their defenses greatly. They were now a few ranks higher than before. In the forbidden area in the middle of Nature's Alliance, within a huge laboratory. Lin blanked out and immediately looked towards the golden crystal in his hands. Currently, the crystal was emitting a faint heat, and the golden light generated from within enshrouded it. A portion of the spiritual force has been received. Lin suddenly laughed. It looks like Balin has already started walking along with his destined spiritual path. The strength of fate will accumulate in his body. Lin glanced at the AI chip's progress with the recovery of the meditation techniques. Sacred Flame, the high-grade meditation technique that Lin longed for, the same one that could predict the future, had finally been fully recovered. There were even a few areas that were being constantly improved. On the other hand, Kamoyan's pupil had not advanced at all in the past 3 years, remaining at halfway to completion. Lin assumed that the lack of high-grade meditation techniques meant that advancing it to the 4th grade was exceedingly difficult. After all, the only one rank 4 technique in his possession could only be cultivated by dragons, while the others had no information that could assist in the progress of Kamoyan's pupil. On the other hand, Sacred Flame had been recovered much earlier, and even went through a few modifications to remove the negative repercussions. It was a pity that the AI chip only managed to simulate it to the 3rd rank. This meant the technique only went this far, and that left Lin feeling slightly regretful. Since the gears of fate have started to turn, then I can only continue to scatter more of these seeds so as to anticipate a harvest in the future. Lin stroked his chin and looked towards the experiment table. The silver-white tabletop had a few peculiar objects on it. Among these items were a black ring, a 5-colored pendant, and a tattered notebook. AI chip. Begin. Lin's eyes shot out a blue glow, and he picked the few objects up. Limited AI programming has been completed, inputting data. The AI chip intoned. After a few minutes, Lin picked up the black ring. A ray of light shot out, and out came the figure of a scholarly-looking Magus. I am the legendary Grand Magus Merlin, you lucky fellow. You will receive my advice and become the Twilight Zone's strongest genius. Lin's mouth quivered. The Grand Magus figure seemed to have life, as it spoke with charm. These were the limited artificial intelligences that Lin had been designing. He had the ability to control the programs remotely, which made them very useful. Having been pleased with himself after the adjustments, Lin placed the few items into an empty bag and walked out of the laboratory. My lord. Along the way, no matter whether they were official magi or acolytes, all of them lowered their heads in respect. Some acolytes would even bow from a distance, and quickly walk away. I can't believe that even I would receive such treatment. Lin abruptly laughed. If high-level magi had not intentionally exercised restraint, the strong radiation that emitted from their bodies would be a type of contagion that could even be lethal to low-level acolytes. As a result, previously in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, there were many forbidden areas, which were actually the living areas and experimentation areas of high-level magi. In the past, when Lin had seen those magi, he would also bow from a distance before quickly avoiding them. But now, it was time for others to do so instead. Chapter 348, Dolan. Dolan. In a short span of 3 years, Nature's Alliance had cemented its status as a medium-scale guild. After absorbing dense fog forest's remains, it had even managed to become a peak medium-scale guild. All of these achievements had been largely attributed to Lin's contributions, a fact that went undisputed. Even if he did nothing personally, the mere presence of a rank 2 Magus would eliminate most of the Alliance's troubles. Hence, The faith that he commanded from members of Nature's Alliance had been increasing day by day up to a point of reverence, even deification. Additionally, a lot of magi had joined during this period of large-scale recruitment. Although Celine's strength as a rank 1 Magus afforded her some bit of status, there was no longer any influences that she could have. This meant that even if Lei Lin intended to take away her nominal position as the guild leader, he needed but to ask. Passing through layers of glowing spell formations, Lei Lin ended up at a purple villa. "My lord." Celine and Iron respectfully bowed. Lei Lin nodded, and directly asked, "Has anything happened recently?" "The guild's development has been very smooth. Currently, our influence has expanded to the vicinity of the Ural mountain plains. 2 local small-scale guilds have also expressed their desire to subordinate themselves to us." Iron took the lead and bowed while reporting to Lei Lin. A peak rank 1 Magus, Lei Lin's strongest military force, Iron ranked highly within Nature's Alliance, where he specialized in the guild's expansion. "What about the approaching horde of darkness creatures and the Dark Elven Empire?" Lei Lin asked. "Reports of abnormal activity of the darkness creatures are starting to come in. In addition, the warmongering faction in the Dark Elven Empire successfully staged a coup, eliminating all influence of the pro-peace faction. They've mobilized the entire army, and are ready to attack any day now." Wars were not uncommon in the subterranean world, but they rarely coincided with the attacks of the horde of darkness creatures. This was so rare, in fact, that even a peak rank 1 Magus like Iron had only encountered such a situation once in his lifetime. That period had seen the loss of many magi and numerous large-scale guilds. It had come to be known as the subterranean world's great power reshuffle. An event that destabilized the world of magi would obviously be a long period of suffering for the commoners. From the looks of it, a big war is inevitable. Lei Lin sighed lightly. A war between 2 intelligent species wouldn't be quick to occur. It would be prefaced by a long period of strategy and preparation, with very little surprise attacks occurring. High-ranking magi had started keeping tabs on their opponents as early as 3 years ago, and their preparations had begun even further back. However, precisely because of this long preparatory phase, any and all strategies tended to be useless. The war would devolve into a contest of information gathering and military might. "Have we made any moves yet?" Lei Lin looked at Celine. Recently, this woman had become much more beautiful. It was as if the power she'd gained made her glow more than she already did. Power was an elixir to men. This was no less true for women as well. It was a pity that although these women were as beautiful as roses, every rose has its thorns. To conquer them was not a simple task. Were he on Earth, Lei Lin would naturally not think like this. But the Magus world was different. Dominance, status, everything came from his own power, and he was not in the least bit concerned that Celine would one day surpass him. Forget the commoners' war for now. The Joint Conference has commissioned a war council headed by the 9 enforcers. It issued a formal request for your assistance. Celine arranged her hair. This revealed a translucent earring inlaid with a glowing red ruby. The request was a result of Lei Lin's agreement with Logan. In exchange for his participation in the war, Nature's Alliance had been allowed to expand unchecked. "Where have they stationed me?" Lei Lin asked with interest as he sat on a reclining chair. He raised up a crystal goblet, the fresh red wine within as thick as blood. "Dolan City. A large number of the magi who responded to the call have gathered there. Of course, Duke Fendix and the royal military have been stationed there as well." Dolan. Lei Lin raised his glass, and a map of Eastern Twilight Zone appeared within his mind. "They've retreated too far. That's basically giving up the borderlands. Most of the commoners have already been evacuated." Celine smiled wryly, "But for some areas, it's beyond our control." As a Magus, Celine generally thought of problems purely based on how they affected her, but now that this matter concerned everyone, she exhibited the sympathetic nature of a woman. Immediately, the sympathy turned into worry. The War Council intends to use Dolan, Wakeshire, and Sador to form a tripartite defense that makes full use of our geographical advantages. When the war begins, my lord, you will have to face the military might of the Dark Elven Empire, including many of their matriarchs. The Dark Elven Empire was still a matriarchal society and was more a united kingdom made of numerous smaller clans than anything else. The matriarchs of the smaller clans were at least as strong as official magi. The ones Selene referred to were the matriarchs of the larger clans, existences that rivaled rank 2 magi in might. Dark elves were naturally gifted with extraordinary strength, something which made the average elf much more powerful than the average human. Were it not for their low fertility, they would have conquered the Twilight Zone long ago. Selene's face was full of worry. After all, she was very clear that the powers she had came from Lei Lin. Should anything befall him, even if nature's alliance didn't crumble, it would fall dramatically in power. Don't worry, I have confidence. Lei Lin let out a smile. That he had decided to go forward meant he was amply prepared for anything that he might come across. At the very least, his personal safety wasn't an issue. After all, even in a war as large in scale as this one, rank 2 magi rarely fell. Furthermore, he was not there to fight but to observe. The moment something was amiss, he would flee. Which matriarch would dare sacrifice herself to prevent his escape? Lei Lin had already recovered his strength as a rank 2 warlock, even advancing in some areas. He was confident that, as long as he didn't meet an old freak that rivaled rank 3 magi, nothing could stop him. However, thinking up to this point, Lei Lin felt a bit depressed. In a world of beings with extraordinary abilities, large-scale wars generally depended on the strength of the higher-ups. Wouldn't the humans turtling up mean that even his monstrous strength would not be able to turn the tide of this war? Neither Selene nor Iron was qualified to know of this. Perhaps only rank 2 magi would be able to see the situation more clearly. No matter what, I need to go and have a look. If I were to pass the completed techniques to the acolytes of Nature's Alliance, it would arouse suspicion. Furthermore, the shifting landscape of war could hold good opportunities for me, Lei Lin considered. Upon seeing Lei Lin deep in thought, Iron immediately took his leave. Selene was a little disappointed and just curtsied. Just as she turned to leave, Lei Lin grinned. Selene, don't go just yet. Having heard that, Selene's face revealed a charming smile. Dolan City was a military town along the eastern Twilight Zone's border. The town was built purely of black granite, which made it look like a huge fort from afar. Currently, militia lined the entrance of the town, and soldiers and fleets of carriages crossed the gates occasionally. Flags bearing the royal family's crest were everywhere, and the silhouettes of knights leading small patrol teams were scattered around. The entrance was guarded by official magi in grey robes, and stringent checks were performed on everyone. Dolan City originally supported 100,000 residents. Most of its current population, however, comprised of soldiers. Now that the Joint Conference had commissioned a war council, the royals they backed could only execute their battle plans. All of Dolan City was preparing for war, and had begun wartime operations. The center of the city was occupied by the grandest villa in town. However, this villa was not for royalty, it was meant, instead, for distinguished magi. Numerous magi, robed in all colors, could be seen on premises. They'd even set up a large spell formation for defense. Some of the magi patrolling the city walls would occasionally cast spells on the wall to strengthen it. The atmosphere here is so stifling. A rank 3 acolyte wearing a grey acolyte robe walked along a deserted road, and intermittently glanced at both sides of the street. Passing soldiers would bow to this mighty magician. With 1 foot already in the grave, how can I still be considered a magician? Aaron smiled wryly. This acolyte was among the first group of people Lei Lin had met when he was transported here. Back then, Aaron was among the party of 3 acolytes and 2 grand knights that Lei Lin had saved in the woody wastelands. As recompense, Lei Lin had scanned their souls, which resulted in them losing a lot of things. Aaron sighed deeply.